Travelers, welcome back yet again to our familiar location. Is that Prince right there? That is Prince, my friends, because we are here, of course, at the epicenter of all things Genius Invocation. That's right. Welcome back again for another Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup Invitational. This time here on the NA Finals. We have brought together the greatest minds in all of Genshin Impact Genius Invocation here today to play some of the best games that you have ever seen. 8 of our players have earned their spots here in all of North America to fight for your pleasures and to show you the best decks that you can use to beat other people. So, welcome, if I may, to this cup, and a shout out to our boy Prince for hosting it. Thank you so much, you wonderful little black cat, the dual saint of cats. So good to have you. But before we can get into the competition, of course, I must introduce you to the best players in all of North America, my friends. Let's take a walk and introduce you to some of the greatest of all time. One of them will be going home today, the champion of all of North America. And we will start things off, of course, with Runatobio. She wanted to shout out her mentor, Ton, who helped her learn the game, and she's only been playing for a month. What have you guys been doing for a month, huh? You going to Dragonspine? You could have been learning Genshin Impact, Genius Invocation, TCG. You could have been here. But instead, Runatobio is here instead. We do have our next competitor here. That is Nahida. Favorite character is, let me check my notes here. Nahida, surprise, identifies as a cat. Prince loves that. Thank you so much for coming to the tournament. You know, there's another cat supposed to be working the bar, but Diona didn't show up today. You know who did show up, though? Our boy Ting. Ting wanted to say hello and thank you to the friends supporting them along the way. Also, creator of the Ting Cope deck, which was created by Kevin. finally, not finally, but Jibu Toxide, Hu Tao Main. Jibu Toxide, very cool. And creator of the Windy City Iceberg deck name. Not you, Numa. You didn't come up with it, all right? Stop taking credit. He told me to call you out, Numa. Welcome, of course, to our grand table here at the center of this, where the action will be taking place. The best genius invocation you've ever seen. And get used to seeing our boy, Robot Wizard here, who wanted to do a shout out to the GITCG watch party that is watching right now and is considering changing their name to Stupid Idiot. That is what he asked me to say. I don't know why. Seems like a smart lad, but you know, I read what the contestants tell me to say. Anyway, we have Kaori here, who is a Ayaka main and identifies as a dog. So, Nahito, you better watch out. And Prince, also watch out as well. Very terrifying stuff there. Thank you so much. As we now move to the corner of our wonderful tavern, where the cool folks, you know, hang out. One of those cool folks, of course, is going to be Mistake. Now, Mistake does miss pre-nerf Yoinia. Very sad. And when asked about a special fact, they said there's absolutely nothing special about them, which in itself is special. So mission failed there. And of course, we have our final player introduction here. This is Sean, a mechanical engineering student who hates stall decks. Don't we all, Sean? Don't we all? In fact, I'm going to stop stalling and get this party started. But before we get into the grand finals here, our last day of the Prince Cup Invitational North America, before our fun day, let me once again introduce you to our 8 fantastic contestants. These are the best players in the world, and you are about to see the best genius invocation that has ever existed. Now let's go ahead and toss to our fantastic casters, Windflower Leah and Blap. Blap.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Slacks. And we are back yet again with the NA Astro Carnival. I say back again because we were here yesterday. Isn't that right, Bleb?
Yes, and I'm really excited to be back again. You know, the venue behind us is still as amazing as the day before. You know, the excitement still hasn't worn off. It still feels like a surreal experience. I mean, for these players here in the NA bracket, it's going to be their first time on stage. But we've done this before. We know what's going to happen. And I'm excited to see just as exciting set of matches as we saw yesterday in the EU.
Yeah, and I mean, the players today in NA have an extensive tournament history, isn't that right? We've casted for some of these past tournaments, including the Tavern tournaments. So, Kaori, for example, placed 8th in the NA Astro Carnival, the live event.
Yeah, and you know, I've actually played in some of these tournaments before, so I've had a chance to play against these players as well. And we can see kind of the brackets up here. Just a reminder, we're going to be playing all the quarterfinals concurrently.
Yes.
But we will be watching the first bracket there, Runatobio versus Nahida.
Very excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, do any of these players have any tournament history?
Yes, so Runa is a newcomer, actually, and
I think she said she's only been playing for a month, right?
yeah, she's only been playing for a month,
which is
and she said her mentor is Tong, who we're also familiar with, right?
Yeah, Tong I think is an Asian player.
In Tavern.
Yeah, he plays in Tavern in the Asian side. He's not going to make an appearance in this server, but I guess this is his protege, if you will. But having played only a month and being here on the stage is really amazing.
Nahida placed 9th in the Season 1 of Tavern.
Yes, playing that pretty good, you know, top 16, you know, nothing saying it's very difficult to get into that bracket, and hopefully he'll have some better results today.
And so we can see the decks that they have brought today on the screen.
Yeah, so as a reminder, the players will bring 5 different decks, and then the players will choose 2 of their opponent's decks to ban. And the bans have already happened, so the 3 decks that you see there are the ones they get to choose from. And I think first up, we're going to see Runatobio on a pretty standard deck if you're
Pyro Kaching. Pyro Kaching.
Yeah, a very solid pick, I think, right now. You know, it's a very aggressive deck. It piles on the damage very quickly, giving your opponents not much time to react. And so maybe the game will go pretty fast. Hopefully not, because I think the other deck that Nahida is playing is one of my pet favorites.
Actually, 6 out of 8 players today brought Pyro Kaching with them.
Yeah, it's a very popular choice. I mean, one of the things we'll see in the NA tournament especially
a lot of meta decks.
Yeah, a lot of meta decks, particularly because a lot of these players do play with each other. You might have heard they play interviews and kind of the introductions here. They're very used to playing with and against each other, so they have a lot of similar choices. So it's really going to be down to skill, a little bit more than deck building.
And as you can see, Nahida is going to be playing Shenamo first. Nahida actually brought a deck called NEC, which features Nahida Electrocharge, and it was banned. It was banned, so we're not going to see it in the quarterfinals today. We'll see if he advances to the semis finally get to see NEC.
Yeah.
Speaking of NEC, 6 out of 8 players also brought that deck. It's a very popular deck choice.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of popular choices, but the popular choices might get banned, so it really might come down to some of the more unusual choices or the secondary things. So it depends on what players are familiar with. I know, some of these players will be looking at past games from their opponents to figure out what decks they're used to playing, what decks they prefer playing, and then selectively ban those and leave them with things maybe they're not so experienced with. Because these players have a lot of time to prep, but it's a lot of prep to be able to play 5 decks very well.
Yeah, and as we've seen when we went through the deck lists, there were a couple of decks that were kind of interesting.
Yeah.
You kind of run out of ideas, even though we have a wealth of new characters and support cards and etc. with patch 3.7. It's still hard to put together 7 decks to submit,
Yeah.
So they had to submit 5 for the first best of 3s, the quarterfinals and the semis, and then they had to submit an additional 2 for the finals in case they make it, and they had to already have that made before coming here.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, viewers at home, you can try this for yourself. See how easy it is to make 7 good decks, really good decks. Yeah, that don't overlap at all in characters. That's, again, another requirement. And, the stakes have never been higher for the people on this stage. We have
$16,000.
Yeah, $16,000 for first prize. It's the same prize pool as we had yesterday for the EU tourney. A grand total of 60,000 across all the players. But
looks like we're getting into game 1.
yeah, and as I said, Nahida is going to be on Shenmue. I'm going to be, again, watching very closely to see how these skilled players play that deck and hopefully learn a thing or two.
It's Pyrokuching versus Shenmue.
This is probably going to be a very fast matchup, and you can see that Nahida throwing away the Sucrose talent. I think he's realizing that is not going to have enough time to deploy that. And against skilled opponents, you tend not to be able to deploy that burst on Sucrose effectively, even though it's very good.
It's really interesting to think that, you bring these cards like Sucrose talent cards, but the meta is just so quick right now that you have to throw it away immediately. Like you top deck it, and it's like you can't anticipate being able to play it.
Right. I mean, this burst does last for 3 turns, but honestly, in these matchups, the game will end by about round 3, right?
Yes.
That's kind of what we're looking at. Runotopia especially is going to be looking to set up a kill on one or more characters by round 3 and kind of snowball into an overwhelming advantage. And we see a Pyro Resonance card there, really important for this matchup.
Very, very important.
Yeah, an extra 3 damage out of nowhere. Nahida hopefully is thinking about that card, playing around it, and making sure to respect that from their opponent.
So who do you think is favored to win between these 2 very fast-paced decks?
So because Nahida is starting first, I think he has a decisive advantage, provided he has a fast swap, which he does in the Anemo Resonance card. So one of the really important things you want to do with the Anemo deck is get that Cryo Swell off as early as possible.
Yes.
And spread out the Cryo reaction. So going first is key, because your opponent is probably going to want to stay with their first choice. But again, Runotopia could have played around this by maybe starting on a character.
By switching off of Klee, right?
Exactly.
The whole point, you don't want that Cryo to swirl onto your characters. That is so crucial for the Shenmue deck.
Yeah.
But it looks like Nahida might be able to get the swirl off. I don't see a fast swap. I see changing shifts.
Yeah, the changing shifts, but we have the Anemo Resonance card.
Oh yeah, the Anemo Resonance, yes.
Which is going to do both. So in this case, in the previous iteration of this deck, we had Mona in the slot, which allowed you to fast swap immediately to swap onto any character. So Shenhei is a much stronger damage option now and the preferred choice, but you do have to make up for that with the fast swap. So Nahida, that considering his dice are not good. You see that one Anemo, the Resonance card is going to give him another Omni dice, so he'll need to tune 1 card in order to produce this swell. And not only that, if he does swell off Sucrose, it's going to give Runotopia a free swap onto Bennett, which may not be what she wants. I think, preferably she would probably want to go to Keqing, but with Sucrose not having an ore already, I think a Bennett skill follow-up might be fine.
Using Anemo Resonance to swap to Xiao, actually. Gonna have to tune 1 card, as you said.
Choose 1 card, yeah. I really like this play. I think your opponent may be expecting you to go to Sucrose to swap off, but going to Xiao here, which is a bit of an unusual play for the deck.
Kind of takes your opponent by surprise, right?
Yeah, it forces them to waste 1 of their dice to swap if they want to, or stay on Klee, which may not be a good play, because Klee's going to go down very low here.
The swirl coming out from Xiao.
And you can see how important it is, that swirl spreading Cryo onto the 2 backup characters. What you do from here is you basically wait until your opponent switches onto one of those backup characters and swell again, and the Cryo just keeps going round and round.
You were mentioning earlier that before you would put Mona in this deck, right? The double Anemo. And it was mostly focused around control and throwing your characters around, right? With Jean and Sucrose.
Yeah.
And now we have Xiao and Shenhe for more damage.
Yes, Xiao is definitely a much more aggressive choice. You know, one of the weaknesses of the deck is that, you know, Jean doesn't have a burst that does damage. And so you would often play the deck more stally. And that's why Sucrose talent became so important, because you could drag out the game, you know, longer than the 3 turns that we're probably going to see this game end in. But players are thinking very hard now about their choices. This first turn is much longer than usual. That players are they're obviously facing some very tough decisions already.
It looks like Runa Tobio has opted to stay onto Klee, which is honestly the best choice when you're facing Shenhe mode, because like we were saying earlier, the main point of that deck is to swirl the cryo.
Yes.
And if the active character has no elemental application on them, then it makes it harder for the Shenhe deck to do what it does best.
Correct.
We do see the Gamblers going on to Xiao, and Nahida ends on 1 dice.
Yeah, losing that 1 dice there, unfortunate, but he really doesn't have the hand to make anything of it. So not a great draw. Runetopia at least able to gather those last 2 dice onto Lieben. Not going to trigger it just yet, but definitely ready for next turn. Both players with not very optimal starts, kind of playing around each other pretty nicely. So maybe this game might actually go a little bit longer.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. The Shenhe deck probably will be favored the longer this matchup goes, because the swell damage... Oh, that dice is just spinning. Come on, land. Okay.
I think it depends, you know, if Runa is able to take out Shenhe at some point.
Yeah, I mean, Shenhe's not too important once the burst is down. Really, again, both decks are kind of looking to end the game by round 2 or 3. So once Shenhe's second skill comes out and then the burst, she's a little bit dispensable. Xiao and Sucrose are usually enough to clean up. But again, it really depends on how these early turns go. As we've seen, Yahida's hand is not good right now. And plus, he has very bad dice.
Do you see Runa Tobio is also sitting on a Mondstadt Resonance card, which allows you to go twice in 1 turn. That could actually
very
be
good.
Really crucial.
Yeah, I mean...
Quick swap as well.
Yeah, quick swap. I mean, yeah, with the quick swap into Pyro Resonance Mondstadt, we could see a big combo turn from Keqing, especially with that Gamblers already equipped, I believe. So
yes.
You know, Runetopia's side, I think to Nahida probably doesn't look threatening, but he doesn't know just the combo he has in hand. So I think we're going to see Nahida probably swap to Shenhe.
I see Tandoori Chicken going down.
Oh, wow. Tuning everything just to get... Ooh.
And that +2 damage onto Xiao's elemental skill from Tandoori Chicken is enough to take down Klee, and we see the Omni Dice refresh from Gamblers coming into play here.
Yeah.
Xiao's burst is up, but Nahida would not be able to use it right now. No cards left.
Yeah, no cards left in tune. This does give Runa also a free swap onto Keqing, which she probably would have wanted to do anyway. We might see a Pyro Resonance card go down just to kill Xiao with a Mondstadt Resonance as well. This could be, again, a really big turn, especially if after that Nahida also chooses to stay on Shenhe, which based on his dice, he probably will. Runa's thinking about it carefully here. You know, it's really important not to think about these lines, because if you kill a character of your opponents that isn't important in the matchup, then you might come to regret it later. Shenhe has one of those Pyro Resonance cards. But I think with Gamblers, you do go for it here.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Pyro Res, take Xiao out, get the 2 Omni refresh. Could even use Mondstadt Resonance depending.
Yeah, here we go. Nahida must be doing the math right now.
Here we go, Mondstadt Resonance coming.
He's going to hate to see the Mondstadt Resonance too, because that is going to make it really difficult for him to figure out which character he wants to stay to. Although Overload, I guess, won't matter.
Xiao falls to the Overload, and it automatically swaps to Shenhe.
Yeah. And this could be a really bad turn, because I think we're probably going to see another Keqing skill here, swapping to Sucrose. And that's going to leave Nahida with barely anything to work with. And he really wants to be on Shenhe right now, so he's going to have to also slow swap back to Shenhe.
Runa using Strategize. I wonder if she's looking for the last Pyro-Res card.
Maybe. Most likely just looking for more cards to tune or other options before tuning. I think she's calculated that she can kill another character here. But this should be the last action she takes this turn. The last dice, of course, very calculated, is going to go to Lieben, so no dice wasted for her this turn, so very efficient use.
Overload sending Shenhe into Sucrose. Swapping back to Shenhe here.
Yeah, Nahida really has no choice. He doesn't have any cards to tune, so he has to go back to Shenhe for the dice. So,
this actually works perfectly for Runa, because that 1 dice is going to go to Lieben and probably...
Yes. Yeah, I think Runa actually might... be in a winning position at this point, because Nahida is forced to use Shenhe's skill, but Runa's going to go first next turn no matter what, be able to kill Shenhe, proc the 2 dice from the Gamblers, and then really it's only Sucrose left against 2 characters, which is the weakest way you want to have the Anemo deck be.
Keqing's Burst is going to be up. Bennett hasn't even seen the field.
No.
Which is unusual, right? Normally you see Bennett up in front.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, this is kind of a concession to how fast the matchup is.
Yes.
And, you know, at this advanced level of play, you really have to be thinking about from the very first turn who you start with. And, you know, in this matchup, a lot of players might start with Keychain to get the Electro applied immediately to start reactions. But, you know, from talking with these players and looking at them play, Klee tends to be the more aggressive start. So if you're in a fast matchup like this, starting with Klee, piling on the damage early is a really effective strategy. And we're seeing it work really well here.
Yes, and we see Shenhe's Icy Quills being refreshed.
Refreshed.
Tandoori Chicken giving that a +2 cryo damage onto Keqing, but I don't think it's going to be enough to turn the tide.
No, but I think Nahida's considering swapping to Sucrose at end of turn. I think that's the right play. You don't want to stay on Shenhe and give your opponent free dice at the end of next turn. Keychain on 3, unless she has a couple of extra cards, shouldn't be able to kill Sucrose. So yeah, here we go. We're going to see a swap to Sucrose to end the turn. This is the best play.
Yeah, if Nahida is able to take out Sucrose before she uses her burst, then Shenhe is pretty much safe, right?
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now. I mean, we're probably not going to see... well, yeah, Keychain burst is definitely being threatened and can kill Shenhe off field there. Runatopia has the immense advantage both in cards and dice. That Liben is going to proc for 2 extra dice, giving her 10 this turn. And then she's going to have a full hand versus Nahida's 2 cards.
Yes.
So Nahida's really at the whim of the dice
Oh,
rolls.
there's the Pyroraz and a Woven.
Oh, man. Luckily, Pyroraz isn't quite as effective now. We might see a fast swap onto Bennett here, because Runatopia has 2 fast swap cards, the Keychain skill still in her hand. It would be much more effective right now to leave Keychain as a fast swap option and apply that Pyro with Bennett.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Keychain would stay alive. Well,
yeah, I don't think you want to stay on Keychain here because Sucrose is going to be able to kill her. You know, if she had drawn maybe a Lotus Crisp or some kind of healing card, you would have been able to stay on Keychain here. But I think the smarter play here is to go to Bennett and apply that Pyro.
that Swirl won't exactly be deadly. -2. We'll leave
Right.
Keychain at 1.
It would be, yeah, the Swirl definitely something to consider here. But yeah, you'll leave Keychain at 1, which is just 1 health, as we've learned from our EU games, is all you need. You know,
it really
1 health
that
is the
1
difference.
extra damage, right?
Yeah, you got to get to 0. 1 is not enough. And if you can't find that 1 extra point of damage, sometimes you don't have the match.
We do see the quick swap onto Bennett as you predicted, and probably an elemental skill to apply Prio here onto Sucrose.
Yeah, pretty good play here. You know, the game looked pretty bad for the enemy play at the beginning, but I think that swap at the very end of last turn for Nahida, very important there. You know, if he had missed that, the game would be very much over by now, but he's still in the game. Unfortunately, he was able to roll both triple Anemo and triple Cryo for use in this turn. Unfortunately, the rest of his card not so good, although that Lotus Crisp could be coming in pretty clutch. We might see him equip it onto Sucrose here and put down the Treasure Sealy and just fingers crossed hope to survive another turn.
Yeah, thinking carefully about what to do here.
Yeah, he must be thinking, I mean, the opponent's already used 1 Pyro Resonance. I think there's a risk that if they drew the second one, Sucrose would be dead to that right now. So he must be thinking whether he equips the Lotus Crisp. I mean, that makes the most sense. I don't think it makes sense to hold on to the Lotus Crisp here, but...
Looks like Nahida is going to hold on to the Lotus Crisp, but maybe...
Yeah. Saving for Shenhe?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, saving for Shenhe.
Yeah, but that second Pyro Res is probably... Although, no, Runa does have a Woven in order to use Pyro Res here, and that's probably what we're going to see.
Well, you know, but the swap from Sucrose on to Keqing allows Runa to use Pyro Res here and take out Sucrose.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, leaving it
that's
open.
what we're about to see.
Oh, and Nahida just realizes what's going to happen. Yeah, you can see his face there.
Falls, and the gamblers also.
Yeah.
Oh, refresh his dice on Runa's side. Oh, Keqing's burst is up. I mean, she's about to fall here, though.
Yeah, Nahida still has a chance, though. This Lotus Crisp is actually really clutch. It's going to let him take out Keqing, and Bennett only is able to do 1 attack this turn. Although, Runatopia also has a very good play here. That Hu Tao send-off card actually coming in very clutch.
Yes.
So she drew the perfect card she needed with the double Pyro Res and the Hu Tao to kind of counteract the very good dice rolls from Nahida side. Oh, no. Can choose to end the round?
Send off. Right there. Don't take damage.
Yeah, you really do need to send off. It probably doesn't matter. Because you're going first next turn anyway, you're guaranteed the 3 damage. I mean, the send-off there would have been nicer. Maybe she just wanted to give Nahida a sliver of hope.
It could be the nerves. It could be the nerves. Did draw Mondstadt Resonance, though.
Yeah. Not going to come into play right now, but yeah, it looks like it's not going to matter.
It doesn't matter. You know, Runa goes first, so.
Yeah, I think Nahida knows as well. You know, going first is very important for these crucial turns when your characters are low. And Runatobia just needs to roll 3 Pyro Dice or have enough to tune. And yeah, there we go. The game's going to... First game is going to go to Runatobia. Pretty close still, despite, you know, the early death of Xiao.
Bennett's elemental skill coming in to take out Shenhe. And
that's it. Game 1. Yeah, I think we saw some really cool things there. I think especially, you know, the Shenhe and Nemo deck, it's very natural to go to Sucrose first, but we saw
the swap
there.
to Xiao, right?
Yeah, Nahida there opting to go for Xiao. Again, both sides realizing that this is an aggressive matchup, right? The damage goes on fast. There's no time to set things up with bursts or whatever. So Klee to start, Xiao also to follow up. So both decks just playing to aggression. But it turned out, I think Runatobia's hand and Pyro in general is much better at playing that aggro strategy and came out on top, but just by the skin of their teeth.
The Pyro Resonance card was really crucial. Well, actually, you know, she drew both of them. She drew both of them, and both of them were necessary for clutching that win, right?
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of these individual cards in some of these decks that, you know, add up to very efficient points of damage, and Pyro Resonance is one of the reasons you run that Pyro Keijing deck, and drawing 2 of basically your best cards, especially like Gamblers as well. 2 copies of Pyro-Res, 1 copy of Gamblers. That's kind of the best start you could hope for in that deck. And, you know, Runatobia managed to take advantage of that and push forward to a decisive victory. Also,
Runa staying on Klee and just dealing out that damage with Klee early and avoiding extra swirls. Because, as you know, if you keep swapping around onto characters that have cryo on them, that's when the Shenmue deck is really going to shine. Was not really giving Xiao or Sucrose an opportunity to utilize that swirl. And so
it's definitely one of the weaknesses of this deck when you're playing at this high of a level, because while it's very strong and very efficient with damage, it can be pretty easy to play around if you know what you're doing, your opponent's doing. By doing that, you know, staying on a character without an element, they only have cryo as their main application. So, you know, any character without cryo denies any elemental reactions. And, you know, that's like basically, it's not much. It's like 1 or 2 damage throughout the course of the game. But, you know, when your games are ending with 1 or 2 HP difference, those decisions are what decide these things.
Both of these decks are very fast-paced. Remember, what was your prediction going into that game again?
I don't. It was, I think, round 3.
Round 3.
I think that was a round 3. Right? It went into round 4, but the game was basically decided.
It was basically over. I mean, like it was over with round 3. Runa ended on 5 dice. Wasn't really necessary. We're going into Game 2 now.
Game 2. So Runatobia forced to pick a different deck.
I see Yae Quicken and Shenmue.
Yeah, so Nahida opting to stay on Shenmue. I think that's a pretty good choice. Again, if you don't win with the deck, you are allowed to use it again. So Runatobia not allowed to, of course, use Pyro Keijing, but...
Looks like it's a full mulligan on Yahida's side.
Yeah, also a very aggressive matchup. I'm surprised to see the Itto cards go away so early, because in these matchups when characters are dying
very quickly, it could be useful to keep them on hand, right? Especially when you draw double I haven't lost yet. It could be very useful to just keep them, but I think Nahida is prioritizing trying to get cards he can immediately use in round 1, because also the meta is very quick. So the more resources you have on hand starting out, the more you know you're able to do, right? So
so definitely looking for, you know, the cards like Paimon and Liben to ramp into the early game. Getting some dice advantage is very important.
Very good dice rolls on both sides, I believe.
I think so. The Shenmue deck.
No cryo.
Yeah, it doesn't have any cryo right now, which is what they really need. I think there's enough Omni dice though to get away with a single tune. It would depend on what other cards are left in the hand. Yeah, there's a Paimon card to fix. I think they'll be okay. We also see one of the new cards, the Liyue Resonance.
The Liyue Resonance. It's kind of like Liben, but not. You don't get the card draw, but you know it converts to 3 Omni next turn. You basically carry 3 dice forward. So.
Exactly. So it delays doing things of 1 turn and giving you those 3 dice back the next turn, which, you know, to some of the players, it might seem like, you know, a lot of doing nothing. You know, you're giving up 3 dice this turn to the next turn. But, you know, there's a lot of play in having a lot of dice in 1 round and being to act 2 times in succession if your opponent's already ended the turn before they get a chance to react.
There's only so much preparation you can do in a round, or like avoidance, when your opponent just has like 15 dice in 1 turn. Like, it's kind of unavoidable that they're going to do a lot of damage, or, you know. Also, we see a very typical start with the Yae Quicken deck. Yae casting her elemental skill and swap into Tighnari for his elemental skill, applying Dendro there, and we should see a swap off of
Yeah,
Swap from
one of the things you saw here, so Runatopia went first this time, which is a big disadvantage on the Anemo player side, because you saw there Shenhe used the skill, but Runatopia naturally swapped up to Tighnari as part of her normal rotation.
Yes.
And so Shenhe would have to have applied a second set of cryo in order to keep the cryo application going. But because the dice didn't line up, Nahida's going to opt to let Xiao take some damage. And
the
then
Quicken does proc there because Nahida didn't swap off of Xiao.
Yeah, there wasn't enough dice.
Chose to equip Gamblers instead.
Yeah.
Which,
I'm not sure how much I like about that. You know, if you have a slower start, it might have been better to wait for the Gamblers and just swap back onto Shenhe preemptively. All that's going to do is going to take an extra point of damage from the Quicken, but it does guarantee you at least being able to apply the cryo immediately.
Yeah, so for those new players out there who are watching, you see 2 Quicken stacks underneath Tighnari. Those will go onto any active character that Runa switches to, and any Dendro or Electro damage applied to the enemy will be +1 in damage.
+1 damage.
So,
yeah.
I mean, the trick is to not have that reaction go into play when you're against Quicken. That is the core reaction of that deck, and so that's why we're saying swapping off a Xiao could have been a good play as well.
Yeah, and the same reason that you stay on a character without an element against Anemo, same thing applies for Quicken.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to prevent it indefinitely. You know, at some point those reactions will come in. But the Lotus Crypts there, pretty interesting. We at least see Nahida with a very good set of dice. He has 5 Omni dice and 3 Anemo there.
3 Anemo. I think I see some more blue underneath. Wonder if it's Cry or Anemo.
Yeah, Runa's has a little bit worse of a draw. You know, probably going to need to tune some dice in order to get 3 Dendro, which is what she needs. I don't think in this.
I don't think you need 2 send-offs against that deck.
No, I think you probably want to keep 1 because you see Shenhe is threatening the burst.
Yes.
But you can probably get rid of a lot of cards. Still, 3 cards is a lot of cards to tune. We might see a strategize first.
Could probably also tune Timmy. I don't think we're going to go on to see Timmy procced, at least not in any way that's important, you know.
Yeah, Timmy typically, there you go. And Runatopia realizing that Timmy typically something you do as a turn 1 play. I mean, really, you run it in the deck to hope to draw it on turn 1. And I think it's good to tune it here, but assuming you don't need the extra dice, it might be good to strategize here. Although I think Runa is thinking about needing to use send-off here next turn when Shenhe probably will activate the burst. So probably no room to strategize. Is going to deploy the Timmy.
Playing Timmy.
Yeah, I think with send-off, the game might drag on a little bit longer because that does reduce the damage coming out of the Anemo deck. And so if you can drag the game out 1 more turn, looking at a strategize.
Tuner play.
If she's hovering over it, it's going to be a play. If she plays this, it probably means she's not going to want to set up for another skill. But the thing is, if she doesn't do a skill, she'll probably swap onto Kale or Yae.
Double quick swap.
Double quick swap. I think we're going to see a stall swap here because I think you really want to make sure you can send off Shenhe's burst at the end of the turn. So we'll probably see, swap onto Yae just to tank the cryo damage because she's not very important anymore in this matchup.
She already has cryo on her. I mean, both her and Tighnari do.
But Tighnari is kind of the character you want to keep alive. That burst being threatened is very important. You know, a full 5 damage with Quicken. And here we go. Here's the Yae swap stall.
Probably see a skill refresh.
We're probably not going to see a skill refresh. It's just to delay the turn because if you pass your turn, you can no longer use send-off. And I think Runa is really thinking of having to send off the Shenhe summon here because if you leave that on the field for 1 turn, it's basically adds up to like 5-6 damage from the Anemo side. So I think Nahida's thinking carefully here. Does he need to play around send-off? Because he could, in theory, perhaps even do a normal attack, but Runa has enough dice to be able to swap stall again. So probably best to just lead with a burst and then swap into one of the Anemo characters.
Nahida is sitting on an Animal Woven, so it would be enough to use Shenhe's burst, swap off, and still do an elemental skill. So
yeah, and that would probably be the best play here. You know, assuming that Runatopia stays on a character with cryo. Of course, there's no fast swap, so what we could see happen here, Nahida's probably going to go with the Shenhe burst, and then we might see Runatopia's slow swap onto Kale to deny the swell reaction, and then send off at the end of the turn. That could be a really, really strong play from her side, denying the opponent all of the elemental reactions and the burst, while setting herself up nicely.
And it is as you said, so we see Shenhe's elemental burst come out, and so we'll probably see the send off instead of the skill refresh on Yae's side.
Yeah, I think you wait on the send off here and slow swap onto Kale. Because that kind of makes it puts the ball in your opponent's court, or we could see a hash brown here into send off as well if you want to go first next turn. But
Hash brown send off, and I mean, I think either way that Nyahida would swap and want to use an animal character. So
yeah, I think this is a fine play. The problem with this though is if you think your opponent can swap into a swell reaction, then it does spread more cryo onto some of your more inactive characters.
I guess Runa doesn't exactly know that Nyahida is sitting on a Woven, right?
Right.
So, you know, you see 3 dice on your opponent's side, you can either guess that they have a Woven, or, I mean, it takes 1 dice to swap over.
It does.
And then 3 dice normally for an elemental skill, so.
Yeah, but you haven't seen your opponent play any of the Anemo Resonance yet. Of course, that's always, you know, that's always going to be a free fast swap and a free dice to swap. So I think she must be thinking that it's pretty likely that there is a swap happening, but still going to stay on Yae. Switching to Xiao. I do like this. I think the Sucrose Swell putting Runatopia back on Tignari is not what you want, because Tignari is ready to burst. She is going to go first next turn, and that burst is going to deal a basically one-shot Xiao here if he had let that happen. But Xiao also going to go very low to the summons at end of turn.
2 health for Xiao right now.
Yeah. Ooh, double gamblers.
Double gamblers. That's a bit scary, actually.
Bit scary, not that useful. I think you probably only need the 1 copy. I'm really interested to see what Runatopia does. Oh, wow, what a roll.
6 Omni die.
6. Can we get the 7th one? Oh.
I mean, so double gamblers isn't very useful, but having that 1 gamblers come in right when Xiao's at 2 AP in the active character is pretty huge.
I don't want to interrupt you, but yeah, Nahida got rainbow dice. It was the literal rainbow dice, all 7 elemental dice, and
oh, there we go. Some enemy.
I think he just unlocked some achievement there. It's pretty hard to get every single dice there in the roll. I wonder if he's even noticed. Maybe he's just focusing so hard on the game that didn't even register. But he got a really good reroll. You know, triple Anemo is exactly what you want in this moment.
I feel like Runa's cards kind of have her set up to win this game.
Yeah, with those double quick swap, it's going to be really easy, to go into Tignari here, maybe for a burst. Although we're probably going to see Kale.
Go to Kale instead. I don't think you'd want to use Tignari burst on 2 HP Xiao. I think she's saving that, and she does have another quick swap. So
yes.
Also, is that food in her hand? Adeptus?
Adeptus. Oh, you got to equip the gamblers. Yeah, it is Adeptus. Yeah, definitely.
That is scary with Tignari's burst.
Yeah, a little bit worried there. Runatopia going for the normal attack there before equipping Gamblers, but you definitely want to equip Gamblers first because it's a free dice either way.
Yeah, the Gamblers does go on to Kale. So we see the 2 Omni refresh, and Nyahida opting to go with Sucrose. Kale does have Cryo on her, so that Swirl will do a lot of damage. Not as much damage as before. You see the Icy Quills stacks ran out on Shenhe, so only -1 this time. Icy Quills boost Cryo damage by 1.
So no Icy Quills and also no Shenhe burst. If those had stayed on the field, that would have been a much worse turn. This is actually a pretty good spot for the Anemo Swell deck. You really want to keep your opponents on 3 characters because that maximizes how much damage you do with every single swell. But you can see here Runatopia also playing around the swell by swapping back onto the character without any elemental application and forcing Nahida back onto Shenhe.
Yep, because, I mean, it's a waste of dice to try and swirl a character with no elemental application on them. It won't do much damage at all, just tickle them. So it was probably the best play Runa could do. And this is what happens when, 2 really good opponents are going against each other. You know how the opponent's decks work, and you know like how to play around them. And if the core of your deck revolves around something like having the active character have, cryo application on them or something, then, people are going to avoid it.
Yeah.
They're going to be thinking about things like that.
Exactly. I'm going to see a fast swap hit onto Tignari. Probably going to burst.
I think so, yes.
Burst not super effective here. Not going to reapply the Dendro. It's a bit of a wasted application, but going to do a significant amount of damage to both Shenhe here and at the end of turn. If Nahida uses Shenhe's skill at the end of this turn, Runa is going to be able to go first, and that Timmy is going to proc after all, so this game is going into round 4, and so that Timmy is going to pay off pretty soon. Yeah,
so Tignari's burst normally does 4 damage, the Quicken Stack made it -5, and then it also does 1 piercing damage to each non-active character, which we saw on the Sucrose. Like you said, it's not going to be reapplying Dendro. Shenhe already had Dendro applied onto her, but Yae's skill, unless Nahida swaps off, will proc Quicken again.
Oh, we might actually see a swap. Nahida debating whether he wants to even use Shenhe's skill here or deny the Quicken by swapping to Sucrose. I actually like the swap to Sucrose quite a lot. It will mean, it will mean he has to waste 2 dice, but Shenhe's skill isn't super damaging. Oh, 2 dice might be a little bit too much to waste.
This is the round that Xiao died, right? Xiao
Oh, it's true.
Shall die in the beginning, right? So we see, yes,
Yeah.
I haven't lost yet coming into play here, and there
Okay.
are 3 dice perfect for Sucrose's
Ooh.
burst.
Yeah, Sucrose Burst is going to finish off Tignari here. I think being able to do 3 damage at the end of the turn because of that infusion. And that's going to deny any I haven't lost yet on the other side as well. Because the summons killing your character at the end of the turn. Oh, no, it's only 2. Okay.
And, Icy Quill's not on.
Okay.
Shenhe didn't get a chance to refresh Icy Quills, so not as much damage as you'd like to see from the Shenhe deck, but that's kind of why you play Shenhe in this deck, right?
Yeah. No, I for some reason I always think that when Sucrose Burst comes out, the Talon card is active. I feel like the Talon card is the thing that gives you the extra cryo dice. So Tignari surviving here is actually pretty big. Runa is going to be able to re-trick a Quicken at the beginning of her turn with the Tignari there if she wants to, although Tignari isn't going to be able to utilize any of the charge shot after that, so not a very efficient use of the dice, but Runatopia with a stacked hand.
Adeptus Burst would have been really good here.
Yeah, Adeptus Burst would have been pretty good.
Also, you know, you see all 3 of Runa's characters sitting at very low HP. This is actually, you know, it looks like Runa's winning, but this is actually kind of ideal for Shenhe deck, right?
It is ideal, yeah. You know, your characters being on 1, you know, puts them in threat of being killed by the swell reaction. So we'll probably see Runatopia stay on Tignari, mainly because that's the most efficient way to prevent damage right now against the swell deck.
Noticeably, Nahida pulled the other Ito card. So we might see Nahida staying on Sucrose, sacrificing her, and cleaning up with Shenhe.
Shenhe probably is the one you want to sacrifice first. I think Sucrose is the stronger finish for the deck, especially with that Gambler's equipped. Although staying on Sucrose now is pretty dangerous because of how low she is. You got to be thinking that your opponent, you know, especially Quicken is up, is going to kill her immediately with Kale if you let them swap.
I'm thinking we're going to see a Lotus onto Sucrose, and then we want to see the Gambler's refresh with her swirl. Like, she's going to swirl everyone, get the dice from the Gambler's refresh, and I mean, that's scary. That's scary for Runa.
Although, I believe we have an Ito into Adeptus Burst play here open for Runa with Kale. I believe that's 5. If Quicken is up is 6. It might be 1 short here, unfortunately. So it's not actually open.
I don't think it's going to be enough to break through.
Yeah, if there was an Electro Aura here on Sucrose, that would have added the last damage. But with Ito Burst, you might still do it, but I don't think the... So, you know, there's a couple of variants of this Quicken deck here. We're choosing Kale here in order to utilize
Sumer Resonance, which we see in Runa's hand.
Except one of the downsides is you don't get access to a card like the Terra Shroom. Terra Shroom here, if Burst is a lot more effective up front than Kale, and you're seeing really the weakness of running Kale in this slot, having the advantage. You know, I wonder if in this place you really want to actually use Sumer Resonance to dig for an extra damage somewhere on top with maybe a second Ito card or something like that.
Yeah, Kale's strength really shines when she's able to get off her burst early in a match and apply that Dendro at the end of turn with her summon, right? And at this point, it's not really too useful. Like, she'd probably have more damage from her skill without the Adeptus.
Correct.
So,
yeah, and I do wonder in this matchup, even, you know, I think I was talking to some of the players here who are trying to get very familiar with playing this deck.
Would Adeptus?
No, it would be 1 short. That would be a 6 damage burst with Quicken, and it would be 1 short. So that wasn't really a play that was possible here, but we might. Yeah, Yaya here is the weakest character here on 1 health. The burst isn't going to do much at all. It'll be able to kill Sucrose, but Shenhe is cleaning up. I think Runatopia realizes nothing more she can do in this game. Nahida have a very well played game there, just managing the cryo swells very effectively and not giving her opponents a chance. Not giving his opponents a chance to recover. Yeah,
and unfortunately Yaya's skill is not out, so her burst isn't going to do as much as it could either way. So I think this is going to be a 1-to-1 for Nahida here.
Yeah, I think Runa might be digging for a Lotus Crisp here as a last-ditch effort. You know, that will let her survive 1 more turn and playing with after the Yaya skill. You know, in these high-level tournaments, even if the chances are slim, you really have to go for these kinds of really risky plays. And so I love to see that she's not giving up here, keeping cards that she thinks, ooh, does draw the Lotus Crisp. I think that's what she was looking for.
I don't know if that's...
Oh, yeah, with a summon there at the end of turn, it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough because, you know, you could just tickle Yaya to break the Lotus and then the summon comes in.
Yeah, I think if you had 1 more dice, you could maybe do something with Gamblers. Gamblers, you know, into Lotus Crisp, into Burst, into Send Off. But with being 1 dice short, Oof. Yeah, I don't know. Having to use one dice on Sumo Resonance each time is making it less and less likely. But Runa obviously still not giving up. You know, you can think
she's really searching for that card that's going to help her.
Yeah, putting away Send-Off here, because realizing that having to spend the extra dice means Send-Off isn't going to be relevant. Does draw an Ito card, so that is one more dice. But I think you need to keep Send-Off there.
Yeah, I don't know how much that's going to help in this case.
No, I don't think it's quite enough. I think if the first Sumeru Resonance had drawn an additional dice card, a Woven or an Ito card, then she might have been able to make a play to kind of do a counter, but I think this is going to be too little too late.
The Lotus is going to come down on the guy. That Ito card does give Runa the last dice she needs to apply it, but it's really not going to be enough because you don't need to do the full 3 damage to break the Lotus. You just need 2 instances of damage. So the next attack is going to break the shield, and then Sucrose's summon is going to finish the job. And the thing is, Runa does not have Send-Off, and even if she still had it in her hand, she doesn't have the dice to use it. So it's this one's sealed.
Yeah.
This one's sealed.
This one's pretty sealed, but it was actually a lot closer than it looked here. Runa had a very good chance of making it back, although with the Ito card in Nahida's hand, with
Shunna Burst coming out for a flashy ending there.
Yeah, and I think Runatopia realizes this. You know, again, the Shenmue deck very well played here by Nahida. I think probably the best Shenmue play that we've seen so far. You know, the first game was also very close. It came down to a couple of bad dice rolls, but Nahida there rolling really, really well. I think in round 2, not having tuned any of his cards. You saw how much different it was. You know, in the first game, he had to tune basically his whole hand. In that second round, going to the 3rd round, had no resources to work with to be able to deploy strategy. But that was, you know, he had a lot more comfortable breathing room there. I think both sides rolled reasonably well, and in that matchup, it looks like the Shenmue deck did come out on top by a little bit.
So yeah, he does 1-to-1 with the Shenmue deck, isn't he?
Yeah.
We saw, you know, Runa really does know how to play around that Shenmue deck.
Yeah.
And so it's not a question of player skill in this case. You know, like they're very familiar with how these decks work. You know, Runa always opting to stay on the character that does not have cryo application on them. So
that is the most. I play that deck a lot, and it's the most annoying thing you can do. You know, I've actually played with some of the players down there and in tournaments, and you know, sometimes you're setting up for this Sucrose Burst, you have everything ready, and then you wait to do their turn. You expect them to stay on the character, and they just swap to the character without any an elemental application on them, and you're just like, what?
I mean, we did see something here. So there was a case where the Icy Quills ran out on Shenmue, and you know, it just does less damage overall from the Shenmue deck, even if you're still able to apply the swirl. So we saw how important Shenna is to this deck, right? That's why it's called Shenmue. You can't just replace it with another element in a lot of cases.
Yeah, completely.
You really need the Icy Quills for the swirl damage because it's plus the board. It's really, really important.
Yeah, and you know, it's pretty cool because Shenhei specifically calls out Swell as an additional point of damage that can be added through Icy Quills. It does use up 2 charges though, you know. Don't think that
it does.
Uses up 1 Swell. Yeah,
but
so the math doesn't quite add up comfortably, but it's still a very strong deck.
That's why you bring Sucrose Talent, right?
Very much so. Sucrose Talent, I feel like Sucrose Talent, everyone seems to be mulliganing it away. It's just too slow these days. There's not really a chance to actually use it.
I know you're a big fan of Sucrose Talent.
I am.
You used to play control deck with Sucrose, and you know, you need it when you're playing Mona instead of, you know,
Shenna. You needed that damage, but Shenna provides so much damage. I wonder if we're going to see decks in the future slowly move away from that Sucrose Talent, because I really haven't seen any players try and utilize it.
And it looks like we are going into Game 3. This will be the last game in this best of 3 between Nahida and Runatopia. We're starting off the quarterfinals pretty strong, aren't we? So we are 1-to-1 right now. No decisive wins between these 2 players.
And we're actually seeing, so in these best of 3s with 6 total decks played, we've only seen 3 different decks so far, because we see Nahida going for the Quicken deck that Runa was using earlier, and Runa sticking with, I think, the other way around, sorry. So Runa sticking with the Quicken deck, and then Nahida sticking with the Pyro Keeching deck that Runa was using earlier.
We have not seen Nahida play the Pyro Keeching deck. We have seen the Yai Quicken already from Runa, just last game.
Interestingly enough, you know, we had 3 of the same deck choices, but 3 completely different matchups. Each one is a little bit different. Will be interesting to see how the players decide to open. Again, in these high-level plays, who you start off with actually matters, and it changes based on whether you go first or go second. So it's really, really a high-level strategy here.
And it looks like Nahida is going first. We see that Liu Su swap into Bennett. It looks like we're going to be trying to get a Bennett burst off quickly, which is pretty standard with Pyro Keeching deck. I mean, like we were saying earlier when we saw the same deck with Bennett, Klee, Keeching, you want to get a lot of damage out of Klee quickly. That's how Runa was able to win that game. But in this case, I think it's good to start with Bennett to get his burst off because that will give additional damage and healing to Yahida's characters if you're able to do this.
I think part of that is just Nahida's draw. You know, he has a Lieben in hand and Liu Su. That gives you the perfect play to Lieben, 3 dice at the end of turn, Liu Su for the 2 energy, and then 3 dice to Bennett. This is a
very strong start for
yeah.
Yahida, actually.
Yeah, Runatopia, though, at least is going to be able to... but not, actually, not enough dice.
I think it's okay. You can use Tignari's skill here. And then Yai's summon is going to proc quicken at the end of turn, so it works out.
Yeah, and also going to be able to deploy Timmy end of turn. Also a very strong start, setting up a little bit more card draw than Nahida, but a little bit less ramp. So Nahida is going to be able to get the burst off next turn and have a lot of dice to work with, but Runatopia might have a stronger round 3 here.
Yeah, so the Timmy's going to be at 2 stacks, and then one more attack on Runa's side will trigger Sealy, and we'll see 3 more cards come into Runa's hand.
Yeah.
The cards are very essential, whether you are trying to play them for their effect or tune them for dice.
Yeah, and Treasure Seeking Sealy, a new card in 3.7, very powerful. I think most players that you see these days prefer Treasure Seeking Sealy over any other choice.
There is the Pyro Resonance card for Nahida and Bennett Burst Talent. Oh, that's so strong.
That is an insane hand. And having drawn both Wovens.
Too.
Yeah.
No
2 Wovens,
tuning
a
needed.
Pyro. Yeah, this is a really good start for Nahida. Obviously, Runatopia doesn't know the contents of his hand, but I think Runatopia's hand is much weaker right now. You know, isn't going to be able to ramp this turn. Although we're going to see 3 new cards here, so hopefully she can draw into something really good.
So Runa doing Charge Shot with Tignari that will summon a Cluster Bloom on the field and also apply Dendro onto Bennett.
Yeah.
So setting up the summons board pretty good. We see 2 Sprawling Greenery in Runa's hands. Gambler, another Sealy Lotus Crisp. Honestly, Runa's hand is also looking pretty good. But
Also
I mean,
pretty good. The Star Signs, yeah, the Star Signs is pretty important because that's one of the ways that Yai is going to be able to use her burst, so we might be looking out for that later. But yeah, I like Nahida's position a lot better.
Mondrez.
Yeah, Mondrez. Bennett is pretty disposable at this moment, and you've successfully applied Pyro onto 2 of your opponent's key characters. And so if he had a fast swap, I think this game would be very close to being over, but we might see a slow swap into Keqing. He must be, I think he's thinking if he needs to play around something like Adeptus Burst or something on Tignari onto Keqing. I don't think that's going to be enough to kill her anyway, but it will leave her exposed if he swaps over to Keqing now. Yeah,
I'm just looking at Yahida's hand, you know, I see a Mondstadt Resonance, I see Pyro Resonance, I mean, even Ramp if he wants to play it with those 3, 2 Omni, 1 Electro. I see Tandoori Chicken, it's going to boost Elemental damage by 2. Like, he has it all right now. He has it all.
Yeah, all except that Paimon, which probably isn't going to play. So you saw then Nahida opting to go for her normal attack on Bennett. I kind of like that here. The slow swap lets your opponent put damage onto an inactive character that's already at very high health. Keeping Bennett open here, he's very disposable, but with the talent card, he is still able to do significant damage with just a normal attack.
You know, I actually feel like we might see Nahida play that Paimon and pass.
Yeah, it's also very possible. It depends on what Runatopia does here. You're going to probably see a throw away at least one of the Dendro Resonances and the Treasure Seeking Sealy, maybe both.
Sumeru's coming out. We're going to see what cards Runa mulligans here.
So the Gamblers. Gamblers looking not very good here because their Bennett talent is just going to keep them healed so well. I wonder if he's going to throw away that. Yeah, there we go. The Gamblers probably going away.
Gamblers getting tossed. Keeping Star Signs? No.
Star Signs isn't very essential. You might want to be better off just drawing an Ito card because it's much more efficient.
Ooh.
Maybe throwing away the whole hand.
Full mulligan, maybe.
Maybe. I think Runa's looking for extra dice. Oh, there's
the Amos.
There's the Tech Amos bow. So look, you know, it's a very unusual inclusion from the list. Amos bow, not a very popular choice, but kind of a funky tech strategy here.
Do you want to explain how it works?
Yeah, so the Amos bow gives, of course, the characters +1 extra damage, and then whenever they use a skill with 5 or more combined cost of dice or energy, right, it's important that it's both, then it adds an extra 2 damage. So it kind of acts like a mini Adeptus Temptation, but permanently for all of your bursts.
Speaking of Adeptus, we might see Woven Adeptus Tignari Burst.
We could. It finishes off Bennett, but without a Gamblers, I don't know how much I like this play, because it effectively gives your opponent a free swap off of Bennett, which is what they want to do in the first place. They probably wanted to be on Keqing.
Yeah, this kind of actually opens the door to Paimon not being used, right? If we see Nahida pick Keqing.
Yeah. We could also just see Klee coming out here, but Keqing probably is the stronger thing, forcing the swap onto Yae, which is one of the weaker characters. You know, it kind of depends on who you want to tank the damage at the end of turn, because at the end of turn, those summons are going to apply let's see, I think 3 to 5 damage depending on how many stacks of Quicken is up. I can't see right now with the cards in the way. But that is a significant amount of damage, and you really have to decide who you want to tank that. So it looks like Keqing is going to be the one.
Coming out, yeah. You know, I almost wonder if we're going to see Paimon pass, because like there's no gamblers on either of these characters.
Paimon is going to be too slow. You know, Paimon would be okay maybe the turn before, but again, in this class of the matchup, the game is not likely.
We do see Paimon pass.
Oh, okay.
The reason why I thought this would happen is because Runa is left at no dice right now. So, I mean, all Runa can do is swap. Nahida is going to go first anyway. So, it's not like Runa is going to get off like another... more damage onto Nahida. Nahida is like in the perfect position to ramp for next turn, use both Woven, Mondstadt Resonance, Pyro Resonance, Tandoori Chicken, the whole 9 yards, all for next turn. I think we're gonna see it end soon.
I mean, it's definitely gonna end soon, but that's kind of why I didn't like the Paimon play there, because
I think that's fair,
the game is gonna end probably next round, and so you're not gonna get full use out of that Paimon. I think it would be much better to get Keqing Talent online, and also by killing Tighnari at the end of turn, you deny your opponents the chance to use Itto, because killing a character here now is going to open up, now Runa having drawn the second Itto, both Ittos for him.
There's the Mondstadt Resonance coming into play.
Yeah, but no gamblers here, so it's not going to be a super efficient turn, but it does mean we... Oh, yeah, forcing onto Yae.
Yeah, forcing onto Yae.
A double kill
so
on Yae.
even though Tighnari, you know, died here, the Overload automatically sends it into Yae. Runa cannot choose who to bring out, and so another...
Very solid.
Another skill from Keqing just drops Yae, and that is...
Yeah, that is a ton of damage coming out. You know, I think Nahida definitely planned around that turn, maybe baiting the opponent into staying on Tighnari. If Keqing had Gamblers equipped here, it probably would have been over. So Rotopia left with a really tough spot. There's one more charge left on that Yae summon, and 2 stacks of Quicken, so Collei might be able to make something happen.
Double I haven't lost yet.
Yeah, double I haven't lost yet into Burst is probably going to be one of the stronger plays here, and I think that's what we're going to see. And then following up, we might even see an Amos equip here, given if the dice works out, just because with one character left, you really need to pile on as much damage as possible. And there's no other way you can use that triple Hydro.
I think the problem is that, I mean, Keqing's Burst is up, but Bennett Burst is still up this round. I feel like we're going to see some Electro application onto Collei, and it doesn't really matter if Keqing drops here. There's no gamblers on Collei. Klee is just going to wipe the board. Yeah,
especially with that Pyro Resonance, I don't think once we pass back to Nahida's turn, I mean, this is Runa's best shot at making something happen. Yeah, we might see a strategize here. She's counting the dice and making sure that she has enough. Replacing Woven, not really going to be
Woven coming out, yeah. I mean, we did see the Amos equip onto Collei.
Yeah, we might just see the Dendro Resonance here, because I don't know what else you're going to do with that card. It should add additional damage to the quicker reactions at the end of a turn. But I think Klee's just going to be able to clean up here.
Sealy coming out. I'm not sure if that's going to be useful.
Probably not, but, you know, better out than, I guess, she has plenty of cards in her hand to tune, so you really don't need that Sealy.
We do see the Burst coming down. Keqing sitting at 2 health, and
2 health, but
at the end of turn are going to be powerful.
But that Bennett skill, obviously, going to be able to bring her back up. We might see Keqing make a normal attack here, maybe with one of the Wovens, and then swap off onto Klee there, just to deny the end of turn kill. I think you're pretty comfortable here, as long as you want to get that Pyro application onto Collei. Sorry, that Electro application. And oh yeah, we're gonna actually see a
Woven Hash Brown coming out. I think that's actually a pretty good play. So it's +2 health onto Keqing, and then Bennett is also going to heal her again. Bennett Burst.
Hovering over that skill. If you want to use that skill, you should have tuned that Keqing skill card, because if he uses it now, he's gonna lose it. I think he's considering if he wants to burst.
I think so too. We might see it.
I don't think burst is very great, because it's not, I mean, it's not that much more damage than the skill card. I think you have to do the math here to figure out, does that extra point of damage matter here? And look like it doesn't think so.
-5.
Yeah, but burning that skill card there, a bit of a misplay. I think he could have tuned that skill card earlier and not have to do that.
I think the thing is, so if you look at Nahida's hand, there's Tandoori Chicken, Woven, Pyro Resonance. All Klee has to do is be the active character next turn.
Exactly.
And, you know, Collei is going to drop.
Yeah.
Because the Electro is applied onto her, so...
Yeah, and I think, you know, Rotopia realizes how precarious the situation. I think the best you can do is, you know, use a skill, use Collei's skill here for 4 damage. Keqing will drop to the last tick of the Yae summon, and then we'll have Klee, I think, left on 6 at the beginning of next turn. Although if you don't start first next turn, then you're going to be open to a Klee attack. So I don't think there's any good way for Runatobio out of this. Yeah, she's actually going to end the round without using the dice. That's because she wants to go first and hopefully equip a Lotus Crisp before the swap happens.
Keqing is not going to fall here, but I mean the thing is, like, it doesn't really matter.
It might not matter. Yeah, I think here, because your opponent's already going first, you probably want to swap onto Klee and leave the Keqing alive. But no, it's going to stay on Keqing.
If there's no healing or shielding onto, well, actually, with the Quicken stacks, Keqing does fall anyway.
Yep. An Adeptus Burst.
I don't think there's no energy on Collei right now, and there's no healing, so
no. I mean, Adeptus Burst with Amos is a +6 damage to a burst, which is a great amount here. But no Lotus Crisps, I think, is going to seal this game. You know, I think Klee is on too high of a life total for Collei there to be able to kill in one turn. And then as soon as Klee goes to use a skill, double a Pyro Resonance, a Tandoori Chicken, and a skill is going to be way more than enough damage. You know, we'll see if Nahida decides to play out all those cards to do a massive amount of damage onto Collei to finish. But the game is very much over. Runatobio not drawing the cards that she needs to be able to counteract this play.
Pyro Res and Tandoori Chicken coming out. Oh my gosh, I don't even think that's necessary. The Wolfen coming out too, so he doesn't have to tune. And how much damage is this going to be? Minus 10.
And that does it. Nahida taking it 2-1.
The first quarter-final match between Nahida and Runa goes to Nahida. Congratulations to Nahida for making it to the semifinals. So the other quarterfinals are happening right now, and I wonder if we're going to get thrown into a game here in a minute. But you have something to say about this best of 3 Bleb?
Yeah, one of the things that we're going to see that Pyro Keqing definitely made a dominant performance here. You know, Runatobio played it in round 1, and also now we have Nahida winning with it in round 3. So I wonder if going forward, if players are keeping attention to these matches, seeing how strong of an option this is, may start banning it in the future. So maybe we won't see it as much later on in the tournament, but you know, you see how much power comes out of sometimes, I mean, you do need to draw the right cards, but that Pyro Resonance card, at some point your opponent will probably draw it, and it just adds so much damage you have to plan for, and you have to manage so much of the elemental applications going around. It's really a nightmare of a deck to play against.
I feel like we didn't see much Pyro Keqing yesterday. It was either just not picked, it was banned, like...
It could have, it probably was banned a lot, and maybe the EU people had the right of it where, you know, being afraid of this deck is very legitimate. It has so many tools to kind of surprise you out of nowhere. Like I mentioned, Pyro Resonance, Mondstadt Resonance being the new card.
That's, you know, we were explaining this yesterday. So you bring Klee instead of Agent. In the past, when you play Pyro Keqing, it's been a very meta deck for a couple patches now. You would put Agent in as your second Pyro character, and the core is basically Bennett Keqing. But now with Mondstadt Resonance, people are opting to put in Klee, and it gives some versatility. So, like, for example, the first Pyro Keqing game we saw today, we saw Klee dealing out a lot of damage before, you know, Bennett didn't come out, right? And that secured the win for Runa. But in that last game, we saw Bennett coming out first, and Nahida was able to draw the Bennett talent card and get that burst off. That was really high roll. But I mean, you can kind of see the versatility with this deck.
Exactly.
You know, in the past, you could swap the Agent early, but he's mostly there for cleanup, right? You try to be getting off Bennett's burst. So it looks like we are getting thrown into another quarterfinals best of 3. I don't see the score right now.
No, we don't see the score right now, but we are probably based on the time, we probably get in a game 2 or a game 3. We see the Ito Barbara Noel card here from the other side. Very popular choice right now.
Robot Wizard going double I haven't lost yet into Yae's burst. Oh, we're just gonna see the finish. Why are you playing Adeptus? You don't need it.
You don't need it, but it's cool. So
oh my god, minus 10. That's,
So we came in just in time to see Robot Wizard. Oh, and that was game 2 of a 1-0.
That was great to watch. That was such a long game.
That was so long. Oh man, I couldn't have casted a game 3 of that series. I'd much rather go back to game 4 from our first 2 people. But
so,
okay. We don't know what happened there, but something happened.
It could have been game 2. It could have been game 3. Maybe they just started. Maybe it was game 1. We don't know. But congratulations to Robot Wizard for winning that game. Did not need to use the Adeptus.
No, we didn't. But we did see, of course, Robot Wizard using the Quicken deck, which we've already seen on camera twice already against a very unusual deck, recently popular, Itto with double Hydro.
Yes, yes. I didn't quite catch the Hydro characters. Were they healing characters?
Yeah, it's usually Barbara and Kokomi.
Yes, so both of those characters are very good at healing. It is kind of a stall deck. You just want to get Itto up and running. Itto is the DPS in that deck. Barbara and Kokomi will give Hydro Resonance, which is a card that heals your entire board for +2, basically.
Yeah, you're basically trying to prolong the game, and one of the cool things about Barbara and Kokomi as well, which players are starting to realize, is that self-hydro application, you know, it took a while for players to figure out how to use that properly, but with how aggressive kind of the decks have been, being able to cleanse elements off of your side is very important. So we're going to see a recap of some of our previous games.
So it looks like the other quarterfinals must be done if we're not being thrown into them. Yeah. So I guess that was the final match between Robot Wizard and Kaori.
Yeah, so I think we'll see the bracket in a second, but yeah, remembering that Pyro Keychain in Game 1, very dominant performance by Runa Tobio, losing to the repeat Adamo Shenhei deck from Nahida, choosing to bring it out a second time, believing really in the power of that deck and managing to beat Quicken with it.
Yeah, I remember this happening. That Sucrose Swirl was really crucial, refreshing with the Gamblers, you know.
Yeah.
And both of those characters left very well. Another Swirl coming in here.
It definitely will be interesting to look back on the game. Was there a way for Runa Tobio to play around having all of the damage distributed so equally? You know, if you had managed to put yourself in a position where one or two characters has the bulk of the damage, the Nemo Swell deck is a lot weaker. And we see here in the third game.
Yeah, this was honestly beautiful to watch. You just seeing the cards Nahida kept drawing, like you just know Nahida is high rolling. And in the beginning, didn't even have to tune to use Bennett's skill and stuff, like just instant cast. Like the dice rolls were good, the card draw was good. It was just a really good execution. And here, Adeptus Burst, not necessary.
No, sorry. And we have the brackets.
Okay, here's the brackets. So who won? Robot Wizard 2-0. So that was the second game, not the third.
Ooh.
It looks like Shan went 2-1 against Mistake, and Ting went 2-1 versus Jibu.
Yeah, we're looking at that one quite closely. Ting and Jibu, Darkside, if you've been following the NA kind of scene in the Cat's Tail Gathering tournaments, two very prominent players. Jibu, obviously, previously having appeared in the NA duels as a contestant, I think taking 4th place?
Jibu got 3rd place in Taverns Alpha 1, 3rd place in the Astro Carnival NA, which was live event. It looks like we're gonna toss to the break actually. So
yeah, we'll find out more about these players.
We'll talk more about it later in the
when we see their
semifinals.
matches.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
We'll be back. Yes.
Welcome back, travelers, and thanks for sticking with us. Yes, that is right. You are back here yet again. So many incredible games played here of Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG. And I'm sure you guys have just watched some incredible games as well. What an amazing journey that we've had so far here at the Prince Cup Invitational for North America. We had to say goodbye to 4 of our players. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you, Mistake, Runatobio, Jibutoxide, and Kaori for joining us. However, 4 competitors still remain, and now we're in the semifinals. It is still single elimination in these BO3s, and only a few games left until you know who is the greatest Genius Invocation player in all of North America. In fact, I'm about to call up one of the greatest right now, surviving their matches with a fantastic comeback with the dedication to make it through, playing the same deck that they lost with in round 1. Put your paws together for Nahida! There we go. Of course, the cat will continue. Right here to please. It's not time to play yet. You must come up here. The time is coming. So ready to go. That's what I like to see. That's the gusto that we're looking for here at the Prince Cup. Fantastic. However, we do have to introduce you to your competition here. My friends, let us welcome to the stage. You know him, you love him. It's Ting! Ting beating a rival once more in an incredible showcase. I believe there was Quicken. I believe there were Freezing. I believe it was a match to behold, although personally we did not behold it here on the main stage. Ting, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on making it through again. And are you ready to face the Nya?
Of course.
Of course, my goodness. All right, I'm gonna need more than that. No one-answer questions on my stage. How are you feeling about your opponent? Are you very familiar with Nahida?
Not so much, no.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think that it's going to be a great match.
Well, I feel it might be a great match too. Now, Nahida, that was a heck of a series that we were able to watch on the mainstream there. Came back with the same deck as game 1, game 2. It was, would you say that series was like a comeback series for you, or did you feel in control?
I guess I got pretty lucky with the RNG.
Oh, well, you know, you are a cat, so 9 lives, luck, that's the whole deal. Do you think you have enough lives to still take on our boy here?
Well, last time in Tavern got tinged, so maybe I'll ting him back this time.
There we go. All right. Well, if you could please shake each other's hands in a gesture of camaraderie and friendship, and then go to your seats to destroy one another. That's right, my friends. Camaraderie is over. We are here at the Prince Cup, and you're about to see one of the best games of Genius Invocation we could possibly offer here in North America, my friends. Let's pass it over to Windflower, Leah, and Bleb.
Thanks so much, Slacks. And again, I am Leah, and Blep is right here. So these 2 competitors, Ting versus Nahida, we just saw Nahida win 2-1.
And Ting as well, 2-1 against his opponent. So 2 very close games from both players.
So noticeably, Ting and Nahida both played in Tavern Season 1.
Yeah.
Nahida taking 9th place, and Ting taking 2nd place.
Yeah, Ting, both of them have lots of top performances. Let's go to the decks here quickly. We see the deck choices remaining after their bans. We do know that Pyrokiching was banned by both players after such a dominant performance in round 1.
Oh, that does not surprise me whatsoever.
Yeah, Nahida also banned on Nahida's side once again, and the Freeze deck, which Ting also used in one of his victories, banned. But yeah, going back to the stats, you know, Ting with very good results, previously top 4ing, also placing 2nd in our last Cat's Tail Gathering
yes.
Tournament as well.
And in the quarterfinals, finals, as I was explaining before the break, so Ting was against Jibu and went 2-1 against him. Jibu actually has good tournament standing as well, has played in both the NA Astro Carnival and in Tavern tournaments. So, and I know both of these players are very active in the amateur competitive scene as well, right?
Yeah.
So,
for sure. Yeah, and I mean, I've actually personally got the chance to play against Ting as well. He's a very scary opponent in some of our matches. And I'm really looking forward to how he plays today. You know, he's choosing Quicken twice. You know, he must be very confident in that deck. We saw it not do so well in the first round.
yeah, hasn't done so well today.
But obviously he's managed to make it work. We see Nahida opening with Shenamo again, and oh my god.
Oh my god, is that the first deck being picked? Is that being picked?
That's being picked.
Oh my gosh, so Blep and I were scratching our heads over this. This is Kenki, Electrocube, and Xiao, and
oh my god.
as you can see in the collection of cards down there.
Yeah, there's Engulfing Lightning, Kid Kuchirai. You know, at first when I first saw this deck, I thought Ting was just putting it out there as a meme and not actually planning to play it.
I was trying to figure it out.
Okay.
And, you know, I think you start with Kenki and go for summons, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then you just go for Electro Charge, and then Xiao can clean up at the end. I mean, that's my idea. That's
It's
my
baffling.
idea.
It's baffling, but I'm so excited. I was hoping to see this deck in action because, you know, we've seen a lot of the same decks. In our round one, only 3 decks played in our best of 3s with the players swapping between them. Ting is bringing a very unique list here. No one else in this tournament is brave enough to play this deck. Let's put it that way.
We are going into, oh, there's the Kid Kuchirai. It is that deck. So Blep and I made an agreement, by the way. Every time that the Electrocube uses the rock, paper, scissors combo, we are going to play a game of rock, paper, scissors, and we'll keep track of who wins at the end.
Oh, yeah.
So
well,
Ting,
actually,
entertain us.
well, we have to do a first one for the cube appearing in first place. So.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, double scissors.
It's a tie.
Okay, it's a tie.
So it's gonna be a close game in here. This is our divination attempt to see what the outcome of the game will be as the players roll their dice. And Nahida with a very bad roll.
Ting is keeping the Electro, so maybe I was wrong. We're not going to go for Kenki at first, except all of those dice. We can't really do much with the Electro.
No, they really can't. Both sides rolling not particularly great. Oh, interesting.
I mean, 3 cryo.
Yeah,
but
3
starting
cryo.
with Xiao.
Starting with Xiao. I think, you know, this is a really, Okay, here we go. Leah, we gotta, come on.
Oh, rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, we did
why?
scissors
Stop
again.
picking scissors.
No, you stop picking scissors. All right, back to the game. Sorry about that, folks. What is happening? So, Nahida starting on Xiao here, I think is a concession to Ting going first and being able to open cube. Here's a really interesting play. No, quick swaps into. So here's the thing: if your opponent prepares a skill, and you swap off them, it cancels it. It is so evil. Ting should have known about this. He should have played around this. I'm very surprised he chose to open on cube against the Anemo deck.
So yeah, rock, paper, scissors, as Bleb was explaining, is a preparation combination. So basically, it's 5 cost, and then the Electrocube will do a series of
3 attacks.
And you have to stay active on Electrocube for it to use those attacks, and they go like 1 per turn.
Yes.
And so the fact that Sucrose threw Cube onto Kenki means that that skill is interrupted and it's basically gone to waste.
Yeah, gone to waste. Again, I'm very, very surprised to have seen that happen. You know, Ting, assuming that he didn't bring, you know, he knows how to play this deck, should have known that interaction. You know, that's a big waste of 5 dice. Using 5 Electro dice, also having to tune a bunch of cards in order to do that, to be able to use the Electro Cube ability.
Does have really good dice for Kenki, though.
Yeah, very good Kenki dice right now. Maybe he was anticipating that, baiting the opponent into letting him switch off of Electro Cube for free, but still a very hefty cost to pay with 5 dice used there.
And so we see Ting going for the Cryo summon first. Actually, when you play Kenki, the order of summons is very important. So Kenki can summon both a Cryo and Anemo summon. In the past, once you summoned something onto the board with Kenki, it was able to apply damage immediately.
Yep.
But that is no longer the case, and it was actually a pretty big nerf for him. But yes, the order is important. You do Cryo first and then Anemo, so then at the end it swirls the Cryo.
Yeah, and very good good play there by Nahida, having that Anemo Resonance card, being able to quick swap onto Sucrose to swell, and Ting doing the most annoying thing you can do to an Anemo player, switching back onto the character with no elemental application when the Sucrose burst is ready. You know, this is this is the pro gamer move. This is what you do against this deck. And Nahida's faces a very tough choice. Does he go for the burst and the talent on this turn, and also using and tuning a lot of dice, or does he wait and go back to Shenhe and wait another turn?
Interestingly, I see in Yahi's hand Sucrose talents. Did he start with that, or did he?
I think he drew into it, but this might be the matchup where you might consider using it because your opponent doesn't do a lot of damage very quickly. But yeah, we see the swap onto Shenhe here, respecting the fact that using the Sucrose skill here is probably going to take too many dice. So we're going to see a tune.
Tuning Liu Su and going for Shenhe Elemental Skill. This is...
Yeah, and this is a really good play. You know, a lot of damage going down on Kenki and refreshing the Icy Quills there. This also means that all of the opponents have Cryo application. So no matter what happens, Sucrose is guaranteed to trigger the burst with the talent next turn, assuming the dice.
Kenki is just going to go down, right?
Yeah, Kenki should go down. We might see a swap off to Kenki, but with that swell, he's probably going to die anyway.
But we're going to see double woven into Kenki burst onto Xiao.
Oh my
That's
God.
actually huge, by the way.
Oh, Nahida giving the surprise face, not
man.
expecting that. Ting, I love how calm Ting is through all of this. He's like, yep,
look, like the cryo's going to swirl onto the super conducts. Goodbye,
yeah.
Xiao.
Wow, a
Oh
one-hit
my
KO on
God.
Xiao. Nahida there being surprised by the double woven.
What a spicy match so far.
Very good. I think we're going to see a... Oh, actually, he's had a very tough choice because the Kenki summons, having been just triggered, will get to trigger again at end of turn. So whoever
Yes.
is in play is going to take an extra 3 points of damage. Nahida laughing to himself. This is kind of why you bring these strange decks, because your opponent has no idea how they function. Sorry, I can't get over how calm Ting is through this. Taking a drink of water, watching his opponents slowly get crushed under the weight of the cube and Kenki. Man.
So yeah, as Blep was saying, those Kenki summons at the end of the round, which it's about to be, both players are out of dice, will apply Cryo to Sucrose and then swirl it onto Shenhe. And
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, I almost wonder if like this whole game, Ting was playing around that, you know, starting with the Cryo Cube, landing the Electro on the first character, and then kind of baiting the switch onto Kenki, who he wanted to use anyway, you know, with a 9-dice turn.
That is so big brain, actually.
It is very big brain.
Because he knows, you know, Sucrose's skill will toss the active character in a specific direction.
Correct.
Like, you know which direction it's going to go in. And so, I mean, if Ting is anticipating that his opponent is going to play Shinamo, which Nahida has picked twice so far already,
Yeah.
it could be very possible that this was coordinated, like set up
It
in a
could
way
very well
where
be.
if you start with Cube, apply Electro onto the enemy,
Yeah.
Sucrose, you want to interrupt the
You do.
preparation,
You do. Yeah.
which we thought was already amazing
Yeah.
to think about, right? And it sends them into Kenki, like coordinated, like totally planned.
Yeah, and one of the things you'll notice on that Kenki burst as well, being a Nemo on that burst, it first swelled the Electro onto the 2 standby characters. Then when the burst triggers the summons, it was a Cryo into a swell, which applies Cryo to all of the back characters and triggers Superconduct twice because it triggers on both of them. So that's a lot of damage on one turn. Being able to take down Xiao immediately. And look how low Nahida's characters are compared to Ting. And Ting still has Xiao alive, and Xiao is very good at finishing characters off on
Yes.
3 or 4 HP.
And noticeably, so Ting switched back to Cryo Cube. Kenki is going to fall regardless with the swirl. There's no avoiding that. Kenki has done his job.
Yeah.
Cryo Cube, it doesn't matter if he dies, because look, he's
He'll
going to revive. He
yeah.
has a passive that lets him come back
It's
to
really
life. So,
And Kid Kujirai there on that turn, actually, you know, very interesting card added in 3.7. It gives you a free Omni dice at the beginning of the next round, but then it passes to your opponent, who then gets the next dice. So you'll see Nahida there with 9 dice this turn because, yeah, Ting gave him that dice as a sign of friendship, and all it cost him was a Xiao.
we might see Sucrose talent here, by the way.
Sucrose Silence, I think, is a little bit too slow. You know, Sucrose's burst only does a single point of damage, but we're still going to see it
It
anyway.
is, yep.
I think that swell does kill off Kenki, so it's probably something you want to do regardless. Yeah. Getting Xiao low is pretty important right now because you want to make sure that your opponent can't finish off your characters. Although, it's possible we might just see something on Electro Cube. Electro Cube might just be there to apply another instance of Electro. Those Kenki summons actually still very intimidating.
You know, the unfortunate thing, I'm looking at Nahida's dice, and he doesn't have a lot of cards to tune, and I feel like those cards are pretty important, too.
Yeah.
So we'd probably see the tuning of Tandoori Chicken.
Chicken, yeah, Ito card definitely probably going to stay there for a free card. But yeah, with his dice being so bad, it's going to take a lot to come back in this matchup. And Ting with access to a toss-up.
4 Omni with that toss-up and 1 Electro, only 3 unusable dice. And
Yeah.
let's see if he's going to do another... We can't really see it. Okay, so...
So it looks like he did start with another rock, paper, scissors combo.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
No,
Oh!
he did rock.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay,
so
three ties.
two. We tied
Three
scissors,
times.
scissors, rock.
Yes, this
Oh
is
my
rock.
god. Okay.
Okay, this game is unpredictable right now. So I really like this play staying on cube. There's nothing to swell there for Sucrose, because swell is going to be a lot of where your damage is coming from. And yeah, we're going to see a tune into a skill here. But the cube is going to revive, and even through the revive, it will keep its energy.
Noticeably, there was nothing swirled onto Xiao. Like, there's no elemental application on that cube. And the thing is, you know, swapping into cube instead of Xiao earlier on for Ting, it was really a good decision because that electro application is crucial for applying superconduct. And we see it right now, Xiao swirling the electro onto Shenhe, who had cryo on her. So superconduct and that's
Yeah,
brutal.
and we're going to see Shenhe end with a normal attack, but the summons, I believe, on Ting's side will finish Shenhe off by the end of the turn. So this
Nahida.
game one goes to Ting with the
Yes.
Genki Cube
Oh
Xiao
my
deck.
god! I told you it could have been a good deck. I told you. Nahida is
really
very
did.
eager to end that game, trying to end turn before he can even.
That was brutal. That was so
Ting-
brutal. And
Ting
look
with
how
the
calm
stoic
Ting
face.
is. He's shaking a little bit. So even he, I think, knew he got very close to losing that game. I really want to ask him at the end of that, did he plan around that swell? Because he knows it's coming, right? He, you know, if he plays the deck, he knows that interaction. He understands that swelling and taking Sucrose off of cube will interrupt the attack. But if he had predicted that far to know that, you know, Genki would be the one to be swapped to. And not only that, so one of the cool things is the reason that Nahida swapped to Xiao was because seeing those summons at the end of turn, if Xiao with the Electro takes that cryo hit from Genki, it triggers Superconduct, but it prevents the swell on the second Genki summon from activating. So he was playing around the opponent's summons, but he did not play around the double woven burst, giving the opponent so many dice and be able to use Kenki's abilities 3 times in one turn.
How often do you high roll and get double woven and go into like that? That was.
I mean, how often do you face Genki Cube Xiao? Right?
I guess if you're going against Ting.
Look, I guess if you build cursed decks, you get good dice rolls. I think that's get good cards. That's kind of the moral of the story here. You know, it's a little bit of, if you build meta decks, you roll bad. If you build the wildest decks, you roll the best.
Okay, so I mean, my question is, what do you think they're gonna play next? Do you think we're gonna see the same deck again, or do you think it's already ran its course?
I think Shenemo is a very strong choice based on what other decks are left for Ting here. You know, Nahida opting to ban the Freeze deck and the Pyrokeeting deck, 2 decks that are very good against the Anemo deck. You know, we do see that Ting is able to choose Quicken or a Superconduct Chong Raiden Razor deck. We know that Nahida has beaten the Quicken deck with Shenemo before, so we might see him stick to the same deck, anticipating that his opponent picks the Quicken deck. Because Quicken is what Ting won with in the first round, and you know, if Nahida had time to gather information, maybe he's anticipating that pick. I mean, honestly, I think he didn't anticipate his opponent picking the Electro Cube deck to begin with, and so I think that really is going to throw off his game. I mean,
I would be really interested to see Nahida picking the double Geo Raiden deck.
Yeah, that could be a good choice.
That is a deck that we haven't seen played yet on stage, either yesterday or today. Noticeably, Nahida's NEC, which is Nahida Electrocharge with Oceanid and Fischl, has been banned yet again. I mean, it's his namesake. I guess
is
it's
his
going to
namesake.
get banned.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know for a fact he hates playing against that deck, but of course that doesn't mean he's not
He
going
loves
to run
playing
it himself.
it. He hates
yeah.
playing against it.
Yeah, but that ban obviously taking it off the table. Very interesting what choices are. You know, in these high-level games, momentum and mindset can matter a lot. You know, you can psych out your opponents in different ways. I think Ting, with a very powerful move here, bringing in a very unusual deck and winning with it decisively. I want to add, like it was very. It looked very bad for a second, but that Magu Kenki burst in one turn turned the game so quickly that it must be devastating for Nahida here, and he must be kind of thinking, psyching himself out about what deck choice Ting might be choosing next.
And you know, I feel like we might see the Chongyun Raiden Core Superconduct deck from Ting.
Yep.
So talking about that deck real quick, let me find my little card here.
Yeah, we didn't see much of it in the last one, but I know it was a popular choice among the EU people. It just got banned quite a lot.
Yes, so today, 3 players brought a Superconduct deck with the Chongyun Raiden Core that features Shenhe, and 3 players brought this deck that features Razor instead. So it's double Electro versus double cryo. We'll see.
Yeah, and we see Nahida here with that Tenacity of the Millith, very much going to be the Geo deck. Slightly different iteration than the one we saw last time. So if you remember from the EU stream, we saw Zhongli, Oceanid, and Lawachol, I believe, as that slot. This is a slightly different iteration using Raiden instead of Oceanid.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason why we don't see Lawachol here is because, I mean, Lawachol, Oceanid go together well for the Abyssal summons. And, you know, I didn't mention this last game, but, you know, Maku Kenki and Cube also have the Abyssal summons resonance.
Didn't need it.
Yeah, we didn't see it come into play, but that's another thing we could have seen. But for this deck, so we might see Liyue resonance instead with the Ningguang and Zhongli. And then also, so this deck basically functions in a similar way to G-Oceanid, except it's, you know, focused more around Raiden's burst.
Yeah.
But you're stalling for Zhongli to get all beefy and tanked up. And as we see in Nyahida's hand, Vortex Vanquisher and Tenacity of the Millith, they're both there.
Yeah, I haven't seen this deck personally in play. Obviously, on top, we have a Quicken variant. You know, that third slot, Yae Tighnari being really the core, but that third slot being very flexible. We've seen Nahida, we've seen Terrashroom, and we've seen Kale all in that slot. But Nahida is probably the strongest choice here, but usually relegated to a different deck here. So this is probably the strongest version of Quicken you can bring, especially Nahida, I think, is going to be a little bit disappointed because I believe this is probably Ting's best deck against the Zhongli deck. Nahida's talent, skill, the All Schemes you know, does do piercing damage, and so it is going to be able to get through that Tenacity of the Millith that went onto Zhongli just now.
Interesting, we're seeing Tenchikaku coming out, and so one Woven is played to proc Liben. Those 3 dice will go to Liben, and Tenchikaku should also proc next turn.
Yeah, and most importantly, Liben is the one that goes first, so there'll be 2 Omni dice that counts towards Tenchikaku's 5. So Nahida only needs to roll 3 different dice there, Omni included, in order to proc Tenchikaku.
As for Ting, we see Yae's Elemental Skill coming out, and then a swap to Nahida with a 3-cost Elemental Skill. Raiden will take 1 damage from those seeds, left at 5 damage here. But you know, I know you said that this Quicken deck would be strong into that Geo deck, but I actually feel like this is favored in Nahida. Nahida's favor right now.
Yeah, it depends on the dice rolls here. Nahida definitely doing a lot to ramp early on, which is what the deck wants to do. He does draw both equipments, which is very, very key in this matchup. You need that Vortex Vanquisher. You need the Tenacity of the Millith. But he needs time to equip those. So this is really a race. Ting needs to get damage on quickly, kill off Raiden and Ning as quickly as possible, and leave Zhongli exposed to probably something like a Yae and Tighnari burst.
I mean, I'm just looking now. Those 3 Pyro dice are probably gonna go to Vortex Vanquisher equip onto Zhongli, if I had to guess. And
yeah,
I mean, then he's decked out.
Yeah, he is decked out. But again, you know, if you spend 6 dice on equipment early on, you really need to make use of that as best if you can. And you give your opponents a opportunity to kind of pile on damage while you're taking your time equipping equipment. So I think this is a really good start from both sides. You know, it looks like Ting is in a significant advantage damage-wise, but Nahida having access to both equipments this turn, probably also going to have a very strong start.
And as we saw, Nahida used, not Nahida, sorry, Ting used 3-cost skill onto Raiden and spread the seeds to the other characters. So that does hit their shields, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it is piercing damage every time a reaction happens, so it will go through Tenacity of the Millith. Lotus Script's going to Zhongli here. This will be interesting. If Ting has a chance to play some ramp cards, he may opt to ramp here, denying the Tenacity of the Millith trigger for Nahida there. But given his hand, I don't think there's a choice. This seems like a pretty easy spot to burst.
I think we're going to see burst here from Ting. And then, judging by what Nahida has in hand, I wonder if we're going to see Vortex Vanquisher.
Yeah. We'll probably see Vortex Vanquisher into either the Liyue
Resonance or maybe
Liyue Resonance or just a pillar.
3-cost pillar, yes.
Pretty good spot there, I think, Nahida. He's drawing very well. And Ting hasn't quite drawn high enough, I think, to put significant pressure onto Nahida here. So he's really thinking about this turn because that Lotus Crisp, I think, was a really big turning point. Very good play there on Nahida's side, putting forward Zhongli with a significant amount of shields, kind of just saying, come at me.
And you know, I don't know how I feel about Quicken. I know every player has been taking it nearly. Like, for example, today, 6 out of 8 players have brought Yae Quicken to this tournament, and I just don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not the highest or most effective deck operating at maximum power, but it's probably very consistent. It's got it's very simple to play as well, very straightforward lines, not a lot to think about. You don't need to always draw, the thing about the Zhongli deck, you really, really need to draw Vortex Vanquisher and Tenacity of the Millith, or else Zhongli is not powerful enough to stand up to a lot of cards, but you have a lot more flexibility with something like the Quicken deck.
And we just said Nahida switching from Zhongli onto Raiden, sacrificing Raiden in this case, and still proccing Quicken, but it's better than Zhongli taking that damage, right? I was actually wondering if he would switch on to Ningguang, but I guess he's sacrificing Raiden so he can go back to Zhongli.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Tenacity of the Millith equipped, you want to make sure you're using up those 2 shields every turn because they don't stack, right? Unless those shields go away, you don't get them back. So once you have that equipment equipped, it's in your best interest to put forward the character that has those shields and force your opponent to attack into it, giving you that extra dice, giving you that significant advantage of the 2 shields. So with that double equipment, Ting's going to have a really hard time fighting back unless he can make a lot of burst damage happen quickly.
And with Raiden gone, we will be lacking a lot of crystallized reactions from Nyahida's side, which is the only reaction this deck has. It's very similar to Geoceanid, where Oceanid spam summons, and then you put Zhongli's 3-cost or 5-cost pillar after, and it will crystallize at the end with the summons. But instead of Hydra summons, it's Raiden summon. So
yeah, it's a lot less reaction, but really the Electro there, the main purpose is just for that early crystallize. Like crystallize is a very efficient reaction defensively at the beginning, but once you have Zhongli equipped, you really don't need to rely on the crystallize. It's nice, it's very powerful, but this iteration of the deck obviously not quite needing to rely on it so much. So I think Nahida's a very good spot. Ting's put in a very tough situation. He has to think about his turns very carefully because he needs to do enough damage to threaten Zhongli sufficiently that he can't continue to make use of Tenacity.
I see Ting is at 10 dice. 6 of those are Omni, 2 of them are Dendro. That is pretty huge. And we do see... Is this going to be a slow or a quick swap?
That's a good question. I think it probably will be a slow... I don't see a reason to do a quick swap here unless you want to do quick swap into Yae to proc
I think it would be into Yae.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think he recognizes that the Yae burst might be one of his biggest sources of damage right now, and he needs to threaten Zhongli enough that Nahida chooses to swap off. So we'll probably see a Yae basic attack.
I feel like we're going to see a skill refresh because it stacks.
It does stack.
It stacks and then... Oh, no, normal attack instead. Normal attack instead.
Yeah, again, you don't really... So adding 3 stacks might seem nice, but if the game goes 4 more turns, then it's 4 more turns that the Quicken deck isn't winning, and that's not a good plan against the Geo deck. The longer the game goes on, the more shields you get from that Tenacity of the Millith. So I really like this play here, threatening the Yae burst. It's going to force Nahida to probably switch off of Zhongli, unless he doesn't think his opponent has something like Adeptus. Because the Adeptus burst here from Yae could be pretty devastating, but deciding to stay on that.
5 cost coming into play.
Yeah,
3
adding a
shield
lot of
points
shields.
coming onto Zhongli there. Yae's burst is dropping here.
Yeah. So going to consume that last stack there. Yae burst, very cool. If there's any Sakura remaining on the field, it will consume them for 3 extra damage at the beginning of opponent's next turn. But Nahida, knowing this, of course...
4 with the Quicken.
4 with the Quicken, of course. Choosing to swap over onto Ningguang knowing this. But look how low the characters are. So this is why I like that basic attack there. This play wouldn't have been possible if he had just refreshed his skill. It would have been 3 less damage, I think, across the board with the Quicken stacks and the basic attack.
Now you just think about whether to use Hash Brown, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Nahida still needs to think about these turns very carefully because the deck can win out of nowhere. Luckily for him, though, Ting, having drawn both Lotus Crisps, are not the best card in this matchup. They're pretty dead. The most thing you can do is probably prevent a rock, I guess. I forgot what to say. The Geo Rock from the heavens from Zhongli, but otherwise not very important in this matchup at all.
Yeah, so Hash Brown does go on to Zhongli, not Ningguang. Ningguang is going to be sacrificed here, and
everything for the Geo Archon.
Also, Leo Resonance coming into play, so those 3 dice will be turned into Omni and given back.
And this is kind of the pressure you want to put. I mean, look, this is Zhongli only left alive, and your opponent has 3 characters still alive with 21 total health, but it is still closer than you think because Ting has used up a lot of his energy. He doesn't have a summon active anymore.
Oh, that Geo-Res
Oh
could
my God.
definitely help a lot. So it's
Yeah.
going to stack even more shields on Zhongli's side.
I think the Nahida's very happy to see that Geo Resonance. You know, again, that Lotus Crypt last time was, in a couple of times before, was also very important. Each of those cards is effectively a 3 health heal
Yes.
for Zhongli at this stage, particularly because he cannot swap off. So I think, I really like Nahida's position. I think Ting hasn't drawn well enough in order to counteract the Geo deck unless he draws something more aggressive than Lotus Crypt. Like, I think he really needs a Adeptus Temptation somewhere along the line.
Now, I mean, I bet Nahida is wondering if Ting might have double copies of Ito with all those cards in his hand. He does not,
Yep.
but he might be wondering because that could be very lethal if, you know,
Yep.
say Nahida falls, you
Yep.
swap to Tignari, use Adeptus.
Yep,
I haven't
Adeptus
lost yet.
double Ito.
Times
Yeah, I
2
haven't lost
burst.
yet. I believe that would be enough. That's, let's see, that's 5
Almost
plus
enough.
the 3 for 8. And the all schemes, you know, sorry, the burst from Nahida is down, so no
Yes.
more buffing of the elemental reactions. But Zhongli at 10, I believe, will be able to survive that combo, maybe at 1, and it would use up a lot of your opponent's resources. So I think a basic attack is safe here, but he needs to make sure and do the math. Yeah.
Does
there we
opt
go.
for the normal attack.
This is
I mean,
good.
we know Ting doesn't have it anyway, but the players don't know that. So
No, so Ting always has it, though.
Tignari does come out.
Yep. Logical choice.
Yes.
Probably gonna go with a skill here, maybe with the Dendro, or the dice not really favoring Ting. We'll probably see a
Ting has
reroll.
a toss-up.
He does, yeah. I think he needs to toss up now. He may be waiting on that toss up just to use it a little bit later when his turn ticks down a little bit more, to give himself a little bit more thinking time. You know, time is a resource in these high level tournaments. There are a lot of different lines you can take, and there's only so much time you can use to decide on those plays.
Elemental skill coming out to proc that quicken.
Yep.
Also, Tignari gains 2 stacks where if he uses a charge attack, which is a normal attack on even dice, it will apply Dendro and also summon a Cluster Bloom. Oh, what was that? -2.
This is a bit of, potentially a bit of a risky play here, leaving Zhongli exposed. It is
This
gonna
is
put-
actually so good though because it's -9 onto Tignari, so he has to waste a turn swapping off.
Does have to waste a turn swap, that's true. Yeah, but I mean, he would lose to something like a quick swap burst, but there's a lot of cards out of Ting's hand. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good spot. I mean, there's really nothing you can do here aside from swapping to Yai here, maybe putting up a Lotus Crisp, eyeing that toss up in his hand. Definitely the time to use it now, because you need to do something with Yai. I think probably not anticipating that Adeptus Temptation there, adding all of that extra damage. But of course, if Nahida hadn't used it that turn, it probably would have been dead on any other turn. So very good time to use that.
Does get 4 usable dice from the toss-up, and we should see a swap into
Yeah.
go here.
Yeah, we're going to see a Lotus Crisp here. He has 2 Lotus Crisps, so this is a good time to use it. We'll probably see a Yai summon at the end of turn, but going into next turn, Zhongli is going to have Tenacity refreshed, and he's adding even more shields with this.
Oh my gosh. And he's still sitting on a Geo Resonance.
He is still sitting on
All
Geo
he needs to
Resonance.
do is play that Geo Resonance and shield himself. He's going to have like 7 shields
Yeah.
between Vortex Vanquisher, Geo Resonance, and Tenacity in the middle of it. Oh my gosh, it's going to be...
It's going to be a lot. Yeah. So Ting decided to summon the Sensho there.
Yeah, I don't know how much it's going to do, especially since...
I think you need to. You don't really have any other option because you need to keep applying damage.
That is true. And it's going to put that Electro onto... It's not going to hit through the shield, but it's going to apply Electro onto Zhongli, which will give Tignari a chance to do something. But I just think the thing is, like...
It's a little too late, yeah.
Yeah, it is a little
I think
too late.
Ting really needed to find time to equip that Gamblers that's been sitting in his hand for so long. You know, he's bound to kill off 2 characters, but neither of those resulted in a Gambler's proc. He had 4 more dice to work
6
with
Geo dice.
during an earlier part of the turn. It probably would have been enough to swing it in his favor. But, you know, without those additional dice, without a significant amount of ramp, and with Nahida just drawing very well, I think we need to realize how well the Zhongli deck here has drawn here, being able to get both copies of equipment so early, along with the correct dice to equip those equipments. So this has been a really, it's been a really uphill battle for Ting this whole game. He's done very well to hang in so far and put in a close fight, but this is definitely over.
Geo Resonance coming down for Zhongli to buffer those shields. 5 cost skill coming out, taking down Yai. Tignari does have his burst up, but 5 more shields left. No Electro on Zhongli. It's just, there it goes. Yep.
There we go. Zhongli making it look easy, surviving with 6 health and 3 shields.
So we are 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yet again?
Yet again.
Yet again.
That's how we like it,
Nahida
you know?
and Ting.
Yeah. And, you know, I think Nahida choosing the rock-solid combo of Geo, you know, to kind of steady himself after that strange deck that he faced in the first round, maybe throwing him off his game. But I think he must be feeling pretty confident now. You know, having played a matchup he probably knows very well, having played Quicken himself, knowing and playing against Ting probably in practice matches against the Quicken deck, realizing the strength of this matchup, you know, he's not able to choose that deck going forward, so he's down to, let's see, his own Quicken deck or going back to Shenmue. And Ting's 2 choices remaining now are going to be the Superconduct deck, which we haven't really seen much of on camera, or choosing the Quicken deck again. So we could have a mirror matchup coming up.
I want to see that again.
Yeah, well, the cube deck can't come up again because Ting had already won with it. So the only way we're going to see that again is if Ting makes it to the finals, and then maybe we'll see him bring out that secret strategy.
So, I mean, the double Geo deck is really showing how much it shines here, right? So, yesterday we mostly saw it in the form of Geoceanid.
Yep.
It just kind of dominates whenever it's played, apparently. And it doesn't really matter if you have Oceanid as the core or if you have Raiden. Like, the point is to build up Zhongli.
Yeah, the key character.
Shields.
Exactly. The key card choices there are not so much the characters. I mean, you obviously want 2 Geo Resonance and someone to summon and apply off field. But it's really the equipment, and Nahida able to draw both equipments there, so making a very powerful showing. And look, he's choosing, you know, the deck that he went very well with, the Shenmue.
Like it's both decks that have lost so far, actually. So yeah, Quicken into Shenmue.
Well, they both won and lost. You know, at this high level, decks, there's no best deck, right? Each deck has its goodness and weaknesses. Each deck can beat every other deck depending on its draws. But we've definitely seen this specific matchup before.
Yeah, they won in the quarterfinals, right?
They did,
like both players use these decks and won in the quarterfinals with them. But against each other using those decks, they have lost so far. So we will see. We will see who wins. Shenmue versus Yae Quicken.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see a lot of repeat matchups this, depending on how people choose to ban here. Because again, in this top 8 here, we have a lot of shared decks between the players. There's a very tight group of players who test together, play together often, and kind of have come to consensus on what they think the best decks are.
Now, the unfortunate thing is that Nahida did not draw any Cryo Dice, use Shenhe's skill, so it has to go with the normal attack for now.
This is really awkward too, because the last 3 Anemo dice also aren't going to do anything. I wonder if we're going to see a slow swap onto just a Xiao's skill to use up as much dice as possible. He must really not be happy with the start. This is probably the worst start you can have against the opponent's deck.
Yeah, I mean, Yahida's cards are pretty useful, but they'd be way more useful if he had drawn the 3 Cryo Dice to start with, right, for Shenhe's skill.
Of course.
Like, it is such a core thing in this deck, as we've said before, to use Shenhe's skill so then you can swirl it with either Xiao or Sucrose. So, the fact that Nahida is not able to get that off in round 1 really sets him at a disadvantage, considering, I mean, the meta is very fast. You know, we've predicted that a lot of these games are going to end by round 3, round 4, and, you know, Yae Quicken is no exception to that. So,
yeah, normally drawing those 2 Wovens and the Anemo Resonance would be perfect start for this deck. All it had to happen was, going for another basic
another
attack.
Normal attack coming in. Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
this is probably the best play I think Nahida can make, setting up for a Shenhe Burst, which again is very important as well for dealing damage. It may let him catch up with the lost damage at the beginning from not being able to stack those Icy Quills, but that's really going to add up for him. You know, we're talking about basically 4 or 5 damage that he hasn't been able to apply in the start of the round, and also no ramping as well.
now the question is, does Nahida end here? And he does. I think it's a good play, you know, trying to get the Cryo Dice for next round.
Exactly. We're probably going to see, so Ting has a choice here between starting the Quicken Train by swapping over to Tignari or Nahida with the last 3 Dendro, or setting down Paimon. If I was him, with the opponent starting so slow, I might want to push the aggression and just forego ramp and just go for a offensive start with Tignari.
I agree, and we do see maybe he's thinking about it, the swap onto Tignari.
Yeah, we'll probably see a swap either way onto a Dendro character to set up for next turn, but it will be interesting to see where those last 3 dice go, whether it be Paimon. It's probably Paimon, yeah.
It is Paimon.
You know,
I guess with Nahida having a very slow start, it's okay to
It is,
use
yeah.
that ramp. You can afford it, and it will buffer the next 2 turns of yours. So.
Definitely. Yeah, setting up for future turns, you know, like I said, with a slower start, you probably don't need a rush. And your opponent had very suboptimal plays in the first round, but Paimon is a very optimal play for you in round 1. So I think Tingsoft had a very, you know, it was only the first round, but Tings had a significant advantage already.
Nahida finally
Getting
getting the
the
cryo dice
dice.
he needs. Gonna use Shenhe first.
Yeah, we'll see if he can make a very big play. Oh, a second
Double!
cryo resonance.
Double Paimon too. So
Yeah.
all of those unusable dice can be converted for Shenhe's skill if he chooses to use it, which, I mean, it would benefit him greatly, especially since, you know, we see Ting swapping to Nahida, who does not have cryo.
Exactly. Yeah, doing the quick swap there, you know, taking advantage of the fact that his opponent wasn't able to apply a lot of cryo on him early and putting forward a character without cryo. This puts Nahida in an awkward position. I think we're just going to see a Shenhe skill. Here we go. Icy Quills being buffed by the Shenhe burst as well, but you really, really want that Icy Quills there because now Swirl does 3 damage.
Oh, it does too much damage.
The back. And we're gonna see a Nemo.
I think we're going to see Animal Resonance double woven. I think we're going to see some really big numbers coming out of the swirl here with both Shenhe Burst Up and Icy Quills.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. The choice now here is between Xiao or Sucrose. Gonna go for Sucrose. Putting onto Yae, I think this is the good choice. Again, Yae is the character that the Quicken deck wants to go to the least.
Tuning the Leo Resonance for
Look at that.
swirl, -3 across the board. That is painful. We're going back to Yae.
Yeah, you know, that basically looked like a Ganyu charge shot, but from Sucrose. You know, 3 damage to the back line. Not only that, but swirling that cryo. Ting in a very weird spot. Like, his characters look like they're on high health, but this is 2 more swirls. 2 more swirls, and every character he has goes down. He does have a Lotus Crisp in hand, but the damage is going to add up so fast, despite the slow start from Nahida.
And I really like how we can see both the strengths and weaknesses of the Shenhe deck. You know, we've talked about both of them at length already. With the Shenhe deck, you need to have the Cryo Swirl. If you have the Cryo Swirl, it's just going to continuously chunk at all 3 characters across the board. If you don't have the Cryo Swirl, then it tickles, you know, doesn't do much of anything. So that is the core of this deck.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big round for Ting. No, Nahida having to spend quite a lot of resources. Luckily, he has a lot of card fixing, dice fixing in his next round. So both players going to be a very strong start. Ting, though, with the Sealy there about to pop. Also with Paimon left for 1 more turn. Oh, a Gamblers.
And Tandoori Chicken, it's going to boost.
That's a really big draw.
Oh my god.
Nahida making a comeback after a not very great start. Kind of, you know, not being discouraged by having, you know, Dice of Cringe, bad dice in that first round, making the plays that make the most sense given his dice and cards, and then being able to draw back into, you know, very good hand. But both players here I mean, this game is still very precarious. One wrong decision here can be make or break.
Oh my god, I'm just reeling at the card draw. Tandoori Chicken and Gamblers is going to be lethal for Ting.
Yeah, and one of the things we see here, you know, we have the Nahida skill applied to all of the opponent's characters, but there hasn't been enough time to trigger it. It's a delayed damage source, so even though technically the 6 damage still accounted for on the board, it will take 2 more turns to trigger all of that damage. And Nahida might be able to finish before those turns are over. But very smart here, swapping over
to Nahida, who is the only character who doesn't have cryo on her. It's really the only thing you could do to save yourself here.
Yeah, we might just still see a Gamblers equip into Tandoori Chicken here with the swirl back onto Yae. You know, after you do that, both of the remaining characters are going to be on low HP, and so there's no more good swaps left, and they both have cryo applied to them as well. But Ting doing the best play he can. You know, this is what you need to do. If he had stayed on any other character, be it Yae or Tighnari, the game would be over.
I think it's just prolonging the inevitable, though, because that swirl is going to come if Nahida falls. The Gamblers could go onto Sucrose, and the Tandoori Chicken would come down, and Nahida would fall. Yeah. And, you know, Gamblers would refresh, give 2 Omni back to Nahida, and has a full... Oh?
Interesting. Going back to Shen here and equipping the Gamblers.
Oh?
So Icy Quills here is going to deal 4 damage.
Refreshing Icy Quills for the extra damage onto the swirl later. That's actually not a bad play. The Gambler's going on to Shenhe instead.
Yeah, I wonder if that even matters because the Shenhe Burst is already buffing the swell damage by 1, and with Tighnari at 4, it's still going to be 2 swells regardless of Icy Quills. 3, and adding extra damage to that swell doesn't change the math on that.
I guess it's just an extra buffer. I mean, Yahida can afford it, has a Woven in hand, has Quick Swap as well, so I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting play. I think personally I would have stayed... might have actually fast swapped onto Xiao there to equip the Gamblers onto Xiao, being the one more able to utilize that. So we'll see if that decision ends up playing out. Either way, this is still going to be put Nahida in a very good position. Both characters here are very powerful. Now he basically has to decide, does he want to swap Yae off or stay on Yae, who is threatening a burst here?
Well, Yae had to take out Shenhe there, so Nahida got a free swap onto Xiao, and Tandoori Chicken is just going to leave Tighnari at 1 HP.
1 HP. Can
this
Tighnari
looks
do it?
over. This looks over.
I think it is. Nahida making out a stage a very good comeback here with the deck. Ting having a lot of ramp in his hand, but not enough aggressive cards to do anything with. But he does have the I haven't lost yet.
Coming in.
Is going to be able to kill Xiao.
Maybe? No, it's -5 because there wasn't Electro on Xiao, it was Dendro. Right. So the Quicken Stack did add 1 damage to Tighnari's burst. It does not quite take Xiao down. The send-off protects Tighnari, but it's just, it's not Xiao falls to Yae's summon, but...
Yeah, and we do know, of course, that Nahida is starting the next turn there, so he is not impeded at all from taking out Ting. So this first semi-final is going to go to Nahida as we just roll the dice for good measure, see what they want. Maybe Ting's going to... No, he's still going to try and roll the correct dice. I thought maybe he'll just re-roll everything.
Oh, Ting.
Too bad. Very well played there. The Quicken deck does have some good draws, but I don't think it came out there. Nahida very effectively able to weather the bad draws from the first 2 games and turn it into a victory, going 2-1 against Ting.
Yes, and Ting fell. I mean, I thought Ting was favored to win this matchup. And he put on quite a good show with the first match with the Kenki Electro Cube deck that he played. And I think we should throw to our hosts now.
Yeah.
Hello, yes, thank you so much to our wonderful casters. Where are you going? We have an interview to do. Get your butt back here. My goodness, the people want to know about that one. What an incredible series there. Congratulations. That was you got the revenge, if you will. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about that match. Now, my heart started hurting when I saw Nahida have to face Nahida. Again, twice. You had to put her down to win. Was it even worth the victory?
I'm sure she'll forgive me.
I do hope so. So let's talk about that match in general, my friend. Comebacks galore. That last series, after that first round, it was looking pretty stressful from your end. Didn't really go your way, but the comeback was pretty good. How did you feel about that last match?
I think I was pretty lucky to draw Tandoori Chicken. That definitely helped me alongside with Gamblers. So I'm really grateful for that draw.
Absolutely. And with that, I hope you do know you are going to the grand finals, right? You are going to be one of the best North American Genius Invocation players in history. How does it feel to make it that far?
I'm pretty excited. Whoever my opponent's going to be is probably going to be very strong, so I'm looking forward to a great match.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you. It was an absolute pleasure watching you perform. Now you may go, my friend. Thank you so much. And there you have it. Yahida, surviving so long. That cat really does have so many lives, and Prince could not be happier to have the cat still in the tournament. However, we still have more tournament to go, my friends. Another semifinal coming your way. So don't go anywhere. And by the way, in case you like this show or maybe you want something to improve, you should be seeing a QR code pretty soon here on the broadcast. Go ahead and give that a scan. Let us know how you're doing and let us know anything we can improve on, because we truly love your feedback. And some feedback for you guys. Keep watching. Keep staying around, because we're going to throw to our wonderful casters. They're going to talk about that last match, and we'll get ready for our next semi-final.
Thanks so much again, Slacks. And so, let's talk about that best of 3 real quick. So we saw Shenmue played again by Nahida twice. It again went 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he really believes in that deck and knows how to play it. And despite losing in one game with it, not being discouraged, knowing that it's a strong pick and that he can maybe make it up in the second game. So obviously the correct decision, being able to go 1-on-1 in both games, you know, and then that third game with such a bad round 1 dice roll and still managing to come out on top.
Yeah, those two normal attacks in that last match there, round 1, were just kind of painful to watch. You know?
It was, yeah.
It's nice to watch high rolls. It's not nice to watch low rolls.
Yeah. Still, this is gonna be an unforgettable game.
This
with the
match was
Pyro Cube.
absolutely amazing, and you know the results of our rock paper scissors match. We are 3 ties.
3 ties, and you know 2-1. That probably goes to show that that was accurate. These are very close games.
The double Geo Raiden deck really showcasing its strength here against that Yaya Quicken.
Yeah.
And in game 3, Yaya Quicken did not come out on top again.
No, did not come out again.
Despite having the round 1 advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case, Nahida again drew very well, having both equipments on Zhongli as early as turn 2. It's a very tough spot from Ting to fight back on. You know, I think, you know, if you talk to him, definitely he'll understand that he might be slightly favored if the opponent doesn't draw the right cards, but in that case, they did.
Yes. And you know,
that's swell.
Being able to get off Shana Burst and Icy Quills together in round 2 might have actually been what Nahida needed to come back.
Yeah.
And I do feel like that swap onto Shana there to sacrifice her and then going to Xiao here and swirling like that, just
very good place.
It was very good. It was set up so well.
Yeah, and I think this even goes back to the round 1 play. I mean, it looked very innocuous, but it was a very good choice to do the normal attacks there.
And here we have the semifinal bracket. So, of course, we played our first semifinal match. Nahida went 2-1 versus Ting. And soon we are going to see Robot Wizard versus Shan.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the upcoming match. Robot Wizard, you know, if you've been following at all the NA circuit, is a very well-known player. Has a lot of finishes.
Yes, so Robot Wizard placed first in Tavern's Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 tournaments, and also placed top 4 in the Season 1 of Astro Carnival.
Yeah.
That is probably the best record we have from a player in both EU and NA so far.
Oh yeah, I mean, he went consecutively top 1 and the only player to have won being first twice, and it's not easy, right? Like when you're playing such high competition, getting to first, it means you have to win game after game after game.
Exactly.
And it's very much tougher than you might think. So being able to finish twice consecutively is such an important accomplishment. I mean, hopefully he lives up to his titles here. Don't want to put too much pressure on him, but I'm very looking forward right after we take our break.
Yes, and so we will throw this back to you, or to the break, and then back to Slacks.
Yeah, see you in 10 minutes.
See you.
Travelers, welcome back yet again to the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup Invitational North American semifinals. We already have one of our players, the powerful Archon themselves, Nahida, heading over to our grand finals. But the time is approaching for us to find out who their competitor will be. It's been a heck of a journey, so many qualifiers, so many games, and so much Genius Invocation. I feel like I've learned 1,000 new things, and I hope you have too, but you're about to learn a lot more as I bring for you a little bit of magic on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the only person in the building who has pulled off a sweep, a 2-0. It's Roboto Wizard. Bring the Robot Wizard. Oh. Beep booping indeed. You would think a robot and a wizard would have no emotion, but this is quite the opposite of the case. Look at the swag, look at the swagger, look at the smile. Look at the incredible man standing before us. Robot Wizard, everybody, coming for his opponent. Congratulations, the only person with a 2-0. However, they must face off against someone that perhaps they were not expecting. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to the stage, Sean! Sean's first game on the main stage as they survived the games in the back. And now we have the pressure of being here in the front, my friends. Sean, such an honor to have you up here. Congratulations for making it this far. You're up against the Robot Wizard. I'm sure you've been watching the other games. How does it feel to be here now?
Pretty exciting.
Fantastic. Now, we've seen a lot of Yai Quicken. I mean, this is good. You said that you hate stall decks, right?
Yes, I wasn't expecting a lot of stall because we are in a mid-range and aggro decks meta. But yeah, I mean, I like this meta a lot.
Well, that's good to hear. You seem to be quite good at this meta. How do you feel you'll be faring against the Robot Wizard?
He's a strong opponent. I played against him a few times before. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. I know I didn't mean for that to come off as intimidating, but that just scared the hell out of me. You just said good luck to you. I'm afraid for you, sir. Robot Wizard, how you feeling going in this semifinal?
I am extremely nervous right now. I feel my heart beating right now.
No, you got a cool, calm exterior. You look robotic and wizardly. I believe it. It's a little, nerve-wracking to be on the stage, but do you trust at least in your cards?
Nope.
What? Dude.
I think Shan, I was planning for one of my kind of off-meta picks to get through and to hard counter a couple of Shan's decks, but then he banned it. So now I'm extremely nervous about what I'm actually going to be able to win with.
Well, we have made it this far to the semifinals, and at this point, decks, luck, it doesn't really matter because it's all about skill. So please, share some of those skills in your hands as you shake. There you go. The power is distributed to your battle stations, to your chairs, and we are about to get into the semifinal match. One will be going home, one will be going to the grand finals, but you will be going here to click on our QR code. Maybe here? Yes, about here. Scan this QR code. There you go. Tell us how we're doing and tell us if you've been enjoying your show here today. Guys, don't go anywhere because you're about to see the best decks in all of Genshin Impact Genius Invocation as I passed it to the two best casters that are currently casting this game right now. Over there, let's take it up for our semifinals.
Thank you so much again, Slacks. Really love his energy.
Big energy there coming out from the main stage.
So, I mean, Sean is a rather newcomer to the competitive scene, at least. We haven't seen him participate in many tournaments so far.
Yeah, not at least ones that we've looked at, yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, Robot Wizard has a very extensive record, as we talked about before the break. So, I mean, that doesn't say much, though.
No.
We don't know how these players are going to play. And maybe Sean is a wild card. He's going to totally dominate the scene. He's made it this far. He defeated the quarterfinals, and he's into the semifinals now.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard, when we spoke to him, definitely he's nervous against playing against opponents he hasn't played with before. He's very familiar with a lot of players on the other side of the bracket, but both players that he has to get through to get to the finals on his side are players that are a little bit more unfamiliar to him.
Yes, and so we heard Sean say that he does not like stall decks.
Yeah.
And Robot Wizard was talking about how he brought a rather off-meta deck to surprise his opponent. But, I mean, that off-meta deck seems to have been double Hydro Ito
Double Hydro
stall.
Ito.
So Kokomi, Barbara, Ito, Kokomi and Barbara would be healing, and Ito would be the DPS later on once you beef him up, kind of like Zhongli.
Yeah.
But it was banned.
Yeah.
It was banned.
But funny enough, it was the deck that we briefly saw him defeat when we cut to him in the quarterfinals. So he knows how to defeat it, but he very much believes the strong pick. But we see his first choice deck right here.
Yes, this is a Chongyun Raiden Super Conduct with Shenhe. So second cryo instead of the Razor as we've seen before in Ting's build. So
I think this is a stronger pick for this deck, but you'll usually see Shenhe in the Anemo deck that, you know, we saw Nahida pilot 4 times to great success. So the fact that he chose it here in this slot means he does not have access to that deck.
right away we are getting into the match. So I don't know if we saw the deck that Shan would be playing.
Not yet, but we're going to have it revealed pretty soon. Looks like he does have Liyue
Shenemo.
Residence. A
Shenemo.
Shenemo. Okay, so a Shen v Shen.
Shen v Shen.
Shen v
Shan playing Shen.
Just the Liyue versus Liyue.
I mean, so we have seen Shenemo's strengths, we have seen its weaknesses. We kind of know how this is going to play out. It seems to be one of the top picked decks of this tournament, especially today.
Yeah, 5th time we've seen it on camera here, and very interesting, starting on Sucrose.
As for this deck that Robot Wizard brought, I mean, we know it's pretty powerful, but
I think this is the preferred, and we haven't seen the specific iteration, but the plan is very much the same. You know, as you mentioned before, the more common way you see this deck is with Razor in the 3rd slot, but Razor is mostly a flex slot, and the core is Chongyun Raiden. So we're going to see Raiden start here, followed up by Chongyun taking the field. Very standard starts. Here we go. This is why we have the Sucrose start off from Shan's side. Makes sense a lot now. He drew into
swap into Shenhe, 1 point towards her burst, and now she'll be able to use her skill. I mean, I see rainbow dice, but I also see a Paimon in hand, so...
Yeah, so I think we'll be okay. You know, Paimon, he can also, because it was able to deploy Li Xiu and gain that energy for 2, he is going to have access to either Liben or even the Liyue Resonance to end the turn. In fact, he could even double ramp here and give himself an incredible second turn, depending on what Robot Wizard decides to do here. Because
Robot Wizard opting to play Sealy, using Paimon to convert Omni and playing Raiden's skill. It's pretty standard start.
Pretty standard start. So the one thing I like about not using Shenhe scale here is you know your opponent's going to swap off Raiden onto Chongyun, so applying the cryo here is not super important. We're going to do it anyway. I think still a very strong start. You know, your opponents are going to be playing around your cryo application anyway, so you want to put it on as many characters as you can.
Yes, and we will see the swap from Robot Wizard onto Shenhe instead of Chongyun. Maybe?
Maybe. He's also got Liben in his hand. I think he's also considering, does he want to put Woven out now with Liben or swap preemptively?
Yeah.
I think I kind of like actually just Liben end the turn, going first next round and then swapping at the beginning of next round, although that does play into the Shenhe burst quite well.
Well, you don't know. We don't know what kind of dice Shan has, or if he has Liben or Quick Swap or Woven or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he could have Animal Resonance and swap into Xiao or Sucrose. We don't really know, right? Chooses to swap into Chongyun.
Yeah, so what we might see here, although the dice may not, you know, this turns off the Woven into Liben play, because obviously adding a second cryo dice is not going to give him the right 3 different dice for Liben. But we might just see a Chongyun skill here, so both sides getting off a very aggressive
Chongyun skill. And so, with this Chongyun Raiden core, we kind of know how it works, right? So Chongyun's Frost Field is very good for applying cryo. It infuses normal attacks with that cryo, and so Robot Wizard can swap onto Raiden and just normal attack.
To apply another one. And yeah, this is the perfect way to execute this deck. You know, again, Raiden is not very good at getting that second point of energy for her burst, because you don't want to skill twice. It's not like Yae's skill that stacks, you can only use it once.
Yes.
But with Chongyun on the field there, he's able to make use of a second cryo application for additional superconduct, and that's probably what I see. And look at that dice on Shan's side.
Oh, it's beautiful. And we
So
do see the
beautiful.
Shenhe burst coming out. I suspected this would be the case, you know, ending on Shenhe with Liben. It's going to boost that damage just a bit more.
Yeah.
And
this is the perfect opening from Shan's side. So Robot Wizard playing around the quick swap Anemo. Shan doesn't actually have it, but of course he doesn't know that. You know, this denies a swirl. We're probably going to see Shan do a slow swap, because Shenhe probably isn't who Robot Wizard would want on the field right now. He might just play into whatever is going on and stay on Shenhe for the duration.
And looks like we're going to be swapping into Sucrose. Changing shifts will reduce the cost of swapping by 1.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much I like this. So we saw when Nahida was piloting this deck, you know, staying on Shenhe, even though it may not be the most optimal play for damage, but being the most optimal play in order to spread cryo. Really,
I think this was the good play from Robot Wizard, though, because, you know,
yeah.
Shenhe, only character with no cryo on her, right?
Yep.
So this way she's able to use her skill. It builds up her burst, and also the Icy Quill will boost the cryo damage whenever, you know, he does go back to Raiden or Chongyun. Or, I mean, you can even apply cryo with Shenhe's normal attacks in this case.
Yeah, I mean,
Shenhe could solo this.
Robot Wizard definitely is making the right plays. You see him continually swapping back onto Shenhe, even being after forced off of Sucrose burst, making it a point not to expose cryo onto Sucrose. But what I'm saying is Shan might have been better staying on Shenhe because that was the strategy that Nahida used to kind of come around on his victory. You really need to prioritize that cryo application, and with the Shenhe burst on the field, her skill actually does quite a lot of damage. 3 damage being buffed and refreshing the Icy Quills. I think that would have been the better play. You know, right now, he is going to get access to the Sucrose talent card, but if Robot Wizard can prevent the swell, the Sucrose talent is not very threatening.
Yeah, and as we can see, there's just no swirl coming out at all. We are going to see Shenhe burst coming down -3 due to Icy Quill activating. Only 1 stack left on the Icy Quill. I wonder if we'll see a refresh before he swaps off. Might not be necessary, though.
Might not be necessary. I mean, so Robot Wizard can't prevent, without a send-off in his hand, he cannot prevent the swell from happening. It will happen regardless at the end of Shan's turn with the Shenhe burst into the Sucrose burst. So that would infuse the Sucrose burst, and with the talent card, that's an additional 1 damage to the swells on top of the 1 with the burst. So we're going to see once again, you know, similar to our round 3 in the previous semifinals, a 3 damage swell coming out pretty soon.
Yes, and see these summons play out. There's going to be Super Conduct onto Shenhe, left at 1 HP there.
Yeah, quite disposable at this point, but Super Conduct is one of the best decks at finishing off 1 HP characters, of course. Oh, 2 Woven in Shan's hand and a quick swap. So he's got a very good setup to do a surprise play on Robot Wizard here. So Robot Wizard is going to have to play very carefully and anticipate these fast swaps and hopefully make use of the gamblers in his hand.
I do see Robot Wizard has gamblers, as you said. And he's going first as well.
Yep.
So I think we're going to see Shenhe fall and gamblers refresh.
Yeah, I'm not sure though you want to actually move off of Shenhe here. This seems like the perfect opportunity to gamblers and into Shenhe's skill.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and that's probably what we're going to see here. With a second with the normal attack even, actually that's even better. Reducing the cost by 1, saving him that extra dice, but getting 2 back in return. So a very efficient turn out of Robot Wizard here.
Yes, so Chongyun's Frost Field ran out, so it's not a cryo attack, so it's not going to use up that Icy Quill.
Oh yeah, actually a benefit here. So probably not planned, but definitely a mechanic to be aware of. And he's going to have 7 dice left to work with for his turn, which is 2 more attacks. But we know he has another Gamblers, which is an extra 2 dice.
Yes, and Shan is thinking hard about what to do, because unfortunately, Shenhe still has no cryo on her.
I mean, again, this is a very, very intentional play by Robot Wizard, staying on the character without cryo in order to completely mitigate the extra damage from the ice. And now we're going to see another Gamblers go off, killing off Sucrose with the attack.
Yes, Raiden just has the normal attack.
Yeah, normal attack here for 3 damage, getting rid of the Sucrose there and refreshing 2 more. And the burst is up.
Burst is up now, yes. I mean, wow.
Yeah, Xiao might be able to take out... No, I think he's 1 damage short. This is going to be 5 damage with the... or 4 damage with the Xiao card. But you might still want to do it anyway. Get that swirl onto Chongyun, putting him at 3.
Normally when you see like normal attacks, just physical damage from characters, it's because, you know, the player ran out of dice they can use, right? It's normally not a good thing. But Robot Wizard has really utilized them in a good way. Like,
yeah, it's been very, you know, he's been into these high-level tournaments before. He's been in this seat where there's a lot on the line, and he thinks through all of these lines. But yeah, here we go. This is probably the best player here. Equipping that Lotus Crest to prevent any damage from the burst on the Xiao. Still holding on to the double woven. We might actually see a surprise double woven after this turn. And I think Robot Wizard might not be able to... might not be able to stay alive. You know, he has to think that his opponent is on 1 die, so he has 1 more attack left, but or no more attacks left. But we know with that Woven and then the summons at end of turn are going to finish off Chongyun. I think you have to burst here.
This is actually looking pretty bad for Robot Wizard.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. I think he is 1 or 2 dice short. You know, you need the Raiden Burst here, goes down to 1 dice, but you need an additional 2 more dice in order for Chongyun to burst. And that would mean either a double I haven't lost yet, but without that, I think he's dead on board.
No, I actually...
Yeah.
I wonder if Liban would actually be the play here. It sucks to end on 4 Omni 1 Cryo, but like you don't really want to hit through that.
Yeah. I mean, his best play is going to be Liban and turn, but again, he doesn't know that Shan has 2 Woven in his hand, and he's thinking like, does he have 2 more dice? And yeah, so he's ending his turn. He's shaking his hand because he knows if his opponent has it, he's dead. He's going to see the first Woven. He's going to know what's coming. That second Woven is going to seal the deal. Yeah, look
he's
at that
shaking his head. He knows it's over.
Yeah. You know, again, give these players a lot of credit. He knows that he would be dead there to the double Woven, but there's really nothing else he could do. You know, there was a very good draw from Shan's-Hide. That was really the Anemo deck executing at maximum efficiency there. And Robot Wizard tried his best to play around all of the elemental applications. And
you know what's interesting to think about? Like, we saw a really bad start from the Shenhe deck, actually. Yeah. You know, like, Robot Wizard did everything right by staying on Shenhe, who had no cryo on her. Like, he was playing around it, right? And Shan was still able to pull off the win in the end. Xiao just...
Yeah. I mean, there's only so long that you can hold off the Anemo deck from applying cryo. I think Sucro's talent there made a huge difference. You know, it really mattered in that matchup, is one of the key cards. And despite coming in a little bit late and infusing a little bit late, it still managed to make a difference there. And Xiao being able to finish that off. But of course, Lotus Crisp there, very important there. And, you know, Robot Wizard just being short a couple of dice, while Shan having those 2 extra Woven dice. And, you know, a lot of these games comes down to who can execute 1 more skill than the other player in the final rounds.
You know, Sucro's talent card is just another source of damage for that deck, just as well as Shenhe Burst or Shenhe Skill.
Exactly.
So, I mean, Shenhe is very much core to the Shenhe deck. That's why it's called Shenhe. You don't really want to use other characters in the deck these days. But, like... Sucro's talent can still pull its weight when necessary.
When necessary, I mean, you have to draw. It's not the best against certain matchups, but maybe this matchup is slow enough that you can make use of it. But yeah, Robot Wizard did everything it could to play around it, but again, if the deck draws well, and if your own deck doesn't draw or roll quite enough, it will still go in your opponent's favor.
So who do you think they're going to be playing this next upcoming match, Blep?
So obviously Shenhe is now off the table, so the 2 decks left we have on Shan's side is going to be a Geo deck, 2 Geo decks, an Itto deck or a Zhongli deck. So we'll see which variant of Geo. I see Pyro.
I see Pyro Res. Is that the double Pyro Itto deck from Shan?
It is. I've seen this deck in action once before. It's very fun. There's a cool trick you can do with the Bennett talent here. Maybe we'll see it now because we see that Bennett talent card in hand. It could be very good against specific matchups, and you get basically infinite hash browns.
I see Shan is rolling away Pyro Res and Bennett talent. Why?
Okay.
Oh, no, okay. I wonder what his plan is with that. As for Robot Wizard, it looks like he's going to try again with the Super Conduct deck. And you know, we saw this happen with Nahida twice in a row, where he played a deck, lost, and then came back with it stronger.
Right. Yeah, and you know, I think Robot Wizard definitely I'm betting this is the deck he was maybe anticipating being able, maybe getting a ban over the other deck, but definitely thinking it's a strong selection now. I am very interested in throwing that Bennett talent there. You know, if Shan knows this matchup against this deck, he might know that there's not enough time to execute a Bennett talent. But it's very surprising. That talent card is just so good at, you know, healing and dealing damage when you draw it. Oh.
5 Omni! Oh my god.
What a good roll. Shan's struggling there as well with tanking over his dice rolls. I mean, thinking whether he wants to use Pyro at all.
Oh, rolling one of those Pyro away.
Yeah, it does get the 3 Geo. You know, he was rolling for that 3 Geo for the Itto skill there, so it is going to be able to get that. But very interesting to see the start on Itto here. Yeah, unusual to do this. You know, usually you want to see Trigger and Elemental crystallize there on that first Itto hit, but going to forego that in favor of just starting off those strength stacks right away.
And we see Robot Wizard starting off with a Chongyun's Frost Field, probably going to swap into Raiden for her skill and start normal attacking. Does have a Woven in hand, so could get her burst up and ready for next turn. Maybe we'll even see a swap into Shenhe for her skill. Not sure, but probably Raiden. Probably
Yeah,
Raiden.
it's probably going to be Raiden. Interested to see, he might just choose to swap using Li Xiu and skill and then threaten the burst right away, going very fast against this deck.
Yeah, that's very
That's
true.
probably the only reason you would start on Chongyun here over Raiden.
Yeah,
is
normally
because
you
of Li
start
Xiu.
Raiden.
Yeah.
Normally start Raiden, put her skill up, and then swap to one of the cryo characters. So that could be the right line here. Liu Su down onto Raiden, and then
Yeah.
use her skill, and then her burst is ready to go for next round.
And he uses his dice perfectly, 5 left for that line, so waiting to see what his opponent does. Shan here probably going to slow swap to a Pyro character and then use a Bennett skill or maybe 2 autos with Yoimiya, depends. I haven't had a chance to play this Itto deck very often, but we'll see what the play is.
Looks like he's hovering over Liu Su. It is going to come down, and are we going to see a swap onto Bennett or Yoimiya? I think Bennett.
I mean, Bennett makes no sense, but he did throw away that Bennett talent, which makes me think Bennett talent may not be a priority. He might be trying to rush Yoimiya talent in order to get her burst up as soon as possible. It is going to be
It is
Bennett.
a swap onto Bennett. And I'm really curious, like, Pyro Res and Bennett talent gone.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. Pyro-Res makes sense a little bit. You know, I think you really want to be drawing ramp cards at this stage, but the Bennett talent really does surprise me. We'll have to ask him about that at the end of the game and ask maybe about the reasons behind it.
Liu Su is coming down using the last Geo to swap to Raiden, and the 3 Omni should go towards her skill. So we know how Robot Wizard's turn ends.
Yep, we definitely do. And I think Shan can anticipate that as well. And not much you can do about it. He's going to be able to get that Raiden skill off. And that Li Su on both sides, getting a very efficient way to charge up the bursts on each team.
Yes, and also Ushi is going to come in for the crystallized reaction.
Yeah. You know, the only reason I think about throwing away the Bennett talent is maybe for Shan, the damage here doesn't matter so much, and he is going to rely on that Bennett talent with Yoimiya to just heal rather than do damage. And so the damage portion does, in fact, he'd rather draw a ram. He's drawing that Bennett talent again. Perfect draws here by Shan, throws away the Bennett talent, only to have it come back the turn before he uses it.
It's a blessing.
It is a real
trying to
blessing.
get rid of it, and it comes right back.
I mean, is that Bennett's good luck or is that Bennett's bad luck there? Because I don't know. Maybe Bennett is just, oh wow, 5 Pyro
Oh my
dice.
god, okay, so it looks like Bennett is not actually unlucky today.
No, Bennett is very lucky today. Shan's in a really good spot. I mean, Robot Wizard does have Raiden Burst into a Chongyun Burst here, so he can pile on a lot of damage in one go very quickly. And that is kind of the way you want to deal with Bennett's talent, right? Like every time your opponent uses a skill, you know, you can heal, but if you can do all the damage in one turn, it does mitigate that a lot. So Shan there, looking over his dice, thinking about what he needs this turn, because 4 dice for the Bennett talent only leaves him with 4 dice left to use.
Yes, and it's as you said, so Robot Wizard will be able to get off Raiden's burst, and will have 2 energy points to both Chongyun and Shenhe from that burst. And, you know, it'll really be up to him to figure out what line he wants to play. Maybe he could play it slower and swap to Shenhe and use her burst, or he could go to Chongyun and burst someone very, very heavily, right? So, it could be a lot of damage this turn coming out of Robot Wizard.
Yeah, I kind of like staying on Bennett here. I would say you're going to lead with the burst. I think that's the obvious play. You know, you're not going to have built up energy on Bennett without using the talent here. So here we go, using the talent. Raiden is going to respond with the burst most likely, or not. Okay.
So we see the swap onto Shenhe instead. The Liu Su using up its last charge, going towards her burst. I guess Robot Wizard is thinking he wants to keep Raiden alive, or maybe he's swapping to Shenhe. He's gonna swap back.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a swap stall play. So he realizes any damage he does, putting the opponent, you know, Bennett down to anything below 6, is going to get healed right back up. So he's playing around his opponent's game plan by saying, no, I'm not going to deal my damage just yet. You're going to have to use up your dice or your swap first.
And then Shan can't respond, right?
Exactly.
So.
But if Shan slow swaps here, it may not matter in the end. He's thinking about it. He did play changing shifts, and now he's changing his mind. You know,
happens. It happens.
Yeah, it does happen, but there's so many things to consider here. We might just see a normal attack, but very interesting. He chose to play that changing shifts first. Luckily, it will stay on until he decides to swap again. But he's gonna go with the Bennett.
Tuning into Bennett's elemental skill 5 onto Shenhe, also pyro application. But I mean,
you can see him kind of like reaching up on his face, and you know, I think he didn't calculate that turn quite right, because he's left with 1 dice, but he also has that extra changing shift dice. So I'm wondering if he's thinking maybe he should have used the Vanessa card to give him an extra dice that round, or if there would have been a better way to make use of that last dice. But notably, you know, he Robot Wizard with this swap stall has denied his opponent the heal, 2 points of healing from that Bennett Burst.
And it looks like we're not going to see a swap back onto Raiden for her burst. Shanna has her burst up instead. I mean, Robot Wizard is sitting on a lot of options right now. So we see Lotus and Hash Brown for food. One provides a shield, one provides healing. 2 Cryo Woven Dice. Who's trying to join? We're in the middle of a match.
You just want to get onto these celebrity feeds, I guess, but...
And then double ramp, so Paimon and Lieben.
Yeah, I mean, he has 6 dice to work with, so we could see a snipe off Bennett here. Definitely going to lead with a Shenhe Burst. That's going to apply Cryo and let the summon from Raiden do an additional Superconduct. So this is definitely the start of the play.
Yes, Icy Quill making it -3.
He's hovering over the Wovens. This is the big question. Does he double Woven into a follow-up skill to finish off Bennett? Although Bennett should go down actually on this turn.
Bennett should go down from the summons, especially with the Icy Cool stacks.
Yeah, so I guess he's thinking who he may want to Hash Brown or... Yeah, or he has the option of doing double Woven into Paimon. That's probably a bad idea.
Could also swap to Chongyun.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, does he want to Hash Brown this turn or does he want to swap? Who is the most disposable character here? I'd have to think Shenhe going down isn't a big deal, so I would maybe think to stay on Shenhe here and hope your opponent is forced to kill her.
You could Hash Brown Raiden in that case.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, if you swap onto... Yeah, we're going to see the Hash Brown onto Raiden. I think that makes sense, you know.
It really depends on the math of, is it going to make a difference for Raiden to be on 3 versus 5 HP? And it looks like Robot Wizard, having done the math, is going to say, yes, that is worth it. Putting Raiden back up to 5 HP, leaving Shenhe out, exposed to whatever character comes out from Shan's side. Who will it
We
be?
do see Bennett fall to the summons. Perfect math.
Yeah.
Perfect math.
I mean, he is a robot. I don't know how good wizards are at math, but they must be pretty good.
Science and technology meet fantasy.
Yeah.
Robot Wizard.
Yeah. I mean, Shan's bring out Ito here, so when Ito comes out, you know that the deck is gonna kind of pop off. The Bennett Burst is up with that Talon card, you have to remember. So Ito is gonna have a lot of dice and a lot of turns this turn. So we're gonna probably see, I think he's counting his dice to see if this will put him into charge attack, and it puts him into 9 dice. He might equip Gamblers here into an attack, and that gives him the charged attack.
We do see Vanessa coming out. I know some players use this card. I have never seen it. I don't know the benefit of it, because it gives you 4 random dice. You use 3 dice, and then it gives you 4 random dice. It's not Omni or anything like that.
No, it's a very niche card. You only use it in... so I think the best way to think about it, it pretty much behaves like Parametric Transformer, but you don't need to wait for it to come out.
Yeah.
It uses 2 dice. Instead it uses 3 dice, give you 4, just like Parametric goes from 2 to 3. And it's also random, but you don't have to wait for it. And it's really only used in decks that rely primarily on auto attacks and normal attacks, like the Ito deck, because you don't need so many of a single element.
And I feel like if you had toss-up or something with that card, it could pair pretty well, because, you know, we see Sean's dice here. He didn't actually get lucky with the 4 dice generation.
I mean,
nothing usable.
Yeah, toss-up definitely would be good, but you know, you're not really rolling... if you're using the Vanessa card and you're relying on specific dice, you're probably putting it in the wrong deck. You really don't care about what those dice roll. You know, you're going to roll 3 dice probably that aren't usable of a different element, and the goal is to take those 3 dice, roll it into 4 random ones, which you also don't care about. But maybe you get lucky and roll 1 or 2 dice that are the correct element. But not the case here. No Geo dice left for Shan, with only 2 cards left in hand to tune.
Meanwhile, we do see the toss-up coming out of Robot Wizard. Let's see if he's lucky with the dice gacha.
Yeah, hopefully he is. He needs to capitalize on this turn where Shan's dice rolls are very bad in order to make a comeback. Because Shan, you know, I think he's going to be forced to tune the Gamblers and the Woven.
So Lotus coming on the Raiden. Are we going to see a swap?
Yeah, we're going to see a swap. We're probably going to have Raiden execute Burst. It's a very good chance to do that because Shanhe is already at 2. And with 2 cards left in hand for Shan, I think Robot Wizard's pretty comfortable making this play, knowing that Raiden will at least survive this round.
And it's really unfortunate that Shan is not in a position to respond. The dice are just so bad, and tuning either the cards he has in hand is just painful. The
really
Pyro
is.
or the Gamblers. I mean, I'd probably tune the Pyro dice first.
You'd have to... the Gamblers is going to be so critical when your opponent has 2 characters and left on so low health. So tuning the Woven here is going to be the play. This gets you a charged attack, super light of strength with Oh, no Crystal Axes. The Ito burst is not yet up.
Yes, and we're gonna see Raiden's Burst coming out. Super Conduct onto Yoimi as well. Boom.
Boom, and that's going to put Chongyun onto 9. So that Chongyun burst is very much going to be saved to snipe off either Ito or Yoimiya, possibly this turn. I think Shan is a very dangerous spot, you know. He sees his opponent is on 2 dice. If he doesn't play around the double woven, Ito could go down this turn because he might be tempted to make another attack with the gamblers they're tuning for the next Geo.
Yes, and I mean, Chongyun's Burst only costs 3 Cryo Die. We see Robot Wizard sitting on 2 Woven, so all it would take is playing double Woven, spending 1 to swap, and then bursting someone down.
Yeah, honestly, oh yeah, very heads up, they're going to swap to Yoimiya, and this is probably best, even just to stall for the turn, just see what your opponent does. And yeah, Robot Wizard going to swap to Chongyun here.
Going to swap without using the Woven, probably, to throw off his opponent.
Yes, you definitely want to save those Wovens until just before you need them. So this is going to be a slow swap onto Chongyun.
We see Nyahida at the bottom watching his future opponents play.
We're going to see if Shan swaps... Well, actually, Shan's in a really tough spot. He has to either end the turn or swap back onto Ito and basically be killed by a Chongyun burst. So he's forced to end the turn here. We might just see a Gamblers equip onto Ito and just hope that Yoimiya survives next turn.
And unfortunately, Bennett's Burst is also going to not be active next turn. It just really looks like a tough spot for Shan.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard able to execute the game plan perfectly. You know, I think a lot of that comes with that Shanhe swap early on.
Yes.
Kind of foregoing the natural rotation of this deck in order to put out the Shanhe burst, realizing, oh, and it's going to expose Ito. He's going to play right into the double woven burst from Chongyun.
Skill, just skill, right? Skill's enough to take him down.
Yeah, he thinks, you know, he very much thought it was a safe swap, probably based on the amount of dice his opponent had. But with Ito going down with 3 energy before he's able to use his burst.
And skill is honestly the optimal play here for Robot Wizard because that burst does so much more than his skill, and also having the skill up means he can swap to Raiden or Shanhe and still apply that cryo with normal attacks, right? It's just optimal.
I totally missed that, you know, we still had the Shanhe and also the Icy Quills up, so I think this is just an unwinnable position for Shan. You know, there's nothing
unwinnable, I think,
There's nothing he can do with Yoimiya to block 7 damage coming in from Robot Wizard or kill Chongyun before that happens.
Yes.
And Robot Wizard having all he needed was 3 Cryo Dice. He got there. Shan, you know, I'm gonna say end with Yoimiya's skill or something and let it be done.
Normal attack.
Yeah.
A vengeful normal attack.
Vengeful normal attack.
Take that.
And Robot Wizard there fighting through the Bennett talent. You know, I think a lot of this matchup comes down to how you saw him play when his opponent threw down the Bennett talent. If he had attacked in that situation and did damage and allowed his opponent to take that extra 2 points of healing, that could have swung the matchup very much in favor of Shan there.
And you know, we have seen this happen multiple times today where we see a player come in with a deck, lose, and then play it again, and then win. And this is no exception. Robot Wizard taking the win from Shan. They are now 1-1. One more game will determine who is going to go on to the finals and face Nyahida.
Yeah, and we'll see if Shan decides to play the same deck. I mean, I think pretty much every player that's gone 2-1 so far has played the same deck twice. You know, losing once with it and winning once with it. We've had, when we talked to Ting earlier, he played Quicken twice. You know, we know that Nyahida has played double Anemo twice, and now we have Robot Wizard here playing, what is that, the Chongyun Superconduct deck twice as well. So all of these players seem like they have a preferred deck, or a deck that they're very comfortable with, and they believe that they can play that deck better twice in a row than switching around and trying to maybe like next level their opponent or like throw them off by picking a stranger deck that they're not used to.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So, what do you think they're going to be picking going into this last match of the semifinals?
Game 3, interesting. So looking at the options for Robot Wizard here, he has access to Nahida Electrocharge, that was not banned, and also the Quicken deck. You know, the Nahida Electrocharge deck, consisting of Nahida, Fischl, Oceanid, it's been the talk of the NA circuit. If you talk to these players, it's the deck that they're most afraid of because when it rolls well, it just rolls you over.
And we know Nyahida picked it, like he brought it with him. 6 out of 8 players actually brought that deck today, and it has been either banned or not picked. And Nyahida was banned against him twice. It's his namesake. We want to see it played, but maybe it's going to be Robot Wizard playing it instead of Nyahida.
Who knows? I guess these players don't quite trust their dice enough to rely on a deck that needs to high roll. High roll, of course, being rolling, you know, with Nahida talent and Oceania talent, you want 5 of the same dice, and that can be really tough to actually execute in-game without some luck.
Yeah, so the thing is with Nahida Electrocharge, this deck, by the way, it's called NEC by players. It's Nahida, Fischl, and Oceanid. So Fischl and Oceanid are a core from a previous meta deck called MMEC, which features Mirror Maiden instead of Nahida.
Right.
And in that deck, it's double Hydro. So you have the Hydro Resonance.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's a rainbow deck. Rainbow essentially means that you have 3 different elements. So you don't have the elemental resonance that you would normally have in the old build.
Exactly.
But Nahida's seeds, her elemental skill, are very, very powerful.
Very
It's honestly probably more of a powerful deck than MMEC is right now.
Much more aggressive of a deck, right? Like
Yes.
it's focused mainly on dealing damage fast. You know,
Yes.
Oceanid kind of has 2 modes, right? It has a defensive mode when it rolls a shield, puts up the summons, and slowly chips away at you. That was the Electrocharge deck we were used to. This Nahida version is more about getting those aggressive summons, putting in the damage early on, and using those seeds to spread it out and apply even more backline damage and piercing damage.
And with, MMEC in the past, Mirror Maiden, Fischl, Oceanid, you have the Hydro Res, and that card heals.
Yeah.
And also you'd play Lucky Dog Circlet, so
Yes.
it's just healing
Yeah.
whenever you cast a skill. You summon something, you normally start Fischl, you use Fischl skill, you swap to Oceanid, and you just summon things and try to just do damage across
Do it
the
all.
board. Yeah. It's the summons that do most of the damage early game.
Yeah.
And so in
Yeah.
this case, it's going to be Nahida's
Skill, yeah.
skill, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot less healing in the deck, and you can see how different the deck builds are if you kind of look at these players' lists. The healing versions do run a lot of those healing items. Nothing like that at all in the Nahida version. But not having access to those extra dice with Woven is a little bit of a hit. We saw Robot Wizard just in the last game use those Woven to great effect. Your opponent doesn't always know they're coming. They plan their turns around you having 1 or 2 dice remaining, and then you surprise them with that extra 2nd or 3rd dice in order to snipe off a key character that they're not looking for. And that's exactly what happened there in the last round on Ito.
We might not have that, but we might see something like, Tenchikaku. Maybe we will have, more dice fixers in a rainbow deck. You kind of have to compensate for the lack of elemental resonance.
Ooh,
And
I
it looks
see
like we
Vanessa.
are going to get into this final game of the semifinals between Shan and Robot Wizard. I do see Vanessa, you're right.
Yeah, I see Calton's Arts and Adeptus Burst. I believe that means we are on the Nahida Electrocharge deck.
Yes!
You do not run those decks.
I
It's
wanted
the
to
first
see it.
time on camera. So we'll see. And Shan, again, like we said, picking the same deck again, noticing trusting the power of his deck choices. So we didn't see the the infinite hash brown from the previous match. It's a really funny combination where you land a Bennett talent, you swap to Yoimiya, and you can keep using her skill, and every Pyro dice you spend will continually heal you for 2.
Yeah, because
for as long as you want to do it.
Yoimiya's skill infuses her normal attacks with Pyro, and it's 1 cost, and it's just 1 Pyro dice. So basically, you're spending 1 Pyro dice to heal her continuously with Bennett's Burst.
Yep.
But I mean, Shan just wasn't able to set things up the way he would have needed to execute something like that. Also, he had to choose to sacrifice Ito early on instead of Yoimiya, and Ito was really the DPS of this deck as well.
And I think it was the wrong matchup to do that anyway. The Superconduct deck with Chongyun, particularly, a 7 damage burst is not what you want against that, because you can't heal past 7 anyway. So your characters, even with infinite hash browns, are going to be exposed to that burst no matter what.
And if you look at Robot Wizard's board, this is actually perfect. So as we were talking about, you need dice fixers in a rainbow deck, and he has 2. He has 2 toss-ups. He also has 2 gamblers. He has Adeptus, and he had the perfect dice too. He was able to skill once with Oceanid, got George, our beloved frog summon, which provides a shield, and then he can swap to Fischl and use her. It's just perfect. It's perfect.
I think he definitely would have liked to see Ramp a little bit more, than these cards. But this isn't a bad start. He's going to start the reaction train going pretty early. It's a little bit early to be drawing those gamblers. He much would have preferred to draw a Liban or a Paimon card here, but this is still a very strong start.
I do agree. Normally, you want to see Ramp in your first turn, but I mean, I think this start isn't bad because you're guaranteed to not have terrible dice with double toss-up, and that is really crucial with the Rainbow deck.
Yeah, and we're seeing Shan here with a slightly different opening. If you remember, he opened with Ito in the last round. This time, opening with Bennett instead. I think the burst here is way more important in this round. The damage being so spread out, you can definitely make use of Bennett's heals. and maybe it was the Infinite Hash Brown, but he has to draw that talent. Let's see if he gets lucky or unlucky enough to draw into it.
We do see Sean using ramp and ending sooner. Only one dice going to Lieben. Ooh, Vanarana for Robot Wizard. I really like Vanarana's card.
Yeah, new addition. Do you want to tell the viewers what that does?
Yeah, so Vanarana is basically a 0-cost card. It will take up to 2 dice. It doesn't have to be 2 dice. It could be 1 dice. And basically give them back to you at the beginning of the next round. It doesn't convert them or anything. If they're bad dice, you just kind of get bad dice back. But I mean, with dice fixers like Toss Up, or if you run Tenshikaku, which gives you an Omni dice if you have 5 random elements, it is actually pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. We've seen a lot of decks start using it, especially the quicker decks that maybe don't want to run some of the other dice fixes or ramp cards. You know, you can save up some dice on a turn where you otherwise would have wasted them, all for the low price of 0. It's probably why, I mean, it's the same reason why people love Lieben so much. Anything that says 0 is just instantly a hit.
And I wonder if we're going to see a double summon from Ocean, or if we're going to see a single summon.
Yeah, it'll be a double summon. I think Robot Wizard specifically swapped back to Ocean in to try and plan for the double summon here.
Double summon Lieben.
Double summon Lieben.
Double summon Lieben pass.
I think that's probably the best play. Yeah, there's really nothing else you can do. We'll see. Oh, and interesting that Sean has done his switch off of Bennett.
I was right. We are going to Ito. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You got 3 Omni, 2 Geo. Maybe he's going to try to... Ushi? Ushi coming out?
It is going to be Ushi. He is going to delay that Bennett talent 1 turn. So interesting choice there. We might see him swap back to, probably go to Yoimiya at this point. Because a lot of damage is going to come in from the summon. So 2 from George, 1 from Oz, proccing Electric Charge. That's already 4. And then 5 more from the summon. So yeah, we have 9 damage coming in from the 7s at the end of this turn.
And this core with Official Ocean, it's just so strong on its own. We haven't even seen Nahida come out. Like, this is the core of the Electro Charge deck with Ocean. It's just... summons so much damage.
Oh, and one thing, I think, Sean has not yet ended the turn. Okay, because I'm saying he is about to overdraw with Lieben there if he ends his turn without using any more cards. I think he's counting it right. Yeah, look at him go. 7 plus 2 plus 2 is 11, so he would burn 1 card.
I feel like Parametric Transformer might be good to play at the end of the round. What do you think?
If you play it now, though, you do deny yourself the Lieben. So it's a matter of, do you want those 2 extra cards from Lieben, or do you want the dice from Parametric Transformer next turn?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you're about to overdraw, I would go for Parametric Transformer.
Yeah, overdrawing not the biggest deal, because, if you... It's an often misconception, but in a random card game, it doesn't matter if you burn usually a card off the top of your deck. It's a random card. It's just as likely that you don't draw it. The only thing that matters if it's like a key card in the matchup, you feel really bad for burning it, but he's going to let that burn happen. I think that's the right play, because that Lieben is more important.
We'll see what he gets.
Yeah, you mostly want to save Parametric Transformer for the turn that you're already comboing and not so much setting up in another turn, because depending on what the opponent does, you might actually wait another turn, but we're probably going to see a Bennett Burst come down this turn and then be utilized next turn.
I still feel like Parametric Transformer could have been a line to play, because, I mean, he has ramp.
Yeah.
He had Paimon ramp. I think he could have just procced it on his own.
Yeah, it definitely is a good a line to consider. We didn't see what card was burned there, but one card... Oh, here we go. Maybe... No, we didn't see what card was burned there. That's okay. I think the dice here is more important. This is going to be a big turn with 12 dice with an active Bennett talent.
I see a lot of Omni and a lot of good dice for both sides.
Yeah.
Pyro and Electro.
Yeah. I really... Robert wasn't thinking about the summon here. I quite like the summon because it puts Oceanid up to max energy and leaves your opponent with a Yoimiya, which they don't want to be. So unless your opponent has a quick swap, they get put in a really awkward spot, which opens them up to an 8 damage Oceanid Burst.
I feel like you could also swap... I mean, yeah, you could summon and then Oceanid is threatening Burst, so then Oceanid would have to fall here, right?
Which isn't very likely, given how your opponents play. Without that Bennett talent, if Bennett talent was on the field, I think Robot Wizard wouldn't have taken this line. But because opponent isn't threatening much damage, he's really kind of putting the question to Sean of like, do you want to stay on Yoimiya and do you have a fast swap? And the answer is no. So he's going to have to actually sacrifice Bennett or do something with Yoimiya here. And we might actually see him skill Yoimiya just to delay.
Yeah, I was going to say, could use Yoimiya's skill here, which might be the best thing to do. I feel like Yoimiya is kind of here to stall in the first place.
It is, yeah.
So she'd be doing her job for sure. The thing is, like, it doesn't really matter who Sean swaps to, because the depth is in hand. and I think he's gonna fall. We're also gonna see Electro Charge onto.
Yeah, so I guess Sean here not really caring about the Bennett burst here, telling Robot Wizard that it doesn't matter if Bennett goes down, and you know, asking him to take Bennett out here, giving him the free swap into Ito. But Ito, you know, he does have one I haven't lost yet in hand, but that's not going to be quite enough to get Ito up to maximum burst range. So we'll see what Robot Wizard decides to do. I think it's too tempting not to do.
I think you gotta go for it here.
Yeah, you have a very efficient turn here, using up all your energy, doing the burst. You know, you're not overkilling by much. Your opponent's not going to let you do that on Ito anyway. So this is such an efficient use of your damage that you just have to go for it.
You see, he's thinking
And Gamblers
if
as
he
well.
wants to tune the ramp, and I think he will because it doesn't really make sense. You're not going to be playing ramp anymore at this point in the game. And then it will be 9 damage onto Bennett, Electro Charge onto Yoimiya and Ito. Who will Sean bring out now? Yoimiya!
Yeah, we might just see another stall on here with the... Oh, that's really weird. Gonna slow swap onto Ito? Oh, I see. So I think he wants his opponent to go off of Oceanid. So potentially swapping onto Yoimiya, then slow swapping on Ito so Ito doesn't have to attack Oceanid. And forcing Robot Wizard to be really awkward because he's already got a max board of summon, so he can't just stay on Oceanid and summon again.
Well, I mean, like, all Robot Wizard would have to do is swap the Official and get Oz out, and then that's a ton of damage from summons at the end of the round, right?
Yeah,
so
but swapping to Oz does expose one of his... I think Robot Wizard needs to be thinking, does my opponent somehow, with an I haven't lost yet, is he able to combo me out on this turn and one turn kill me? You know, that's a big...
I don't think so, because I mean, like, there's just no way. Double I haven't lost yet. Official still has the shield from George as well.
Does, yeah, the George is a big factor here. That Parametric Transformer is ticking up. I think Robot Wizard looking... I mean, look at the board. I have to be thinking my opponent taking that line has to have an I haven't lost yet. So what happens after they play it? Ito's going to burst. Parametric Transformer is going to pop. So it's going to put Sean back up to 3 dice. If your opponent has... No, Gamblers wouldn't really do much here. I think
going for Oz anyway.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard thinking about, you know, if I haven't lost yet matters here. It probably doesn't.
Oh, those are really good dice, actually.
It was really good dice.
I haven't lost yet coming now. Ito's burst is up. It's going to fall onto Official. -4 through the George shield. It's gone now.
Yeah, one of the things Robot Wizard, you know, really would have liked to see here is a Woven. You know, if he was not running a Rainbow deck, a Woven here for an extra dice, for an extra skill would be very big. But that being said, the summons at the end of this round are going to be so huge. If I was him, I'd probably swap back to Oceanid here, maybe put a Lotus Crisp and tank whatever damage is coming out of your opponent here.
Looks like Lotus is going to go on the Nahida and Vanarana coming out. So I think he anticipates that Official is going to fall here, and then he will bring out Nahida after.
Yeah.
To soak up whatever leftover damage is left.
Very interesting play not to swap that. Basically saying, you know, he's trying to respect the opponent having a Gamblers, and that is why the Lotus Crisp is on Nahida there. You know, even if Official goes down to a Gamblers, it's not going to let Sean able to continue chaining his attacks. And we're going to see the summons at the end of this turn just deal a tremendous amount of damage.
And Nahida does come out. We'll soak up the last damage from Ito here, and also, I mean, Ushi's going to hit her, but those summons are going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Sean doesn't really... There's no really point to use any attacks here. We're probably just going to see a Hash Brown. We might see a swap back onto Yoimiya. That is probably the best... Oh, no, he's going to use a Chicken.
See, the thing is, Ito's going to fall to those summons. Electro Charge is going to be proc twice.
So that's why I used the Chicken there. So in order to save himself an extra dice, we will swapping back onto Yoimiya. This is the best way to avoid reactions. You tank the 3 Hydro hits on Yoimiya. Although Yoimiya is going to go down. Yeah, so Yoimiya's going to take all of the Hydro hits.
Yes,
and then
all of the Hydro.
Ito's going to take the last Electro hit. So this is a beautiful play by Sean, making the most of preventing the opponent's reactions, preventing all of that Hydro aura, and letting the Oz take the hit on Ito, which already has a Geo.
One Omni is going to be going Robot Wizard's way with that Vanarana. Timmy's coming up a little too late.
A little too late, Timmy. Yeah, you gotta grow up faster than that. Gotta feed your pigeons a little bit earlier in the season.
Oh my gosh. I mean, everyone just likes to go on the bridge and take them out anyway.
You think we'll see a pigeon card anytime soon? Just like literally pigeons?
Card?
Yeah.
I mean, pigeons right now are counters, not cards.
It's true. It's true.
Maybe we'd see a pigeon card. Do you guys want a pigeon card? The audience watching at home, say in Twitch chat if you want a pigeon card. What card do you want to
Pretty
see?
great.
Look at the Omni dice for Ito.
Yeah.
5 Omni, 2 Geo. It's actually
This is
the
very
perfect
close.
roll
Yeah,
for
I mean, Ito can pile on the damage very, very quickly. I think Robot Wizard would love a Lotus Crisp right now. I mean, he used it last turn. It might have been a
Yeah.
little bit early. You know, I didn't quite catch how much damage the Lotus Crisp prevented there at the end. But definitely wishing he had another one now. Yeah, probably need to go for the Nahida skill here. But Ocean...
I mean, proccing Quicken here is like one of the worst things you could do.
Yeah, there is one more stack of Oz, but it may not matter if Ito has enough defensiveness. And we'll see, there is a Hash Brown in hand, so we'll probably see him play the Hash Brown. So Ito goes back to
That is
5.
the best thing to do. Also, noticeably, Sean is double woven. So
Yeah,
I mean,
double woven
he
gives
is
him 9 dice.
And also dice fixers with Paimon. So like, he's not at a disadvantage in terms of dice count.
No, Sean definitely has all the dice. I mean, honestly, those double Paimon cards are not good for him right now because he doesn't need them. So if they had been anything else, yeah, he's calculating whether Parametric Transformer makes sense here. Let's see if he plays 2 Ito Burst.
Oh, we're about to see some mind games if he plays Parametric
6.
Transformer.
I think you want to play it here because Ito Burst is still up and you have one more Superlative Strength stack. Assuming your opponent does a elemental attack against you, which is very likely given the opponents only do elemental damage, you should be able to get the Parametric Transformer to proc at the end of your next
I
turn. But
actually feel like we're going to see a swap onto Oceanid.
we probably will. Oceanid is not the one you want to end up on. You probably want to make him tank another hit. Because there's really no utility out of there anyway. Although we could just see Robot Wizard tune the rest of his hand for a double summon and just hope that the Shield Frog is going to be enough. Because, you know, that's the only defensive card he has right now is that Shield, and he's guaranteed to get it. So we could see Robot Wizard... Oh, he's 1 dice short, so he can't actually swap to
that
Oceanid
-5 is so
with a Hash Brown. Yeah, and that Parametric Transformer ticking up. So I actually think...
I feel like we're going to see a swap on Oceanid because he wants to
Yep.
avoid feeding that Parametric Transformer.
Exactly.
But the thing is, Sean is sitting on another Woven. So.
That Woven isn't going to be enough because I believe there's no more stacks of Superlative Strength on Ito. So Robot Wizard needs to swap to Oceanid and then tank another hit and then... Oh, but if Oceanid, does he go down? I think it's 1 damage short, right? It's 3... Because it's not a Superlative Strength attack, it's 3 damage and not 4. Yeah, Sean might be 1 damage short here, although the burst is there.
I wonder if feeding
think
Hash
it's
Brown to
Woven Burst?
Oceanid would
No.
have helped a bit.
So I don't think you want to do that just yet, because you actually kind of want Oceanid to die here. It probably won't matter if Robot Wizard has it calculated correctly, in that Sean can only deal 3 damage to him here with the stacks. But yeah, I think Robot Wizard doing a very good job of playing around Parametric Transformer. I think Sean might be regretting playing that this turn. Had he not played Parametric Transformer, it might have given him the 2 extra dice to finish this game, but he slightly miscalculated the amount of times he would have to trigger it, and that might have cost him the game here against such a close matchup.
Well, I think the problem is that Nahida is... Well, I guess you'd end turn. You wouldn't want to attack Ito with Nahida, because Nahida's a catalyst. There's not going to be any physical damage dealt. You don't want to proc Parametric Transformer, so you'd probably end if you're Robot Wizard, right?
No, so you would slow swap back onto Nahida. You basically want to stall...
Well, Ocean's going to fall
it's gonna
here,
be
and then
5,
it's
okay.
only going to be Nahida. So to avoid Parametric Transformer triggering...
Oh no, but he's got...
Oh? Wait. Adeptus
He's got the
Burst.
Adeptus Burst, yeah. So that's going to be enough.
We're just literally tuning everything, not even using toss-up. It's literally just Adeptus Burst. Oh my god.
Well, with
Okay.
1 dice left, yeah, I totally
We were too
missed.
focused on the math, trying to
I know.
figure out all the charge attacks and everything. We weren't even like... Oh my god, congratulations to Robot Wizard for finishing 2-1 in the semifinals, going on to the finals to face Nahida. That was a very interesting match. I feel like we were counting dice a lot there.
Yeah, we'll discuss it later, but let's toss back to the main stage
Yes.
here and have the...
Holy moly, that one, you just tossed everything that you had to go get that final point. How are you feeling? What an exciting end there.
Oh, yeah, I was very, like, my heart, like, I did this thing at the end there, and I could feel my hand shaking behind my head. Like, oh my God.
Well, you made it. It was an incredible comeback. All right, let's take some time to talk about unless, well, it was pretty stressful for you. Round 1, Series 1. That was pretty rough. Lost that one. Can you tell us what happened there? And then we'll talk more about this intense match.
Oh, the Shenhe game, right?
Yes.
That was actually, so that was the Shenhe deck was the deck I had the Ito deck to hard counter, except for the fact that my opponent banned it. So it was, I wasn't very, I was pretty sure I was going to lose with that, against that deck no matter which deck I picked. So I was okay with the loss, but it came to, I was shaking my head a lot near the end of the match because I realized that I had a way to win that match. I could have, when I got swapped onto Raiden near the end of the game, I could have fast swapped to Chongyun and skilled Sucrose, and then they couldn't. I was holding the fast swap because I thought they could swap me out Chongyun, but the last character was Xiao, and now I'm realizing that he had a Lotus in hand anyway, so I think it might have still lost, but the game definitely might have been a lot closer if I found that play.
Absolutely. You lost me at Raiden, but no, I'm just kidding. No. That was an incredible match that we saw. Now, okay, I got to talk to you about that last game. That was nuts. Did you think that it would be that close? I mean, it really came down to the wire.
I thought I was going to lose at like round 3-ish.
Really?
When I saw the I haven't lost yet on the Ito into Burst, I was pretty certain I was going to get killed, but there was no gamblers in hand for Shan, so...
All right, well, put that out of your mind. Forget about that match, because my friend, Mr. Robot Wizard, you are headed to the grand finals to go face off against Nahida, the cat himself. 9 lives Nahida has had. Do you think that you're going to be doing okay in this one? Can you do it? Can you take him down?
I mean, I trained him for the past few days, so I mean, I'm pretty sure the student can't beat the master, right?
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is the lore I've been waiting for. Thank you so much. Please go, get some water, get your heart rate down. I'm excited. I hardly even can comprehend what I'm seeing here today, but we will find out soon. Who shall win in our grand finals match? Will it be the master? Will it be the student? Will it be you watching at home, stealing all their decks to torture everyone that you meet online? Yes to all, my friends. We will find out soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break for the grand finals. Off to the casters.
Thanks so much, Slacks. I mean, we will be hitting the break soon, but first let's talk about that best of 3.
Yeah.
So I know Robot Wizard was saying he was kind of nervous considering his slightly off-meta pick with the double Hydro Ito stall was banned out, but in the end he was able to secure a win with NEC.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that last match?
I mean, first of all, we definitely broke the record for players bringing the deck twice and having it win the second time. You know, Robot was able to defeat that Ito deck on the other side.
Yes.
The second time as well. But yeah, watching the highlights there, very close games all around. You know, this first game by Shan was such a dominating performance by the Anemo Swell deck. We've seen this in action so many times.
And this was the round where Sucrose wasn't really able to swirl early on, but still Shan came back and showed the strength of the Shenmue deck.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we see this double Pyro Ito deck twice in these next 2 games, and they weren't really showcased very well.
No. I mean, in this one, it definitely was that, you know, that double woven surprise there with Chongyun onto Ito.
Yes.
You know, Robot Wizard applied a lot of pressure to make it so that Ito was exposed early on, not able to execute its combo, you know, not having access to that Bennett heal on Yoimiya either, and not a very, this is probably the least close game we've had so far with 9 total health.
And then this match, we were sitting here counting dice, like trying to figure out a parametric transformer. Are they going to swap? Are they going to trigger it? Like, is he going to be able to do his charge attacks? Like, how does the dice calculate? And in the end, it just ends with Nahida tuning everything, not even trying to use the toss-ups, going for the Adeptus burst onto...
Yeah, slightly miscalculated, you know, the status there on the Ito. He has a lot of icons on him on the bottom. One of them was a superlative strength stack, so that was able to give the 5 damage over onto Oceanid at the end there. But then it did not matter because of the Adeptus burst. It was just enough. Or even without the Adeptus burst, but yeah.
So now we have the brackets in front of us. Both semi-final matches of the NA Prince Cup have been decided. Nahida going 2-1 against Ting, and Robot Wizard going 2-1 against Shan.
So close.
That perfect record is already broken. Robot Wizard went 2-0 against Kaori in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so now we have Nahida versus Robot Wizard, and if you remember our EU, it was a clean sweep in our EU finals yesterday.
3-0 Binzu.
Yeah, 3-0 to Binzu. I wonder if we'll see such a dominating performance. Given how skilled both of these players are, we probably won't. It might just come down to their picks and bans. You know, we have showcased the decks by both of these players.
Yes.
I wonder if Shenemo is going to get banned by Robot Wizard, given how well it was played by Nahida in the first round.
I feel like we're going to see Pyro Kuching banned again.
Yeah.
And also, I wonder if Nahida is going to have NEC banned. I feel like that's a guaranteed ban, you know? That's
could be
his
a
favorite deck.
guaranteed ban,
I
yeah.
don't think Robot Wizard's going to keep that up, and maybe Robot Wizard
Look,
would even get to play it again.
With these 5 deck lists, you know, all the players seem very comfortable at this level playing all 5 decks. So you ban 2 opponents' deck, they're still left with 3 very good decks, and 2 more now in the finals. We have some very spicy options if players decide on it. But we're going to come with that right after the break here.
Yes, we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Travelers, welcome back to the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup Invitational North American now Grand Finals. It's been a heck of a journey, my friends, as we have enjoyed our Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG. So many teams, so many players that we've seen come and go, but we are now reaching our end. This is Prince's Cup. In case you don't know who Prince is the cat, the dual saint of cats, and this is the cup, the trophy, if you will, which only one of our competitors will be taking home today. Thank you so much, travelers, for joining us. I know you've been putting off finding your sibling for such a long time, and we really appreciate you ditching them yet again to join us for this incredible conclusion to the Prince's Cup. We have two of the greatest North American players in all of Genius Invocation, and they're here right now for you to play in this best-of-5 grand final. Now, allow me, if you may, to introduce our first player making their way. You might be very familiar because you just saw them win. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Robot Wizard! I'm just kidding, that's Nahida! Nahida! Tricked you there almost, didn't I? Nahida, so good to have you back on stage again. Hope you had a nice break. Took some breathing. Now, of course, at the beginning of the show, we did say that you do identify as a cat, and we have seen your 9 lives come in so strong here. Prince has got you in the back pocket here at the Cat's Tail, but perhaps you will find your match here in Robot Wizard! Come on up to the front, Robot Wizard. Whew, a lot calmer than the end of that last match, I will say. Cool, calm, collected, both of our competitors here as we prepare ourselves for the grand final. What a journey, what a destination, and what a cup you are about to be fighting for. Robot Wizard, any words before we enter into this glorious grand final?
Well, me and Nahida have basically been like training partners for the past week while we've been here in LA. And part of the reason why I agreed was because I never expected to run into him in the finals. We were on opposite sides of the bracket, but I guess we're here now, so I might have screwed myself over by helping. We'll see what happens.
Isn't it the best thing that could ever happen to a teacher, a sensei, if you will, to have their student face off against them?
Okay, but I get an extra $6 grand if I win, so.
Isn't it the best thing in the world for a student to defeat their sensei, robbing them of $6 grand?
Well, he's a really strong player. He practiced me for 2 days. I think he won every single game on Hydro Ito. Too bad it got banned, so maybe I'll have a chance.
Well, they know each other so well, and the time is coming for them to face off. Who shall win? The Robot Wizard or the cat? The master or the student? Player A or player B? We're about to find out. If you could please shake your hands for the last time. Get in there, touch each other. Yes, glorious. Oh, that is good. To your seats, my friends. Sit, prepare as we enter into the Prince Cup Invitational North American Grand Finals. What a journey it's been. You're about to see the best decks in all of Genius Invocation. Get out your markers, get out your pencils, write them down, and open those papers, because we're going to the best-of-5 grand finals. Take it away, our fantastic casters.
And thank you so much yet again, Slacks. This is probably the last time you'll see us because this is the finals.
Well, we'll be here back tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow, but
yeah,
in a bit different setting. So for now, we have Robot Wizard versus Nahida, two players who know each other very well, actually, down to knowing exactly what they need to ban.
Yeah, and this is really going to get into mind games. You know, when you know your opponent, you have to next level them by a little bit, and then they're going to next level you, and it's whoever can one level up the other person without going too far and getting too into their own heads.
So noticeably, on Nahida's side, it looks like NEC was banned. Again, no Nahida for Nahida, unfortunate. And Shenmue was banned.
Yeah, and we saw Nahida use Shenmue 4 times today.
Exactly. He showcased his strength with that build, right? He lost one, won one, lost one, won one, and I guess Robot Wizard does not want to see it right now.
Yeah, so very straightforward bans there for sure.
And on Robot Wizard's side, it looks like a double Hydro Ito.
Once again.
And also, Shenhe has super conduct. So
You know, maybe Robot Wizard talking up Hydro Ito all this time was a ploy to get his opponents to ban him by calling it super secret tech. You know, with how well he knows these players, I wonder if he is going so far with that strategy because maybe he doesn't actually believe in the deck, but he just says it's good, and so other people ban it, leaving him open to use better decks. Guess we'll find out for sure, yeah.
Mind games. I mean, when you know your fellow players and opponents, it kind of goes that deep sometimes, doesn't it?
It really does. And, you know, like we've been saying, a lot of these players have played together in tournaments a lot, have played together on other servers a lot, and Robot was on one side of the bracket with a lot of the other players on the other side. He's bound to run into it at some point, but him making it so far, obviously, honestly, no surprise to me. I think he was definitely a favorite with his outstanding performance in previous tournaments, and is really showcasing, you know, that wasn't a fluke those last 2 times.
It was not a fluke. And you know, the prize pool from the Tavern tournaments that he won twice in a row, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and now he's here standing to possibly win 16,000 grand. He could walk home with 10,000 or 16,000, one of the above. Either way.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, if you think about the scale of those Tavern tournaments, the top prize is about $1,000, $2,000. He's playing for more money in this game than he has ever played for in all his previous games combined.
Yeah, like,
that is
like
crazy.
3 times the amount or something like that.
Yeah, and
Over
we're going
3
to
times
jump
the amount.
straight into it without even... So we're going to see what decks they pick.
Okay,
here we
Pyro
go.
catching on Yahida's side, and it looks like NEC?
Yes,
NEC on Robot Wizard's side. Why? Robot Wizard is using Nahida against Yahida.
Yeah, well, I mean, Yahida has been talking about how much he hates playing against this deck. I'm willing to bet Robot Wizard made an intentional choice here to play this deck as his first deck, putting a bad matchup in front. Again, this is something you can only do if you know opponents very well, but I know for a fact Robot Wizard also is very afraid of this Pyro Keeching deck because it can often draw well and come out and kill you regardless of what deck you're
As we saw Nahida do in the semifinals. I mean, this deck is very meta. It's very strong. It is probably one of the most consistent decks, and not only this patch in 3.7, but prior patches. As we talked about earlier, normally we would see Agent instead of Klee, but Klee offers a bit more of a boost with Mondstadt Resonance, and, you know, it's a bit faster.
Yeah, no Mondstadt Resonance in hand right now, but we do see Elysiu, and that could explain the Klee start here, which is going to be very good, because if Robot Wizard is going first, it's going to deny him the Elemental Aura on Bennett, probably once Nahida switches over to Bennett with that Elysiu.
Yep, trying to get that burst up on Bennett really quickly. I wonder if we will see Bennett talent in time. Probably not.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard is deciding if he wants to use the Nahida 5-cost skill. I think he's anticipating the swap onto Bennett with this Klee opening. And looks like he is going to use Paimon. Gonna go for it. I think you do with this roll.
I think a 5-cost skill is better here because it guarantees that seeds are going to be on all 3 characters.
I think he's listening to us. He shook his head when we said that, so maybe he's telling us that we're wrong.
Blink twice.
Communicate, Robot Wizard, in words. Okay, he's gonna go for it. Interesting. Tuning as well, the Dendro, saving his Omni Dice. And you can see, very calculated play, you know, tuning that dice just in order to save the Omni Dice, because he is going to play the Paimon card at end of turn, and is not going to leave himself with the dice stranded.
Indeed, and we will see the Liusu swap the Bennett from Nyahida, I believe. I think that is always the line to play here. Yes.
Yeah. So very standard openings here. You know, Robot Wizard with the perfect opening. You know, we talked about high rolling. It's when you draw well or roll well. And this deck, when it does roll well, feels unstoppable.
I think we're going to see a skill from Bennett and then leave and pass.
Yeah, I think that's the best play here. Both sides getting a little bit of ramp down, getting some energy and getting a skill. And Bennett Burst being already ready next turn could be pretty threatening.
It could be pretty threatening, and also, you know, matching ramp with ramp is always good.
Ooh. We see Star Signs of Depth turns drawn by Robot Wizard. Could be a very big combo turn. He's smiling to himself. I think he's doing the math. Can he snipe off Bennett in this round? Probably not. You know, I don't think Nahida's Burst is powerful enough.
On its own, it's not powerful enough. And there's no elemental reactions to be done to utilize the seeds that have spread. Oh, we do get to see Bennett talent. Oh my god.
Nahida is very good at drawing the Bennett talent right before the burst. Second time this tournament.
What a draw, honestly.
Yeah, and we're seeing swapping onto Oceanid in order to use the 5-cost skill. You know, has plenty of Omni Dice, is going to be able to deploy it perfectly fine.
Here it comes, Bennett's burst down.
Yeah.
Boom, thumbs up.
Yeah, thumbs up Bennett. I mean, very, very healthy life totals anyway. You know, not going to factor in that much anyway. And with Oceanid doing a double summon,
Yes.
the healing isn't going to matter. And I think we saw Robot Wizard play around this in the previous match against the Ito deck, where instead of front-loading the damage and playing into the burst, he's going to probably put summons down and then ramp and play around that additional healing and just go off next turn with a double ramp, potentially. Burst, Calx's Arts, Adeptus. He's pretty much set up for, I think, the next round.
And considering how strong and fast Pyro Kuching as a deck is, I suspect, I mean, I don't suspect, I would hope he rolls George with his double summon.
Yeah, the one thing is he may be open here to a fast swap Keeching Pyro Resonance skill. That's actually going to be enough to kill Oceanid, even through the George summon, I believe. That should be exactly 10 health. So
I think you still have to go for the double summon.
You still have to go for the double summon. Yeah, I mean, your opponent's going to use a lot of resources doing that, and looks like Nahida is potentially going for this play. Nope, just going to go with the Bennett.
A normal attack. Interesting. Not doing anything too scary. Just
conserving his dice. Not being super aggressive here, you know, probably there wasn't quite enough dice, and he wouldn't have to use as many dice at the end of his turn if he had gone with that quick swap option, because it would have put him from 6 down to 5. So this way he gets 2 skills off with Bennett with the buffed burst, but it doesn't leave him very much into the next round. You know, he's going to have to tune here for another basic attack. Yeah, deciding on which card to throw away. Throw away
their dice are kind of funny. You got 2 Electro, 1 Dendro, one Electro, 2 Dendro.
Well, it's only good for one side though, right? Like the other side doesn't really want that.
Noticeably, Robot Wizard didn't choose Leben. He had I don't know what element it was, but it wasn't Dendro or Electro, so I guess he's not planning on using Leben. He might tune for official skill.
Yeah, I mean, the other option here is he could tune one of his cards and play Leben.
Well, if he tunes it, it's going to be 3 Electro, so...
Oh, true,
I think either way... Oh, tuning the Leben, actually, and for Oz to come out, and that will start... you know, the summons will apply Electro Charge and then also trigger Nahida's Seeds, so a lot of damage coming right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can do the math, but we'll see the numbers kind of tick on screen. It's going to go down fast.
Ow.
Each reaction proccing those seeds for 1 damage on all of the enemies. And this is why you run Nahida in this deck, because the summons can often proc multiple elemental reactions at the end of the turn, and letting you use and proc those seeds as early as possible. And had Nahida not drawn the Bennett Talon here, he would have been in a really tight spot because all of his health characters would have been under 6 health, denying him the 2 extra bonus damage. But at least he does have that going in, but no ramp into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, Bennett has kind of served his purpose at this point.
He does.
It's okay if he gets sacrificed by Electro Charge at the end of this next round.
And the game is most likely going to be over in this round. You know, both sides putting out significant amounts of damage. Nahida needs to make something happen on Robot Wizard's side, though, pretty soon, or else his character is just going to go down to the superior kind of damage efficiency of Electro Charge on the backline.
This deck is just honestly so good. NEC, I mean.
Yeah.
So Nahida is very versatile. You can either use her 3-skill talent twice, or you can use the 5 cost and just automatically spread all the seeds across the board. And it really just depends. It's like very situational, but it accommodates different possibilities.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like the same thing, but the 5 cost skill just does it a bit better.
Yeah, and we see here Nahida going with another Bennett burst just to refresh it, doing 4 damage there thanks to the previous burst. So still pretty good damage-wise. You know, he doesn't quite have the dice in order to use 2 skills anyway, so using a 4-cost skill there is pretty good. He does have the Pyro Resonance card. The unfortunate thing, he doesn't have access to Pyro Resonance and a swap and a skill.
Yeah, no quick swap.
No quick swap either.
No quick swap now.
Chose to tune it. He may be expecting Bennett to go down here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Robot Wizard plays in a way that denies the I haven't lost yet in Nahida's hand, because it's one of the cards that players are most familiar playing with and against.
Honestly, the cards that Nahida drew this round are kind of unfortunate because you really need to see the gamblers right now. You need to see some kind of like woven.
Right.
If you swap the Kuching, for example, you can't play the Pyro Resonance.
No.
And there's no gambling.
I mean,
there's no dice generation at all.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, with every single character with Pyro, you know, you don't even need Pyro Resonance to kill them. But without access to Fast Swap, you know, Nahida isn't in any danger of dying before he gets a chance to act. fair. But we're going to just see another Bennett talent go down. Staying on the same character, you know, this is smart in order to keep kind of the tempo up. But what it's going to do is going to let Robot Wizard have the rest of the turn with 9 dice to himself. I think we might see effectively a one-turn kill here with a lot of, 3 skills going off on Robot Wizard's side and then following up by the summons.
I mean, we can either see the 5-cost Nahida skill, or maybe we will see Calcs into Burst.
We could see both. You know, Calc's Burst probably makes the most sense. You will need to Adeptus, though, to kill the Bennett. So one of the good plays, you know, one of the good reasons for that play there from Nahida is the heal putting Bennett up to 5 makes it so Nahida's Burst does not kill. And here we might see a Calc's Burst on Fischl.
Well, I think the goal is for Fischl to fall here so that Robot Wizard can use I Haven't Lost Yet. And then if Fischl doesn't fall here, then yeah, it would be Calc's Heart Burst. So either way, he has 2 lines to play here, and it entirely depends on what Nahida does.
And I don't think it even matters here, because I believe no matter what Nahida does, Calc's Fischl Burst with 3 characters up is so damage efficient, right? It's, I believe, 4 damage on the primary target, 2 on the backline, and then combined with the 3 summons that are still threatening at end of turn, I think that's enough to kill whatever Nahida puts forward.
Oh no! Falls right into the ploy. We're definitely seeing Calc's Burst.
Yeah, I think a Calc's Burst. I think Robot Wizard needs to do the math, make sure. It could also be an Adeptus Burst, but it could also be Calc's Burst into Refresh Fischl talent as well. Killing off the Bennett on that 1 HP, and then leaving the summons to do the rest of the damage. And here we go.
There's
Calc's Arts, and that's a really good use of that 2 energy from the backline characters.
No Adeptus coming in, just the burst.
Just the burst, but we'll probably see the Fischl talent potentially going up after this, or a swap onto Nahida.
Swap onto Rodea. I think we're going to see Toon into...
Oh,
just a normal attack. Oh, I see. Because this is going to... trigger another Electro Charge.
Yeah, so 2 additional damage on the backline. At this point, I think the summons will have it.
Yeah, Squirrel's gonna do 2 Klee.
Yep.
And then, oh my god, Nahida trying to end the game. Yep, that is game. Electro Charge coming in for the kill on the Keqing right now.
You gotta put the Keqing out.
1 and then 2 from Oz.
It's gonna be 4 because of the Dendro core there. Not gonna matter.
The core.
The Nahida Electro Charge put up a dominating game 1 with 8 health left on all of its characters. Nothing went down, which is very impressive against the Pyro Keqing deck. Look at how happy Nahida was to win, even though I'm pretty sure that was Nahida's character there and not Robot Wizard's. So that was a pretty good game 1. You know, again, Robot Wizard choosing a very strong deck to start with, potentially psyching out his opponent who hates playing against that deck. We're going to see what these players bring in the next round with Robot Wizard no longer being able to use that Electro Charge deck anymore.
So... let's see, what decks do we have left?
I mean, we have a lot of options here. You know, remember, in these finals, it is a best of 5, so players have to win 3 matches instead of 2. And
they brought an additional 2 decks, right?
Correct. Yeah, they had additional 2 decks that were not options during the round of the semifinals. And both players, funnily enough, bring in an Electro Cube deck. I'm really hoping to see that one. You know, I did say when we saw Ting's deck list that there's no way he's going to play the Electro Cube deck, and then he wins with it. So now I don't know what to think with both players having access to not the same list, but a very similar one.
And noticeably, Robot Wizard also brought the beloved Fatty Ghost, or Fatui. It's 2 Fatui agents, so you have Fatui Resonance and then Hu Tao.
Yeah, and that's a new card, isn't it?
It is. I mean, 2 of these cards are new.
Yeah.
Hu Tao and Cecin Mage.
Yeah.
So, basically, this one's a melt deck. It has Pyro Fatui Agent, Cecin Mage, Cryo Cecin Mage, and Hu Tao. It's very strong. Yeah, and Fatui Resonance isn't very common, but it's very similar to Abyssal Summons, but rather than proccing at the end of your turn like a regular summon, it's a status that applies to your opponent whenever they use a skill, similar to Klee's Burst. I see Tenchikaku and Vanarana, already a good combination.
I see Quicknit, and I know that that's the Quicken deck. Yeah. So we've seen a similar...
increases summons usage.
Correct. Quicknit goes summons usage by 1. You know, I watched Robot Wizard test against this deck with Quicknit repeatedly. It's very cool that you can tick up Yai's talent by 1, and it really powers out that skill and lets you play very well with the burst.
Yai Miko versus Raiden A. Both of them starting first.
I think I saw Robot Wizard there praying to his dice on the reroll. He had 3 Omni dice, but no other usable dice.
Oh man, look at those dice. It's basically rainbow.
It
It's
is
almost-
basically
it's
rainbow.
almost a rainbow.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do anything other than Yae's skill here. And on top of that, he has no ramp in his card like a Liban to save him. That's not what you want against this Geo deck.
Noticeably, we see Robot Wizard bringing Jade Plume instead of some other Dendro characters that
Yep.
we've seen in the Quicken decks today. This is the same lineup Binzu used yesterday, right?
It is, yeah. I think Binzu used this very effectively. You know, there's a lot of choices you use in that last slot. The Terra Shroom is a much better aggressive option. Its burst is a lot more useful.
Ooh, the double
Liban.
Liban and Tenchikaku.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, full ramp. Okay.
Compared to Robot Wizard's dice rolls, this is actually very bad for him.
Face bombing.
Yeah. You know, usually you really want to punish the deck for doing something like this
You
by
can't punish.
well, by putting on a lot of pressure early on, but because he doesn't have the dice to apply any Dendro without throwing away a lot of cards, he's in a tough spot. I think he's thinking, does he want to tune 2 cards, potentially Quick Knit, and maybe the changing shifts, play Timmy? Yeah, that's what he's going to do. I think he realizes...
I think the problem too is that you can't really punish round 1 with that deck anyway, because like with the standard rotation, you start with Yae skill, which doesn't immediately apply Electro. So I mean, like Frighten's only down to 6 health. Like that's the most that Robot Wizard could do right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in this sense, he's getting his Quicken online right from round 1. That's what you want to be doing.
Yeah, that's what you want to be doing, but like punishing full ramp is kind of hard.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's going to be in the next 2 rounds, you know, those ramp is going to start paying off. And those, particularly those Libans drawing extra cards is going to allow Nahida to find those vital copies of equipment. So that's what to look out for on the bottom half. And wow.
Oh my god.
Both of them in one draw. Oof.
Everything he
And
needs for that
13
jungle.
dice.
So if you guys remember from earlier when we saw this deck played, and also from yesterday when we were watching Geoshinid, the whole point of this deck is to basically build up Zhongli's ability to just shield forever. And if you look at Nyahida's hand, Nyahida has Vortex Vanquisher, Tenacity of the Millith, and 2 Geo-Resonance cards. Basically everything that Zhongli needs to succeed.
And Robot Wizard drawing a Lotus Crest, not the best card in this matchup. And Tignari is ready to burst and has access to a little bit of piercing damage. So we'll see what happens here. Nahida probably I think he's looking to swap onto Zhongli later. He's maybe sacrificing the Raiden here
I think
just to
so.
do an extra 2 points of damage.
Look at how those Omni die on Nyahida's side. That is,
Yeah.
that is
I mean, Tenchikaku and 2 Libans, you know, that guarantees 5 Omni dice, so you don't really need to roll much more than that to have a lot. And here we go. Gamblers into Tignari, sacrificing the 2 energy on Raiden there.
charge attack going down. And now we might even see a Tignari
Ooh.
burst.
So this is pretty good on Robot Wizard's side. You know, he's refreshed the summon on Tignari as well. So he's got 2 guaranteed quickens for the next 2 turns. So if he can take advantage of that with the Gamblers on Ning, I think the next 2 rounds are going to be crucial, because if Nahida spends too many dice on Zhongli here equipping, but
Yeah, looks
yeah,
like
he's going for
that's
it.
what he's gonna do.
Oh, and the Grimace from Robot Wizard, knowing that Zhongli is fully equipped. He has an uphill battle from here.
But I mean, I wonder. I know there's no stacks of Quicken for Tignari, so it's only gonna do 4 damage here. But Ningguang is not gonna be in a very good position, and
Yeah.
Nahida does end first. Nahida will go first in this next round. But you know, having 2 of your characters at such low health or totally limited in Raiden's case can't be good, even if Zhongli has everything he needs.
Yeah, it's still a very tenuous position. I think, you know, Tignari does have the Gamblers, so if Nahida stays on Ning, we could see Gamblers proc, but with that double Geo Resonance in hand, I think Nahida can just shield up Ningguang this turn, or even just Zhongli, you know.
Swap to Zhongli
Yeah,
and
swap to
start
Zhongli.
using Stone Seal.
We'll probably start with a Jade Screen just to put up additional shields before swapping to Zhongli, because otherwise you do leave Zhongli open, you know, without any shields if you do a slow swap to begin. But Nahida does have to roll a lot of good dice here, and he's lost his round. Okay, I hope he's not thinking of keeping dice for Tenchikaku. We talked to some EU players here. You know, Tenchikaku, as you remember, only triggers when you have 5 different dice, and if you don't have a lot of Omni dice, you actually have to keep bad dice. Oh, here we go.
Are swapping your Zhongli. It's a quick swap, actually.
Yeah, the quick swap does make a lot of difference there. Is he going to go for the 5
Ooh.
cost or the 3 cost?
It's not quite enough to take Tighnari out, but
Yeah.
with Georez.
I think this is the better play given his dice, you know, relying on the Georez to give the shields instead of the thing. But look at
7
all those
shields.
shields.
That's so painful.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I would be going for Yai's burst here.
I think Yai Burst makes a lot of sense. You really, I mean, with so many Electro dice, I think that is what you want to do here. You know, with the Quicken, it is going to deal an additional damage, not the follow-up attack, but yeah, I honestly don't know what else you can do. So here we go.
The thing with this deck that Robot Wizard is running, so we kind of commented on this earlier when we saw the Collei variant. Collei isn't great at doing a lot of damage on her own later in the game, right?
Yeah.
She's good at putting out damage early in the game and getting like a really great start with Quicken. But like the thing is, like Jade Plume Terror Shroom can kind of come in and do a lot of damage if you get enough stacks.
Yeah, I think Jade Plume is the better choice against some of the faster decks like Pyrokiching, you know, that are going to end the game. But I think in this matchup, you would actually rather have Collei. That burst will add up very quickly over time, and it's kind of the efficiency you need to get through the Zhongli shields, but it might not even matter. I mean, it looks like the Zhongli player is in a tenuous position here based on the cards, but oh, interesting, a heavy strike.
That is
Very
going to-
unusual.
So it's a charge attack, so it already boosts a normal attack by 1, and then since it's a charge attack, it's another 1, so it's +2 damage on that normal attack.
Yeah, I think Nahida trying to put Robot Wizard in a tenuous position not to have Yai exposed like this, because Yai does have to build up an additional energy before she can burst.
Yeah, and ideally
Ooh.
you'd want to use the quick knit on her summons, right? Instead of having to skill again. But the thing is, her burst could be really important here.
Yeah, we might actually see Quick Knit go down on the Tighnari summon because you really need to keep that Quicken train going. Yai here building up the next energy, but having refreshed the skill, we're not likely to see a burst on this turn because that would destroy the Sakura immediately.
Also, noticeably, Zhongli is only 1 point off Petrification, which can be a really useful tool. It's similar to Freeze, not quite the exact same thing as Freeze, but basically you cannot move. Like your character can move, you have to switch off them.
Yeah, and there's no way to break out of that, unlike with Freeze, but it doesn't do any additional damage. It has its upsides and downsides.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard choosing to not attack there with a basic attack and just use skills, that denies the Tenacity of the Millith additional dice. Nahida probably forced to end the turn here, not going to be able to make use of the extra dice, but already those shields. I mean, Zhongli's effectively at 18 health right now with that extra heal, plus the 7 shields, and not to mention the Crystallize guaranteed at the end of turn for another 1.
Now the question is, what will Robot Wizard do with those 5 dice? They're all very good dice. They're all very usable dice, but do you really want to be bursting through 7 points of shield?
You probably don't want to burst. I mean, what we'll probably see is a switch onto Terra Shroom or Tighnari into a skill, and then maybe a Quick Knit on the Tighnari summon. Build on some sacks on the Terra Shroom, getting as much damage in as you can. But honestly, at this rate, I don't think it's enough. The Quicken deck got off to a really shaky start, whereas the Zhongli deck got into probably one of the more perfect starts that it could have.
Sprawling Greenery on Jade Plume.
Yeah. So that should trigger on the Dendro Sakura, sorry, the Electro Sakura at the end of the turn to do additional damage and increase the Quicken charges. So here we go, 3 charges of Quicken.
3. No.
So no dice to use the Quick Knit there, so is going to lose the Tighnari summon, but I think that's okay given the end of turn is still going to apply Dendro.
Just watching those stacks on Jade Plume Terror Shroom tick up and then go back to 0.
You get some, you lose some. Yeah, I think Robot Wizard knows that it's going to be a tough fight here. You know, the Zhongli deck has successfully stalled the game out. Tenshukaku has procced multiple times, giving him a significant dice advantage, and it's still going to continue here with the additional Omni die.
I mean, it's like once you hit all the equipment for Zhongli and you have Geo Resonance in hand, it's kind of like... it's kind of over.
Yeah, it's very hard to come back from. I mean, one thing going in Robot Wizard's favor, you know, Nahida didn't roll super well, so he is not able to deploy the 3-cost Zhongli. But the basic attack here, going in on the Terra Shroom,
now threatening that petrification from Zhongli's burst.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think-
it would just take out an enemy, though. It wouldn't even petrify them. It would just
Right.
totally 100-0 them.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard would have really liked to see a quick swap here. You know, potentially quick swap into Yai Burst might be a way to get around the Zhongli here on this turn. But at this rate, slow swap to Yai, I think he's trying to bait out the burst here from Zhongli. You know, maybe, yeah, probably trying to use up all of Zhongli's attacks for the turn and then go in with a final combo with Yai.
And the thing is, if Nahida chooses to use Geo Resonance, it would increase his shields there on Zhongli, but at the cost of not being able to do another move. So I
Yeah.
think he has to think very carefully. Does he need to shield Zhongli now? Or...
Yeah, Geo Resonance isn't coming. So yeah, you basically have two lines. You can 5-cost skill with the Geo Resonance to get you up to 5 or 6 shields. And stay on Zhongli and then give up the rest of your turn and hope your opponent can't fight through essentially 11 points of damage.
Well, opting for the normal attack. This means he's not going to be able to use Geo Resonance. So
No.
2 points of shield on Zhongli.
This is kind of a risky play. You know, if
Really?
Robot Wizard had Adeptus into Yai Burst here, that would have been the game. Zhongli would go down, and if you lose Zhongli, the deck just folds in on itself. But Robot Wizard does not have the Adeptus Temptation in hand.
Also, no quicken stacks on any of his characters.
I believe the Quicken Stacks might just pop in after he chooses a character. I think there was one left. We had the Dendro Resonance go down, putting the Quicken Stacks at 3. So I believe there is one left. But even then, you know, that's going to be one short on the Yai Burst, putting Zhongli only down to 3. And then you can swap onto Ningguang and then stay on Zhongli after that. But he does have a lot of dice to work. I think he's doing the math. I think there is a line where, you know, I think a Yai Burst makes the most sense here. You know, use that attack free swap from Tignari in order to get Yai Burst, get that 7 points of damage, but you do lose that summon. So I think his thinking, is it more important for the summon at end of turn?
Oh, it goes with Jade Plume instead.
Okay, prioritizing the summon here. So interesting choices from Nahida. If he attacks the Jade Plume Terra Shroom, he doesn't have any dice left to swap off of the Yai. This is actually really interesting. So, given the dice counts, Nahida has no dice left if he kills the Terra Shroom here, and Yai Burst will kill
Ooh.
the Yai. Oh, okay. And using the Hash Brown here.
And the
to
Hash Brown
take
is
an
going
attack.
to be enough to keep Jade Plume alive, at least for... Ooh, unless Zhongli uses Burst. Could be baiting out Zhongli Burst.
Could be baiting it, but see, if the burst goes down here, Yai Burst will win the game. It will deal the damage to Zhongli, force the swap onto Ningguang, and then the follow-up damage will kill Ningguang immediately, no matter what. So yeah, I think you have to Hash Brown here.
There's so many lines you could play here. I'm just like struggling to keep track of all of them.
Yeah, it's very awkward. I think if Nahida had one more dice, he could have worked with it a little bit better. But in this case, yeah, this might be his best line of play. One of the problems with Zhongli in this deck, as you've been noticing, is even with all that equipment, he doesn't have a lot of options to do damage. It's either normal attack, but summoning the pillar isn't a super effective way to do damage. So yeah, he's going to go for the pillar refresh. I think he doesn't want his opponent to swap onto Yai and perform the burst. And this actually denies that, although we know about that I haven't lost yet. Which I think that will be enough. That's going to be 6 damage. That will kill Zhongli, and then that will force the opponent onto Ningguang, who will die to the summon. So I think Robot Wizard has it. He just needs to make sure that he knows what he's doing, but that extra energy is going to do it. Onto Terra Shroom there. Burst is going to come in for 7 damage thanks to the Quicken Stack, kill Zhongli, and then move to Ningguang, who will die at the end of the turn to the summon.
This game is so intense.
Yeah, I think Robot Wizard managed to pull ahead despite such a strong early game from Nahida. I know a lot of that is understanding, you know, when to
Okay.
swap. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
Well,
this is what I expected. I've been like staring at this board, wondering, oh, he's ending!
well, I think he has to end, right? He has no more dice left.
Oh, I thought that was Robot Wizard ending. But this is what I expected, you know, the swap into Yai and then Yai burst. And I know it eats up... Exactly, so...
Yeah.
I know it eats up the summons, but Ningguang takes that damage. It was the play, I think.
Yeah.
Not to use Jade Plume Terra Shroom Burst, but Yai Burst.
I think it might not have mattered either way. That might have been the safer line, doing the stall and just making sure your opponent can end the turn and not surprise you with any cards. I think that was the more conservative one. But yeah, Robot Wizard starting with a very strong 2-0. This could be another clean
3-0
switch.
sweep.
Yeah, I mean, so far the master is schooling the student, as it were. You know, he said he was worried, but maybe he didn't teach Nahida quite good enough. Maybe that's kind of a knock point against him.
Well, I mean, he taught him well enough to defeat.
True.
Team.
True. Maybe he taught him the secrets of Shenmue and then decided to ban it effectively.
It's so cruel
Yeah.
to think about.
Cutting off his only strength there. But, you know, we saw that Zhongli deck, you know, that was really interesting because the Zhongli deck pretty much did what you would expect it to do. It ramped in the early game. It managed to get its 2 equipments on. But it wasn't able to close out the game.
My mind is just blown from that match. There were so many different lines that they could play, and like you could really tell that they were thinking carefully about what exactly they needed to do to pull off a win. You know?
Yeah.
Like they were just, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think, you know, Robot Wizard definitely exploited one of the weaknesses of the Zhongli deck. As I was saying before, you know, aside from their basic attack and 5-cost skills, there's not a lot of ways for them to do damage. And so if you can manage it correctly, you can force them into not great lines of play.
Okay, so it looks like I see Pyro Wovens on either side. Is this a mirror matchup? Is this our first mirror
This could be our
matchup
first
of
mirror
the
matchup.
entire, like, yesterday and today?
I mean, I'm surprised we haven't hit one so far, but between bans and picks and things, ooh, Robot Wizard throwing away every... Oh, no, I think
It's not quite a mirror matchup because the characters aren't perfectly aligned.
They're not perfectly
Okay,
aligned.
it is a mirror matchup. It is a mirror matchup.
So the mirror matches get really interesting. It not only relies on who rolls better, you know, maybe slightly different cards drawn, but a lot of the time the lines you take, the characters you put forward first will change based on the matchup.
Yes, and so both players opting to start with Klee. I do see
Yep.
Liu Su is in hand, though we can't quite see it right now. I think Nahida has Liu Su.
Yeah, and this is one of the things, you know, this is a deck I've been very interested in kind of preparing for this tournament, learning about all the different decks. One of the things that I was told, you know, this is the way you want to start in the mirror. You know, Bennett Burst isn't quick enough in this matchup, so you just go hard, go fast on Klee and just out-damage your opponent, and that looks like what Nahida is doing.
It looks like that's what both of them are doing right now.
Yeah, maybe, I think Robot Wizard is regretting teaching Nahida the secrets to this deck and how to play the mirror, because again, both of them doing the exact same opening here. But Nahida has a slight advantage here with that Treasure Sealy going to pop off next turn. We might see a Liu swap to end the turn.
Yeah, which would make things a bit different because Robot Wizard has 4 dice. So, and I also see Bennett Talent for Robot Wizard, which Nahida does not have in hand right now.
Yeah.
And we might see, you know, Bennett building up that burst and using that talent because it is very useful. It's very useful.
Yeah, probably not in this matchup, you know, based on the openings. What I believe we'll probably see, it will depend a lot on if Nahida switches off, or either way, we might see a swap onto Keqing, putting down Timmy, and we might actually tune that Bennett talent for the Keqing skill. I don't see Robot Wizard keeping that in his hand. You know, we'll see how that plays out, but Nahida needs to make a decision now whether he wants to put 2 dice on Lieben or get started with the Liu. He's going to offer the Lieben. Oh, he's going to Woven as well to guarantee the Lieben
Then it
proc.
automatically procs.
Yeah, I like that play. I think in the EU games yesterday,
Robot
we...
Wizard swapped to Kuching, right?
Yeah, swap to Keqing, and okay, tuning the fast swap here, so still keeping hold of that Bennett talent.
Yeah, I don't
off
actually
Klee.
know if I like that play because, you know, Robot Wizard had 2 Electro die, was sitting on 4 dice, just swaps to Kuching normally, and then skills and takes out, you know, FTK for
Exactly.
Klee.
And this is probably why you start Klee in this matchup. You know, the Jumpty Dumpty into charge attack into the skill is a perfect 8 dice for 10 damage. First turn kill potential there. So Nahida not respecting that. You know, maybe being okay throwing away Klee here. He will have the better round 2 because he has that Treasure Sealy about to pop. And he also has the 2 extra dice from Lieben. So we might see him lean on that Bennett talent that he drew once again. Always draws the Bennett talent. Yeah, this should be interesting. The Lotus Crisp in each player's hand is being very important in this matchup. You know, you need to prevent that damage. Use it on a crucial turn.
Dendrodaya getting tuned for Keqing's elemental skill.
And very important, of course, for those of you at home, if you're going to use Keqing's skill twice in a turn, make sure to tune that Stiletto before you use it a second time, or else it just goes to waste.
Yes, it's very useful for tuning. Because you're not always going to be using it. Basically, what Stiletto does is, if you are not on Keqing as the active character, you can use that Stiletto. It's 3-cost Electro, and it'll switch back to Keqing and also use her skill, like basically apply Electro to the enemy. So it's very useful in overload decks.
Yeah, and an extra source of fast swap here, but look at all the damage coming off Robert. So this is one of the reasons I think the Bennett talent is so not favored in this matchup, because the overload adds in damage so fast.
Yeah, I think that's fair. With Klee in this deck, it's just much better to start with her and dole out the pyro damage quickly and utilize Keqing's electro application instead of using Bennett right away. So
Exactly.
I guess it really depends. Like, you can play Bennett's talent, but it's not always the correct line.
Yeah, and we saw Robot Wizard kind of shaking his head there. I wonder if he realizes that doing this lets his opponent go first and exposes Klee to, you know, a kill next round. Oh no, he's going to slow swap. I mean, Robot Wizard has actually a very decisive advantage here. He has 10 whole health, or 8 whole health above his opponent, and in this kind of game, it's just a numbers game, right? We have 2 aggressive decks pitted against each other. Each one is just trying to count to 30 as quickly as possible.
Robot Wizard does have a charge attack on Klee that he could use to take out Bennett, and then there's no more swapping around in that case. No Bennett healing up from his burst or anything. It's just Keqing versus the world.
I actually think it might be better to equip Gambler's end turn and lead with the Klee burst, and that might be what he's doing.
Yeah. It's not always optimal to take out a character even if you're able to, so...
There we go. That's the line he's going to choose to take. Timmy as well going to proc for him next turn, giving him a slight advantage going into round 3.
Yeah, in this case, you put Gamblers onto Klee, you still end up going first. So not only do you get to take Bennett out, but you get the 2 Omni Dice from the Gamblers refresh, so...
Yeah. And Nahita's not going to be left with much to work with. Oh yeah, needing to reroll as many Electro die, but not finding any.
No Electro at all.
Yeah, this is going to be a really rough turn. We might actually see Robot Wizard take the 3-0 here in this decisive turn, as we most likely will see a Klee burst and maybe even a Lotus Crypt there to protect her after the fact. Look at him doing the math, counting his dice. It's very important to count your dice into these last rounds. You know, in the early game, it's kind of like chess. You have a lot of guaranteed openings, ways you want to play the game, but when it gets down to these final rounds, it's a numbers game. You got to count your dice, count the number of skills you're using, count how much damage you have on your opponents, and make sure that it adds up to the right numbers.
So it looks like Lotus is going to go on to Keqing, which makes me think Robot Wizard might use Stiletto to swap back to Keqing and take out Bennett.
It could be here. A little bit odd that he doesn't choose to use... No, it's still Slash and Splash.
Ooh.
Oh, so, okay, so here's the thing. The Lotus Crisp is a play around Mondstadt Resonance.
Yes.
Because if Keqing has Mondstadt Resonance, she can follow up immediately with another skill onto the Keqing to kill her.
And that would be devastating.
That would be devastating.
So he's thinking ahead there. Yeah. But unfortunately, Nahita does not have Mondstadt Resonance, so...
No.
Still good precaution. You don't know what your opponent has. It is very good to think about that. So if you can go twice in one turn, you got to protect the character that you're going to be putting out next. Especially since it would forcibly go onto Keqing. It's not that Robot Wizard would even have a choice in the matter. So Keqing would just be doomed in that case.
Yeah, and Nahita needs to... Oh, and he didn't equip the... Maybe saving that Lotus Crisp for a more decisive turn. But we're going to see a bunch of damage go onto Keqing here. Robot Wizard deciding what to do. I think you have to go to Keqing here. Your opponent obviously doesn't have Mondstadt Resonance, so you're safe from that, and you can proc that overload onto Klee so effectively.
Tuning Stiletto just because you can. And
well, you do.
-5.
You want to make sure to tune that Stiletto. It's actually very important that you don't forget that, because every dice matters. You don't want to leave yourself in hand with 0 cards.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but that Pyro Resonance might come into play here. With the Bennett Burst and Talent, I think this is enough to kill Keqing through the Lotus Crisp, but it will leave Keqing at 5 versus a Bennett at 10.
Lotus Crisp going onto...
Here we go, Stiletto, 7 damage exactly. Yeah. That Pyro Resonance coming in clutch, countering the Lotus Crisp on Keqing, and now it's 1v1.
Well, I mean, maybe we'll see Bennett Talent after all.
Oh yeah, and that Lotus Crisp is going to pop on that Klee Burst, which is also gone. So pretty even footing here. Keichin's going to get one more attack in this round, healing her back up to 7. So Robot Wizard unable to close out this game, but he still has access to Bennett Talent and Burst at the beginning of next round, as well as a Hash Brown.
Yeah, so I suspect Bennett's burst is going to run out at the end here, so that healing on Keqing that's happening this round is going to go away. I think Robot Wizard is going to use the last die to give a Hash Brown to Bennett, and that is exactly what we're seeing here. I am a bit afraid of Adeptus Burst from Keqing.
Yeah, this is really close. I think that might be the only card for consideration here. We'll see if Robot Wizard draws anything to counteract damage. He does not. He only draws ramp and energy cards, all of which are useless. Whereas Nahida did draw a food card. This actually could be a very critical turning point in the game here. We'll have to see what that one card was. I believe it was a Lotus Crisp, which would turn this on its head entirely, just by itself. Robot Wizard, I think, praying that his opponent does not get the Lotus Crisp. Because that would actually spell the end. Oh no, this is Adeptus Burst. Yeah, there it is. Oh!
You see him smiling.
Both players know that that was the card that mattered, and Bennett goes down.
Exactly
Keqing is
right.
left on 1 health.
Nahida does steal a win from Robot Wizard. It is not a 3-0 like it was
It is
yesterday
not a
in
3-0.
EU. So
Yeah.
Robot Wizard is 2-1 against Nahida, and we might even see a reverse sweep here. What do you think?
Well, a reverse sweep could be pretty exciting. I mean, I guess the student in this case taught the teacher how to play the mirror. I think very well played from both sides. You know, Robot Wizard going for that early kill on Klee, but it ended up not mattering in that matchup. And the Bennett Talent did end up, you know, favoring Nahida there, being able to get those additional points of healing. And I think that Pyro Resonance was the key card there in the matchup. You'll notice that Robot Wizard throughout the game did not draw any Pyro Resonances himself.
Yeah, it's really hard to say when you have a mirror matchup because it removes a lot of, like, when you have different, it removes counters, right? It removes the idea of decks countering each other. And so a lot of it is down to luck of the draw and dice, and then
dice.
also just how you execute your cards.
Yeah, and I think Robot Wizard played his hand correctly. You know, he didn't have a hand with any ramp, and he didn't roll very well, so he chose to go for that first turn kill, doing his best to put pressure on the opponent. But in the end, I mean, if you look at the cards that he drew, I think he drew like 1 Lotus Crisp throughout that match, and that was pretty much the only key card, whereas Nahida was able to draw both a Adeptus Temptation, Pyro Resonance, and also a Lotus Crisp as well to nullify a bunch of damage.
Noticeably, you know, Robot Wizard was using Lotus on Keqing to protect against Mondstadt Resonance, but neither player actually ended up drawing it or using it. It could have been a very decisive change, but didn't get to see it this time.
Yeah, and sometimes those decisions matter where you use one of those cards early on to play around a different card, but you then lose access to it in a later round. You know, that game went by so fast, you know, I can't quite remember if that Lotus Crisp on Keqing ended up mattering. I think it does. You know, the Overload Keqing deck deals damage very quickly in increments of 3, and so no matter where you put it, as long as you take a hit, that Lotus Crisp is going to be a very effective mitigation.
So, with the score being 2-1, who do you think is going to win the next match, and what do you think they're going to pick?
I think Robot Wizard is going to choose Pyro Keqing again because he lost with it, and now that Nahida does not have access to it, it might be a very favorable matchup to him.
Let's see if you're right. It looks like we are jumping into this game. I do see a Pyro Woven. I see a Dendro Woven on Nahida's side. It looks like it will be Pyro.
I believe it is Pyro Keqing again. And, you know, this is one of the... Even the best deck will lose sometimes, so you don't want to let that throw off your game plan. You know, if you lose game 1, there's always game 2, and this is what Robot Wizard is going to go for.
And so, noticeably, Robot Wizard keeping the Gamblers when Nahida getting rid of it.
And I think that's the right play in this matchup. You know, Robot Wizard is the slightly more aggressive deck, being a pile on damage faster. Gamblers is going to favor him more. Nahida wants to more rely on summons at end of turn, I think, to proc quicken and do all of that damage. Very good rolls from both sides, actually. Look at Robot Wizard's dice. They're just beautiful.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very standard start from both sides. They just rolled the perfect dice for it. So.
Yeah, and look at, you know, Klee's start here, again, probably due to how aggressive each side is with damage, not wanting to play around with Bennett Talent too much.
Yeah, so you guys have seen this before already. You start with Yae, use her skill, swap to Tignari, use his skill. That's exactly what we're going to see here.
And Robot Wizard opting to add an extra die with Woven there in order to charge attack off of Klee. Really prioritizing putting damage out early, you know, not having drawn any ramp cards himself. Yeah, we're going to see a switch to Keqing.
I mean, I think that's actually very good because that Overload onto Tignari is going to be huge advantage going to next round.
Actually, yeah.
A lot of damage.
It
on
puts Tignari very... I mean, we might actually see Nahida... he might actually want to Woven swap onto Kale here just to prevent that overload.
Yep, and also Quicken is noticeably not going to proc because of the move that Robot Wizard made. That Dendro is on Klee, who's not the active character right now. He swapped to Keqing after.
Another line here from Nahida. I think there's a reasonable chance you want to Woven get that dice swap into Yae, because otherwise the overload will swap you back onto Yae at the beginning of next turn, which is not what you want. However, if you let the overload swap you onto Kale, you'll be able to trigger Quicken at the beginning of next turn.
And
but this is also fine.
Yeah, I think Nahida is good with swapping onto Kale. I think this is a good move for him.
Yeah. Robot was forced to kind of play this line, you know, no other things to do with his dice.
Yeah, still gotta use the elemental skill. I mean, it's electro application, so it could come into use later.
So we'll see if Nahida can actually... Yeah, so with Kale here, he's going to be able to trigger Quicken, which is very important here. We'll see if Robot Wizard then decides to switch back onto Klee, who has the Dendro application already. He's been building up that energy on here, already at 2. I think the burst is going to be very important here on Klee if he can get it off, especially if he draws out Haven't Lost Yet. Oh, not very good dice rolls this time coming out of Nahida. Much worse than the last round.
Or Robot Wizard. Really bad dice rolls on both sides, honestly.
Yeah, but
Crawling Greenery coming out. By the 6.
Yeah, Robot Wizard does have a toss-up in hand, so he'll be able to fix his dice a little bit better, but a bunch of damage. This is what the Quicken deck is really scary for, especially with Kale. Getting all of that damage out, you know, putting pretty much Keqing in the danger zone to anything.
Kale is very good at getting the damage out early.
Yeah.
Like this is what she's good for.
Exactly.
It's kind of good that Nahida was able to swap to Kale. I mean, it was out of necessity to avoid the overload onto Tignari, but I mean, you know, she's able to proc that Quicken onto Keqing and get some damage off early. Also, noticeably, Nahida has 2 Sumi Resonance cards, so could be useful for mulliganing his hand if he's not finding anything useful.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems with that, though, in such a tight matchup, you know, you don't always have the room to use an extra dice in order to find other cards. I mean, if your hand is really bad, I mean, we see Lieben and Timmy there.
Yeah, I suspect we're going to see both.
Both are probably not what he wants right now, so we'll probably see a Sumeru Resonance throwing away at least those. Ooh, and the Stellar Restoration.
And Yae goes out now.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate for Nahida here, because Yae is not the only character in that lineup who would not be able to take advantage of a 3 health Keqing here. And you're really forced to slow swap, so provided that Nahida didn't have a fast swap here, this is a really strong play from Robot Wizard, forcing them off their Dendro, which is what they want next in their rotation.
Thankfully, Nahida does have a changing shift, so I mean, he could play changing shifts, go to Kale, which would kind of save him from Keqing being the active character. Ooh.
So we are going to see changes there, but also a Hash Brown. Looks like they really want to end the turn on Tignari here.
That might actually be the better play, because there's absolutely no elements on Tignari right now. So, I mean, there wouldn't be any surprises from Pyro onto Kale, you know. So.
Yeah, I think Nahida is planning on using that Woven in hand to I guess it won't be a charged attack, but just either do an attack or a skill on Tignari to apply more Dendro. We might see a swap back onto Klee, yeah.
Yes.
This makes the most sense given the swap onto Tignari, kind of countering one swap with another, but Robot Wizard has one more dice up his sleeve. So we're probably going to see, oh yeah, it's going to be a Lieben, and Timmy.
Lieben, Timmy pass, yeah, and I think...
I don't like Timmy here. Timmy is not going to have enough time to proc. The game is very likely to end next turn, especially with, Klee being able to act.
Elemental skill here, yep, makes sense. And then another Timmy and pass.
Yeah, Nahida needs to draw, I believe, I'm not sure, I don't know his deck list off by heart, but he needs to draw a way to kill Klee, I think, before his burst. If Klee's burst goes off, that's just going to be too much damage to keep up with.
I don't think there's any way to kill off Klee right now on
No.
the side. Like, no quick swaps, I mean...
Yeah, you would need like a Star Signs with Mona.
Ooh, Yae Talent.
Yae Talent, ooh. Nahida looking at, I think he just licked us when he saw that yummy Yae Talent coming in right in the right time.
Might opt for a charged attack with Tignari for the Cluster Bloom and Dendro application. We'll see.
Yeah, that might be the best way to do it. I mean, you're really thinking, how to avoid your opponent's killing you this turn. Because I think if you can survive this turn as the Quicken deck, your summons will get the superior damage out by the end.
I think the idea is, you know, Tignari is going to fall to probably Kleeburst, right? And
Yeah.
then Nahida can use I Haven't Lost Yet into Yae Talent.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best line here, the most dice efficient line. But the Gamblers is going to go onto Klee, going to be a big turn for Robot Wizard. Yae is still going to get put very low by executing that plan, going to take that extra 2 damage here.
Yae is coming in for Robot Wizard, and we do see Yae come out here. I think we're gonna see. Whoa, Sumo Resonance?
Oh, I hope he's counting that correctly, but we'll see. Because Yae Talent will let him recast the skill for the Sakura for only 1 dice.
What do you think? What do you think he's looking for?
He's probably looking for another I Haven't Lost Yet or a Woven. I think he just wants additional dice, maybe an Adeptus Burst as well.
Oh? Huh?
Yeah, Yae Talent might not be the best because I don't think skilling again is all that important, given how late this game has already gone.
Wasn't able to get
Yeah,
anything.
the fast swap might actually be relevant here, but we're probably just going to see the Ito Burst into Yae's skill. I can't see any other thing here. He didn't get additional dice, but this is just overkill on Klee. And you know,
It is overkill, yeah.
in these aggressive matchups, it really matters where your damage goes. And even though this is a big chunk of damage, oh yeah, and then Humpty Dumpty, then we'll see. Robot Wizard probably will switch to Bennett here, or Bennett into Lotus Crisp, maybe? I think that makes sense. Or just stay on Keeching into Lotus Crisp.
Robot Wizard with 6 dice, 5 of them being very good for Keeching.
We might just see a Keeching skill here
Yeah,
to
it would
kill
take out
Yae.
Yae.
It would take out Yae. I think that's the best play. You want to force your opponent onto Kale so that after they use their skill, after they use their skill, it will proc the Klee burst. Oh. I wonder if he wasn't counting for the Yae talent coming in at the end there. He might have been wanting to do a Keeching burst there, but Kale, though, in a tough spot. If once Kale acts, that Klee burst is going to proc for 4 damage overload, putting her at 3. I think actually that's...
I actually think that's game.
Yeah, because Robot Wizard can just end turn here and go first next round.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing that Nahida can do here, actually. Like, I think that's just game because of the last stack of Kleeburst.
Yeah.
Quick Nick coming onto the cluster bull.
Well,
I don't think it's gonna do anything.
What Nahida needed here was something like a Hash Brown to put Kale back up to 5 and survive 1 more attack from Bennett. But without that Hash Brown, you know, Robot Wizard with the advantage going first this turn, he just needs to roll 3 Pyro Die. Doesn't quite get there. Can he get there on the second one? I mean, he has enough cards in tune, so I think Nahida knows it's over. You know, this is a really tough matchup, and
Tandoori Chicken, and Longside Resonance. Okay, so everything comes when he, like, doesn't really need it anymore, but, you know.
Okay, Robot, you gotta put the Tandoori on. Oh,
No,
not the Pyro
not the BM. No.
Look, this is the teacher teaching the student what happens when you lose a game of Genshin Impact Invocation TCG.
God.
Bennett coming in with the talent skill there, 5 damage, 3-1.
And Robot Wizard is going to take home the grand prize of $16,000 for winning first place in the finals of the NA Prince Cup.
Oh no, Robot Wizard, turn around, please. There we go. Don't leave your student hanging.
Don't leave your student hanging, Robot Wizard.
All right, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Robot Wizard! Woo! And please, the time has come. Take the Prince's Cup. Yes, the Prince Cup! There you have it, my friends. Please show everyone at home the glory of the Prince Cup. You have earned it. Congratulations. The best North American Genshin Impact Genius Invocation player. Well done, my friend. Any words out there to the please, I'm gonna let you have a moment. Have a moment there. Soak it all in. Ah, the glory. Seems as if he knew this moment would come for him. And there you have it. So let's talk a little bit about that series. Congratulations. How do you feel right now?
Well, my heart's racing a bit again, as usual. Surprisingly, not as much as the previous set, because the last game I felt like I was quite in control for most of it. In the Pyrotech Mirror, though, I'm surprised I managed to lose that game. There was a lot of moving pieces.
Absolutely. The student really came for the master on that one. The mirror deck barely got through it, but good to see it, though. You had to fight for it. It wasn't a clean sweep, and you came back in that last one. Any thoughts that it might have been a reverse sweep after that one?
Yeah, actually, I was getting quite a bit afraid because I think the deck that my opponent was expecting me to ban was the deck he beat me on, the Pyro Kaching deck. But I like helped him. That was the one deck I helped him the most on, so I was pretty sure he wasn't as good as me on it. But hey, he beat me on it once, and
there you have it.
You learn something.
For sure. Now, there are a lot of people watching you at home right now thinking, how can I be as good as him? What can I do? When can I be the best North American Genshin Impact Genius Invocation player? Any advice out there to the homies at home watching, wondering how they can get to your skill level?
Well, there's a Discord server, discord.gg/GITCG. You guys should join and play in the tournaments. Playing in the tournaments is great practice for bigger events like these, and you can play against some really great players, and that helps you get better at the game.
Fantastic. Well, you heard it here first, travelers. Go out there, practice, do your tournaments at home, and maybe one day you'll come for the king of North America. Congratulations once again for winning, and that will do it for us at the Astro Carnival. The king, he's right here, the Prince. Prince, did we do good? Prince! Yes, I think Prince is very happy with what we did. The dual Saint of Cats approves. And we'll see you hopefully again for another round of the Prince Cup. Thank you all so much for watching, and hope you have a wonderful time. We'll see you tomorrow for the after party of the Prince Cup, where we have some fun and games. Thank you.